Welcome to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, a positively inclined Doctor Who episode commentary podcast in which I, Toby Haydoke, watch a story chosen by a friend of mine and see if I can guess their favourite things about each instalment.
Hello there, and hello to all of you viewing at home. Oh, no, maybe that's the wrong story. Hello, my name is Jeremy Bentham, and Toby's asked me to introduce myself. Well, I'm one of the, what Doctor Who magazine likes to call, one of the last of the few who are actually still around to watch the original stories of Doctor Who from the very beginning. I was a child in the 60s, and in the 1970s, I was privileged to become part of the Doctor Who Appreciation Society when it was first formed, one of the first networks to actually start bringing fans together, which it has done successfully ever since. In 1979, I was catapulted from the DWAS into Doctor Who magazine when it was still called Doctor Who Weekly, and Deskin asked me to become the principal writer and contributing editor for that publication, something I was very pleased to do for at least 2 or 3 years. By that point, I'd actually started my own research project for Cybermark Services called Doctor Who: An Adventure in Space and Time, which later mutated into becoming Doctor Who: Vision, one of the first attempts to try and document, story by story, all of the serials of Doctor Who in what is now known as its classic era. In between that time, yes, I've written a few books, contributed to what seems like an awful lot of videos and projects, and for my films I am still contacted by people, mostly these days about people that want to know a little bit more about the Doctor Who's early days, which is why I'm very pleased to nominate as my Doctor Who story for Toby's enterprise, Marco Polo. Why have I chosen Marco Polo? Well, partly I think to redress the balance between all the people who are probably great fans of the new series and try and level up the balance a little bit more perhaps in favour of the classic series, and importantly those series which we can no longer watch because they no longer exist in the archives. And Marco Polo is the earliest example of that, and for me it's a very, very special story. It's my Jekyll and Hyde story in a way, or perhaps Hyde and Jekyll would be another way of looking at it, because when I first watched it as a child I was very much impatient with it and it wasn't top of my list. Why? Well, because those guys weren't in it. I was one of the original Doctor Who Dalek fans, and by the time we were getting to Marco Polo I was already making little model Daleks out of corks and pins and anything that I could possibly lay on my hands on to actually construct a Dalek. So suddenly finding yourself confronted by a 7-part story that was historical in nature, at the time didn't seem like a great advance. If anything, you were going back to Sunday serial days. Now, if we go forward a few more years to the 1980s, this was when, as a member of the Appreciation Society and just getting my toe in the water with Marvel Comics, I was first allowed access to the BBC's wonderful script library that was in Brentford at that time. Not in Brentford, it was in Western Avenue in those days. And that's where I first came across the script for Marco Polo. And it really was an absolute journey of discovery because, for whatever reason, when I was at the script library that day, I was not researching Marco Polo, I was looking at something else totally different. But I saw the folder on the shelf, picked it out, and picked out the 7 wonderful scripts of this story and just started reading. I realised halfway through I'd just about read the entire script and wasted probably a considerable amount of the time for which I was ostensibly there, but realised I'd become absolutely mesmerised by the storyline that Marco Polo unfolds over a course of, 3,000 miles in terms of the distance travelled in that serial, and the 6 months plus it takes the travellers their time to go from the plains of Pamir to the Khan's palace at Peking. And I was absolutely enraptured. Even more so when, a few years later, Mark Ayres did his superb work in restoring the tape recordings originally made by Richard Landon and David Holman, I think. David Holman? Yes, David Holman. And bringing those up to light and getting them issued as part of the BBC's audio collection. So for the first time, we could actually sit down and in audio only enjoy this superb 7-part story, which is unique for so many reasons, which I'll be outlining, I hope, later on with Toby's collaboration. So if you've got an opportunity, for heaven's sakes, to either stream this or dig this out of your library, switch the lights down low, crank the volume up, and prepare to involve yourself in one of Doctor Who's most spectacular adventure. An adventure which I can only describe as a magnificent chess game which runs its course through parts 1 to 7. So, without further ado, Toby, it's back over to you, mate.
Well, hello everybody, and yikes! I've got to do 7 missing episodes of Doctor Who. So a story I will admit I don't know as well as most, I would think. How many times have I seen this? I think I've heard the soundtrack, gosh, maybe just the once, and I've watched a reconstruction twice. So a Doctor Who story I've probably experienced only 3 times. And I've got a feeling the episode 7 I listened to, the episode 7 I have of the BBC CD soundtrack, was a bit jumpy on episode 7. So, yeah, I'm going to be a bit jumpy for the next 7 episodes, because this is not a story I know especially well. It wasn't one of the ones... I did have a few soundtracks in the days when you had to get them on cassette, and it sounded like they'd been recorded underwater with all of the actors wearing socks and 100 miles away and drowning. But I didn't get Marco Polo. I was after the Troughtons. That's what I was after when I was a youngster, who briefly dallied with getting the soundtracks, but they were quite a hard listen, and they weren't, I'm talking about before the time that they had narration on. Although I have some sympathy with people who say, I shouldn't have narration on, you should just be able to work out what's going on. You think, yeah, you are a purist, and also someone who has no commercial sense whatsoever. Because, it is, they are television soundtracks. They are not designed to be consumed without some form of assistance. In the case of, television, in the case of episodes of television, the assistance was all the things you could see that you no longer can. But what a miracle that from 14 weeks into Doctor Who's existence, we have episodes that no longer exist. And yet somebody, even then, was recording them so that we have the soundtracks. That is nothing short of a miracle. We have the soundtrack of every... And of course, when most people talk about the soundtrack to a movie, they mean the score that's recorded separately and added on, and that's why you listen to movie soundtracks. I think some people don't quite realise that when we say we listen to the soundtrack, it means we actually listen to an audio version of a thing we don't have pictures for. But isn't that a miracle? But that means we have these pictureless, and Marco Polo, of course, weirdly, was one of those ones before I knew that it was missing. I felt it was a story I knew quite well because there were loads of photos of it. So like, oh gosh, there's all. Hang on, it doesn't exist, because it seemed odd. I mean, of course, there's no correlation between photos taken on the studio floor, when it was being made, and the destruction of tapes several years later. But it seemed odd to have something that we had so much of that we didn't have. Anyway, and I've just realised I've probably not downloaded Jeremy Bentham, who you have already heard this episode, who is, a legend of fandom. His book, Doctor Who: The Early Years, was an early Christmas present. I say it was an early Christmas present for me. Well, it was. It was a Christmas present for me in my younger days, and also Christmas present that my mum had got when we'd visited Longleat, probably in about, I don't know, I'm guessing, the August, September. And there was a Doctor Who shop there. And it was the days where you had to go to specific shop for things. So I think she'd stocked up for Christmas on that visit when my back was turned, and had hidden various things, including my main present, which was Doctor Who: The Early Years, in a cupboard and I found it. And I'm not a spoilers person, but I would occasionally go and have a little flick, and I would, didn't read any of the text, but I looked at some of the pictures and read the cast lists. Those were the things I allowed myself. But yeah, I cheated and had sneak previews of that present. But I admire my own restraint. And so Jeremy is a legendary figure, and I had the pleasure of meeting him relatively recently. It's 10 years ago now, but seeing as I encountered quite a few Who people prior to that, Jeremy very humbly sort of sent me an email going, I'm involved with Doctor Who fandom. I know who you are. You're a legend and a learned man, and one of the pioneers of Doctor Who fandom and Doctor Who magazine and Doctor Who research, and I have a great respect for such people. And as Ian McLachlan proved, the people that were there at the time are indeed very, very interesting contributors to Doctor Who history. And I was worried about doing the Dalek Master Plan, which has been one of the podcasts I've done that has had the best feedback, and that is due in no small part to such a fantastic guest in Ian, who was there at the time, giving his insights from the time. So you've heard Jeremy's introduction, and it's probably clear what a fascinating and intelligent fellow he is. So he's going to provide us with food for thought, and perspective from the time, whereas I am going to improvise my way through. I'm looking at this. Episode 1 has a running time of 24 minutes and 13 seconds, so that's quite a long one as well. A story that I've seen very infrequently, that doesn't exist, and my goodness, let's see what happens. So I will be watching the loose cannon reconstruction on a little tablet here. So it's with fear that I embark upon an epic journey. Where's Marco Polo to narrate it when you need him? And we're going to begin on the roof of the world, and we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1. I have just realised I could have said quite a lot of that during the episode, but I'm nothing if not really bloody stupid. So anyway, this is Doctor Who. This is the first missing episode of Doctor Who, and what a shame. We are always very tempted to view the past, the lost past, with rose-tinted spectacles, but certainly everybody that worked on Marco Polo seems to adore it. I know that Waris Hussein, who I've had the pleasure of speaking to and meeting on several occasions, is desperately unhappy that Marco Polo is missing, and genuinely thinks it was a superior quality piece of work. I am predisposed to like the historicals anyway. I question myself as to this, because I like Doctor Who because it's an exciting sci-fi adventure, and it wasn't an historical series when I grew up watching it, and I don't remember being particularly blown away by Black Orchid, and I remember doing I'll talk about that maybe later. Some of these scenes are quite familiar because Doctor Who, the 20th anniversary Radio Time special, had a big picture, I think, of the four of them outside the TARDIS in this episode. And there's that picture, isn't there, of Hartnell by the TARDIS door that was in Doctor Who Celebration, and there's this picture of Ian and Barbara that I'm looking at right now, with him with his arm round the outside the TARDIS. So there's lots of beautiful, gorgeous pictures, many of them in full colour, that really capture the grandeur, but of course make the story look actually more impressive than it will have done in black and white, bizarrely. Now, I love black and white, and I love the atmosphere of black and white, but there's so much of what makes Marco Polo so gorgeous is that we have these lovely full colour pictures, and that Barry Newbury, the designer, and all of the costumes that they have as well are fabulous. I love Hartnell in these opening scenes. He's really grumpy. He's quite I remember he's quite. I mean, the doctor the doctor changes actually from story to story, and particularly in this in these early days. Oh, there's that picture of Susan being cold and the doctor being, but he's really quite grumpy and slightly very annoyed and irascible. Quite often people write up the Hartnell doctor, or certainly people that worked at the time say, oh yes, he was an irascible doctor. I think Hartnell was quite an irascible fellow. Actually, his doctor isn't always that irascible. He's sometimes very lovely and dotty, and but yeah, no, he does get scalloped. But he's genuinely irascible in this first episode, and I actually really like it because it's actually quite funny because he's so cross and so irritated by the situation. But I'm finding it quite refreshing, and I've watched a lot of early Doctor recently because, of course, I'm doing the Too Much Information podcasts, and I've just watched Edge of Destruction, or Inside the Spaceship, whatever you want to call it, about 12 times. But this is a wonderfully traditional start. We start in a hostile environment. An environment is very important to early Doctor Who's. I think we're quite blasé about space and time travel now, whereas then, just the very fact that you were being taken to different locales meant that there was danger within the very environment itself. This is cold, they get hot later on and they run out of water, and the idea of being separated from the TARDIS and all of that stuff is built into the jeopardy, which writers like Terry Nation sort of carry on when you think of episode 1 of Planet of the Daleks, where the danger is basically we've landed in a place that's where the environment itself is very hostile, and it's like it's like a sort of another addition to the sort of register of difficulties, the lexicon of threats, if you like. But yes, the historicals. I like them, but do I like them because, one, we don't do them anymore, and two, because they're old and largely lost, and if we had the whole of Doctor Who in existence, would I be rushing to watch Marco Polo and the Massacre and the Mythmakers, 3 stories I say would be very high on my list of stories I'd like to find, but I can do that, can't I? It's all academic. It's not going to affect anything. Do I like the fact that I think I like the historicals? Does that make me feel that I'm clever and I like the lyrical, philosophical stories because there's something somehow dirty about just liking stuff that's sci-fi jeopardy? I worry about my own. It's really weird, these mental gymnastics that we do. It's all right for me to like Marco Polo, and yet I worry that I only like Marco Polo because of how it makes me feel about how I feel about myself and the things I like. But is that, I don't know if that's not because, I know my mind is a slightly topsy-turvy place, but it seems a real unnecessary waste of energy. I could just go, I like Marco Polo. And I think I do. I love his Darren Nesbitt as Tigana, and this is a really interesting piece of casting because if you know Nesbitt's work, he's usually a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, smooth kind of nice. I mean, I love his turn. He's a brilliant number 2 in It's Your Funeral, which is a Marco Polo reunion because the guest stars are Darren Nesbitt, Mark Eden, and Martin Miller, who turns up as Kubla Khan later. And here's Mark Eden, who used to live just up the road from here, where I am now, and actually used to live even closer to where I used to live when I lived for a bit in a flat in town. I had the pleasure of going to Mark's house shortly before he died because we recorded a little interview for the Quatermass in the Pit DVD Blu-ray, but I'd already corresponded with Mark Eden several years previously, and he actually sent me his contract for Quatermass in the Pit because it was his first telly and he'd hung on to it, and he sent me a few memories about Quatermass and the Pit. I thought it was a bit... I didn't ask him about Doctor Who in the letter, because I was writing to him about Quatermass, and other people interviewed him about Doctor Who anyway. He was always very, very generous with his time, with his interviews. And he died a couple of years ago now, early last year, and was also the husband of Sue Nichols, who plays Audrey in Coronation Street. And he himself, of course, became famous for being Alan Bradley, a terrible villain in Coronation Street. But at this time, and he's great casting, he's the dashing hero of Marco Polo. And I remember seeing his picture in the paper when he was in Coronation Street at that time, and being sort of, oh wow, so he's still going and he's in Coronation Street, and he was Marco Polo. But Darren Nesbitt, I didn't see his stuff till later, so I thought of him as quite a sort of burly, dark-haired actor, and he's not. He's a sort of very 60s, very kind of 60s energy, and blonde, those blonde sort of tousle locks he has in The Prisoner, and he's the Nazi, isn't he? He's one of the German in, well, there's many Germans, but a key German in Where Eagles Dare. And he also directed a film called The Amorous Milkman, when I think he thought there was money in them their sex comedies. But I think the bubble was about to burst. The udder was about to burst, and the milk went everywhere. No, it's not a metaphor I want to continue with if we're talking about saucy comedies. Anyway, look at this brilliant set design. I'm struck with this, because we think of it as being an epic, and actually it's feeling pretty big, but there's only as many speaking cast in this episode as there are in the Cave People episodes, which I don't think of being as particularly populous. You've got the goody caveman and the baddie caveman, and the old man caveman and the old woman caveman and the other woman caveman, and that's it. You think of it being quite a sparse population, even though there's lots of sort of cave people extras. But I always think of Marco Polo, because it has actually got quite a long cast list, and we do meet more characters later. But in this episode, there's Marco Polo, Tigana, Ping Cho, and as we will see at the end of the episode, the wonderful credit, you desperate for it on your CV, Man at Lop, played by Leslie Bates, who we will discuss in about 14 minutes' time. Xenia Merton, I think, is absolutely beautiful, and she has the distinction of having of a certain number of years between Doctor Who universe appearances. She sadly never returned to the show, but she is the registrar in the Sarah Jane Adventures. Is it The Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, the one that David Tennant comes back in? So that's nice that she played quite a lot of sort of registrars and receptionists, and I remember her turning up in Casualty, I think, as a hotel receptionist, and I'm sure she did something else as a registrar. But I never had the pleasure. I know her agent a bit, Barry Langford. And I did try to interview her for a piece I was planning for Doctor Who magazine that I never ended up doing, and then did get done relatively recently when Marco Polo was released on vinyl. But I'd been charged with, well, you see, I get different versions of this. I've been asked, we might be doing a new way of doing, instead of doing Doctor Who archives, we do Doctor Who in their own words, and you interview people from a particular story, and we sort of break the story down and get quotes from the people. Do you fancy having a go with Marco Polo? So I did. I got in touch with a few people, and then it just sort of went quiet and never happened. And then very recently, Peter Ware said, "Did you do anything with those interviews?" And I went, "Well, no, I've got them here." And he said, "Oh, can we run them?" A lot of people went, "Oh, this says these interviews are from 10 years ago. Is that because Marco Polo was supposed to be coming back and you were preparing an article?" Now, if that was the case, I've forgotten, but I don't think it was. I thought I was doing this new way of doing things. but with people saying, but it was around that time when there were rumours that it was going to be Marco Polo and Enemy of the World and Web of Fear. I think that was, or Marco Polo was going to come back after Web of Fear, Enemy of the World. It was certainly in the air that Marco Polo definitely existed, to the extent that if it had turned up, it would have been slightly disappointing because we were all expecting that it already existed anyway. And now, of course, I'm watching this, I go, I would kill to see this. It's a really nice production. But and actually, I'm talking about the sort of small number of cast, but there's quite a few extras there, dressed in the Mongol uniforms, and this set doesn't seem too small. The one on the roof of the world, which gives us a nice sense of scale, and isn't that a lovely title as well? I know the roof of the world is. That's not phraseology unique to Doctor Who. This place is known as the roof of the world, but I still think it's a lovely sort of poetic kind of title that appeals to me much more than mysterious one-line titles, or the Terra Nation, the Return, the Expedition, all of that. I think there's something very poetic about the roof, and indeed the Singing Sands, Wall of Lies. I think I love all of these titles. And what I like about this story actually is that it's an exercise in trust. That Marco Polo is a good guy, and he doesn't actually do anything bad to the travellers, but the travellers do kind of lie to him on occasion. And then he sort of quite reasonably says, well, if you lie to me, how can I trust you? And it's like a sort of series of uneasy alliances between sort of good people. I mean, Tigana's the obvious bad guy. I don't know if you've seen Kieran Hodgson, who I would urge you to follow on Twitter. He's for a while he did sort of condensed versions of Doctor Who stories that were really, really good, but I think he only got as far as Marco Polo. Maybe he did Keys of Marinus as well, and he's done The Crown and various other things. But his one on The Crown is superb. But his one of this is, where he plays all the different people, and he's a very good mimic. But his sort of spoof of Tigana is, yes, I'm very trustworthy. I'm not a bad guy at all. And I do like the fact that Darren Nesbitt goes for sort of purred villainy, and it's certainly better than trying to attempt any sort of accent, because there's no getting over the fact that there's an uneasiness for a modern viewer about a European actor, especially as I say, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Darren Nesbitt. Although actually the makeup and I think it's a wig, but if it's his hair, it's been darkened. Is actually very good. The dark beard, the dark hair, but obviously we have uneasiness, rightly so, about Caucasian actors passing themselves off as different ethnicities. But whilst acknowledging that uneasiness, I'm also not going to waste time berating the past for doing what was the methodology of the time. And I would, and what I always say is, I would challenge anyone now who thinks it's, who goes, well, it's terrible, we wouldn't do it now. No, we wouldn't do it now. But if you worked at the BBC in 1964 and they said, we want Darren Nesbitt as Tigana, you wouldn't stand up and go, no, we need to find an actor of the correct ethnicity, because you wouldn't have done, because the landscape was very different, and priorities were very different, and attitudes were very different. And just because you're from now, that doesn't make you better, because your attitudes and experiences have been shaped by a culmination of the passage of time to get us where we are now. But I also don't think there's anything wrong with going, God, we find that as a modern audience, we find that quite uneasy. That's fine to say as well, and I equally reject people who say, well, it's just a case of getting the right person for the job. Well, now the right person for the job is not a white actor with makeup on. It just really isn't. And if you can't find an actor of the correct ethnicity to play such parts now, then I'm not sure what your classification for the right person for the job is. So I think it's fair enough to acknowledge that it's problematic, but also, without being too lofty about ourselves in the process. A couple of wonderful hats here that Ian and Barbara have. I mean, they're both wearing sort of lampshades. They are glorious hats, aren't they? I think these might be two of the best hats in the whole of Doctor Who, and Doctor Who has some hot hat action a lot of the time. I haven't seen some of these photographs. This reconstruction has some beautiful, beautiful photos. And again, it feels populous and it sounds populous. Yang is played by an actor called O Aikida, who isn't credited on screen, but is credited on some cast lists. But he doesn't say anything, so I don't think he was credited on screen, no. So yeah, there's still the Mark Eden, Darren Nesbitt, and for episode 1, the Radio Times said, and introducing Xenia Merton. But she doesn't get that credit on any of the rest of the episodes. But it's nice that she gets a nice credit for part 1. And it's a lovely part, actually, and it's nice that Susan has a sort of mate that she can get to be sort of fun and playful and sort of on a level with, because Susan's quite often treated as a child and talked down to. It's nice that a lot of her scenes she's with somebody who's a sort of equal in terms of age, although obviously now we would say, well, if Susan's a Time Lord, she's much older, but they feel like, you know, they can bat off each other as mates, and I like that dynamic. This, as I say, I was going to be surprised at how small scale this was in terms of the number of speaking characters, but actually the supporting, non-speaking supporting roles actually feel like they're a part of the drama, because of course this is not only a story that takes place on an epic scale time-wise. You know, Marco Polo's, you know, travelling troupe was an awful lot of people. And this, as I say, yes, this does feel. I thought I was going to come out of this and go, actually, this feels a bit smaller than we might expect, because we think of Marco Polo because it's 7 parts, and because it's this epic journey, and because it's got, you know, the maps, which we'll talk about, I'm sure. But I love the little conceit of Marco Polo narrating. That gives the story a unique feel. And in the draft scripts, it was the Travellers that actually did the narration. Certainly the Doctor, but I think the others got a shot as well. But I think it was Waris Hussein, that said, no, let's have Marco narrating it, and I love that. I think that's terribly sweet, and it gives Marco, you know, his own. His own special input into the story that's named after him. Although on much of the paperwork it is called A Journey to Cathay. And here we are. Yes, so here's a lovely piece of the drama, and this does seem very real. It would seem to me quite boring now, if a whole drive of part of the story was that the TARDIS was being taken off the Doctor, because the TARDIS we now take for granted. The TARDIS is now a constant within the show, and it would seem like a bit of a cheat, I think, if it's all right in the Satan pit for it to fall down, and we go, oh, okay, they've got to have the adventure now, but it'll pop up at the end. But here, because it's early in the show, and because, you know, the whole sort of conceit and drive of the show is that these two school teachers are stranded away from their time, and that is part of, you know, the whole jeopardy of the whole thing is that their connection to their home, time and space, is, you know, hanging by a thread, as it were. The idea that the TARDIS may be taken off the Travellers seems to have so much more weight and import here at the dawn of the show than it would now. And I love that. I love that you can go back to different times in the show where things that work perfectly well then that wouldn't work now, or would work differently now. And it's like looking at the show through new eyes. You're going, well, of course, this seems like this is a perfectly good piece of writing, and of course we like Marco, and Marco's not doing anything particularly unpleasant. As far as Marco's concerned, they'll be able to make another ship. If they made this thing, they'll be able to do it again. I'm not sure what I make of the Doctor's laughing. The Doctor is really weird in this episode. And here he has this big laugh, but this is the Doctor being sort of unpredictable, and having been waspish and sort of vicious and terse and irate for the whole thing and sort of cross. He's totally unpredictable here, and he's laughing away like an absolute loon, it has to be said. But the punchline is he hasn't got a clue what he's going to do. He's, the laughter is to cover up the fact that they're gonna lose the TARDIS. Which now here's Leslie Bates as Man at Lop, and he has one line, and he's been at the end of an episode before, because he is at the end of episode 1. He is the shadow of Cal, who appears across the landscape on that model shot of the TARDIS. That is Leslie Bates. And the reason he's the shadow is so that they didn't have to play Jeremy Young, who plays Cal, who hadn't been cast then anyway, I don't think. But you wouldn't do that anyway. You wouldn't get the actor playing the part. You wouldn't pay him for the episode before to only see his shadow. With this, Leslie Bates plays Man at Lop and gets a credit because he has one line. But Man at Lop doesn't have a line next week. And so Leslie Bates is replaced by an extra next week. So that's a nice piece of symmetry. It sort of bookends from the first episode where Leslie Bates was there standing in for someone else, and then on his only speaking contribution to Doctor Who, and he turns up in the Green Death. I mean, he's in the show for the first couple of decades, but this is his only credit as Man at Lop. And somebody has to replace him next week so that he doesn't have to get paid for 2 episodes or get a retainer or whatever else. That's one of those nice little pieces of cast list symmetry that is only of interest to me, but I don't care. I've just given you 24 minutes on a missing episode of Doctor Who. Well, I did get distracted quite a lot. There's quite a lot to say about that I didn't say, but I think the fact that the TARDIS, being separated from the TARDIS is a key piece of the jeopardy, I think is very important. And I also like the fact that it's being taken away from them, not by a baddie, but by somebody who has his own very plausible and decent reasons for doing what he's doing, and has his own, dilemma and has his own difficulties to overcome. And I love that dynamic, actually, that lasts the whole story between Ian and Polo of them wanting to be straight with each other, but for expediency not always being straight with each other, and therefore then using the fact that they're not always straight with each other as a reason to go, well, hang on, you lied to me. So I like all of that. That's much more interesting than it just being goodies and baddies or just unambiguous lying or whatever. I think the character dynamics are rather lovely. And yes, talking about Tigana, I got waylaid by the aspect of the ethnicity of the actor, but I think Darren Nesbitt doing the sort of underplayed, purred villainy is better than, as we discover with some other actors later, putting on, and certainly with Peter Laird as Chang in The Wheel in Space, an attempt to sort of do some sort of accent which is at best awkward and at worst offensive. So I think, in terms of as a modern viewer or listener, what Darren Nesbitt does, I think, is a good call, and it makes for a very effective character. And he is, he's a very subtly menacing presence. It's subtle as in low key, as in low played. That I don't think the villain is that subtle. It's pretty obvious he's the bad guy. But that's okay. That's okay. It's still a good performance. So what I think for episode 1, because I think this is going to be chosen at some point, so I may as well choose it for episode 1 because it's the first time we experience it. I have to choose the fact that the story is narrated by Marco Polo and that he has a map and we have the plotting of his journey. I love that. Yes, please. So that is my choice for episode 1. What is Jeremy Bentham's choice for episode 1 of Marco Polo? The Roof of the World, it says. Over to Jeremy Bentham.
For the high point of the Roof of the World, I've chosen a subject not usually discussed much on podcasts and even in magazines, and that's Doctor Who's use of lighting, and particularly its lighting in early stories like Marco Polo, which was quite remarkable considering it was filmed in such an old studio. And remember, this wasn't sort of Nightmare of Eden game show floodlighting we're talking about here. We're talking about very intricate lighting that made the very best of the sets that they had and the very best of the facilities that were available to them at the time. I think nowhere illustrates this more so than episodes 1 and 2, where you start off with very, very cold, hard contrast lighting for the plane of Pamir, and watching it as an audience, yes, you get wrapped up in the fact that it's supposed to be very, very cold environment, which then transitions, as we go on in the episode, to softer, warmer contrast lighting for the sets and the scenes that take place inside Marco Polo's tent. All of this, well, a lot of it, I suspect, was down to the lighting supervisor, a chap called John Trees, I believe, on the first few episodes, who apparently suffered so much at the hands of the dictator trying to make these episodes so memorable that he asked to be swapped out of Marco Polo later on because they were getting to be so difficult to light, and I think he was replaced by the ever-redoubtable Howard King. But if you want proof of how a tiny little studio can be made to look enormous, look at episode 2, and particularly if you've got the Singing Sands telesnaps available, and look at the shot where Susan and Ping Cho are watching Tigana leaving the tent to go out into the Gobi Desert. It's absolutely spotlit with tiny little circles of light, larger circles nearer to the actresses, smaller circles further away to give you that false perspective sense of depth. It's an amazing way of achieving an epic look to a very, very tiny studio indeed. So guys, please enjoy.
Very good. He's going to be good, isn't he? I mean, the fact that he can extemporize about the lighting of an episode that we can't see, but do so with such great acute observation about the different locales and the different lighting states. And it's true, and that's very interesting because I think of Marco Polo in terms of, the epic grandeur of those sets and the beautiful richness of those costumes, which of course you wouldn't see in the final episodes. But he's quite right, what you can discern, and especially as we have since had access to the telesnaps, which when I was a time tot we did not. We had all those design pictures, which again give a slightly false impression of the story in a way. And then suddenly, and this is what I love about the history of Doctor Who coming together, is that for years we didn't have the telesnaps of Marco Polo because we'd got the telesnaps from big chunks of Doctor Who, but not from season 1. But that's okay because it meant there was only 9 episodes from that season that we'd need telesnaps from, and so that's not a great loss, but it would still be nice to have them. And then lo and behold, Waris Hussein's got his 6 episodes, the telesnaps, in his attic. So that of all the stories that we needed the telesnaps from of season 1, well, actually of those 9 episodes, we've a director who we had access to, who hadn't mentioned it for years and years and years, or had forgotten or whatever, but for whatever reason, because we'd been in touch with him, suddenly went, oh yeah, I think I've got, look, these. And then suddenly another little piece of Doctor Who's visual jigsaw comes together. I love that fact, and I love the fact that, this archaeology element means we piece it together from different sources. So yeah, we had an embarrassment of riches with photos, but then we get the telesnaps that actually show us what it looked like on screen, and I think they do, that does add an extra dimension to what the story would have looked like, and I think it does give a sense of the scale of, as I say, how populous the episode is, despite the shortness of the cast list, and of those different sets. And I think that plane of Pamir set, the Roof of the World set, is very key. Obviously, that little hillock that they go over just before they get captured is just, you can imagine it just being a tiny little set in the corner of the studio, and some of the other sets are a little bit bigger, and those are all pieced together to make the episode. And that's some of the genius of putting Doctor Who together as well, in the confines of Limes Grove Studio D. John Triers was indeed the lighting director, and indeed he did ask to be removed from Marco Polo because it was a tricky job to light. But actually, I think that's a great choice of Jeremy. I think he'll choose Mark Eden narrating the story at some point, but because I've chosen it for this episode, that means I have it in the bank. So that means I do get a point if he chooses it in, say, episode 5 or as his bonus. Of course, what I lose out on then is obviously whatever I choose for episode 5, he won't be choosing because he's choosing, Mark Eden, Marco Polo, or whatever, or his bonus or whatever. So whilst I get a point, I still sort of lose a point. But nonetheless, that's the mechanics for anyone who really cares about the rules of this game, which I'm sure nobody actually does. If you are keeping a tally, don't. I'm going to lose. I always lose, but it's just occasionally nice when I get a little highlight along the way, a little drop of water in a desert of failure, which will aptly bring us to the next episode of Marco Polo. So I hope you can join me for that as we listen to the tune that is played by the Singing Sands. And let's see what lyrics Jeremy Bentham, Doctor Who historian extraordinaire, brings to that. But in the meantime, this is going to be an epic old journey, but I hope you enjoy joining me on it, because these are the stories that, they're so near and yet so far. So I look forward to drawing the next line on the map along with you in the very next episode of Happy Times and Places. Well, welcome everybody to what I think is going to be one of the more testing assignments for Happy Times and Places. Although I would like to just redraw your attention to the introduction you just heard by Jeremy Bentham. That was a cut down version. To listen to the whole thing, do go back to episode 1, where he gives a lovely 5-minute intro. I think he's going to be a very erudite customer, which is great, which is one of the reasons I asked him to do it. The other is because he is a fan of yore, and I have great respect for those people that were there in the early days of fandom, showing us how it was done, tracking down a lot of those people that, were gone by the time that we were doing what we're doing now with the DVDs and Blu-rays, and getting those people on record. And in Jeremy's case, didn't even, mention the Invisions and the sort of really sort of scholastic and professional approach to chronicling, the early years of Doctor Who. As I say, this sort of showed us how it was done, how to do it. So I have a lot of respect for Jeremy, and he said, I'll see you, mate, at the end of the last episode, and that gave me a little frisson of. I felt a little bit proud of that, because I'm still a little boy in the countryside, poring over Doctor Who, the early years, and all of that fascinating stuff. It was a window into a universe, finding out the behind-the-scenes stuff or the history of Doctor Who, and it was a window opened by Jeremy and his ilk. It was my lifeline outside in the country, in the middle of nowhere, the youngest of 4, the others, a bit of a gap, mum on her own, so I was pretty much left to my own devices, and I needed an escape, and I escaped through that window into the past of Doctor Who and behind the scenes of Doctor Who. And part of me has always stayed there. So I'm grateful to Jeremy. I'm grateful to you for listening to this, and I hope for many of you this is a journey to Cathay that you've probably taken as infrequently as I, because it's one of the sort of least available really of the stories, just in the sense that there's there's the CD with narration and recons if you can find them, but and a cut down version isn't there commercially available on the beginning box set. But I think one of the interesting sort of strengths of Marco Polo is the fact that it decides that it's a long story. It's a 7-part epic. Let's see if there's any padding. Let's see if it could afford to lose a few pounds. I'll tell you what would help you to lose a few pounds is trekking across the desert on foot. So let's see what happens as we play the tune of the Singing Sands. And I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. And it's I'm not watching this on my telly because it's not obviously available on the telly, and I don't have subtitles, unfortunately. So where I might sometimes be able to pick out bits of dialogue without shutting up. This is a slightly different prospect, but we open with a different actor playing Man at Lop. I love this stuff because Leslie Bates, although they did actually refilm the scene, because what they used to sometimes do is last week they'd refilm the cliffhanger in order to play it in and be able to play the titles over it, because obviously last week it had the title next week over it. So they do it twice. Sometimes they would just play it in the one that they had from last week in. But there's an episode of the Daleks where you can tell it's the one where they find out about the fluid link that they've left it in the city. You know, the recap we see next week is different from the episode ending, but it was recorded last week because then they didn't have to build the set again and all of that sort of thing. But sometimes, so what they did was they refilmed that with Leslie Bates as Man at Lop in order to play it in. But then obviously they realised that they might have to pay Leslie Bates to use him again. That may have been the reason. I'm assuming that's the reason because you know the rules on those sorts of things were quite tough in those days. Not so much these days, where you quite often see actors in new footage where they're not speaking in an episode or something, and they don't even get a credit these days, or sometimes a character is not played by an actor even though they've got dialogue because they're sort of shot over the shoulder and then dubbed in ADR by somebody else. So then you're not having to, because it's a different kind of contract. The shoulder actor and the vocal actor aren't on the same sort of residuals they would be if they were an actor actually hired to play a part and be on set and blah, blah, blah. So there's lots of ways that sort of small parts are cheated these days. Whereas then, instead of paying Leslie Bates to come back next week, there's a shot over the shoulder. His character doesn't have a line, and he's played by somebody else. Either Arnold Lee or John Lee, which led to... I've seen stuff even recently suggesting that it's John Lee who played Alidon in the Daleks. You know, main guest star 2 weeks ago, suddenly being a Chinese extra, 3 weeks later. No, it's not. It's that just like Arnold Lee is called Arnold Lee, there was lots of non-speaking actors with surnames of East Asian provenance, so John Lee, and people go, oh, but you can't have two actors with the same name. I suspect the John Lee, who's an extra in this, wasn't a member of Equity, because they would have had a smaller pool of people to use. So I can say 100% it's not Alidon coming back 3 weeks later, his career having suddenly plummeted. But that hasn't stopped it appearing in various organs and places online. Anyway, doesn't matter, Toby. These things do not matter. They matter to you and nobody else. But you'll see something that's wrong and you have to correct it, which is why you then can't get annoyed when people correct you when you've done things wrong. But you do, don't you? Well, you don't. You just go, oh, come on, you've listened to that thing that's an hour long and you've picked me up on my pronunciation of that, or said I've missed out that. Come on, could you have said something else first? Anyway, let's not have a monologue about. Let's not exorcise my inner monologues. Let's talk about the brilliance of Marco Polo. He looked great, I think, Tigana, played by Darren Nesbitt, and I like the sort of chess metaphor that they have in that dialogue exchange. This external set looks quite nice, and the lighting, because it's nighttime and you can hear the wind. I do worry that this might be an episode where the visuals might be slightly compromised, because I think the sandstorm was done a bit like the snow was done in The Seeds of Doom, where it's a sort of an electronic sort of overlay over the picture, which always looks a bit phony. And of course, this scene with Barbara and Susan, I love the lighting on it. I can't choose the lighting. Jeremy chose that last week. I mean, I like the fact they're in sort of night gear and slightly darker clothes. It just seems because of the length of this and the costume changes, and you feel that they're with Marco's caravan for a long time, and they sleep over and they travel for months, don't they? I love the feeling of this. It's quite unlike almost any other Doctor Who story in that it's quite happy to show us taking the travellers taking a long time doing this. I like this scene, but it was originally, I think, this was a scene between Doctor Who and Susan Foreman. But where is Doctor Who this week? You think, oh, Hartnell's on holiday. No, he's not. He turns up at the end. And it's that beautiful thing, because we get quite used to it, don't we, watching 62 now when a regular's not in it for a week. But that's not what this is. Hartnell was ill, because I think there's a letter saying, hope you get better soon. So I think he must have only come in for the Friday and the Saturday. Maybe the Friday's recording. No, the Saturday recording. Whenever it was they recorded it. And perhaps the camera rehearsal the day before. But he basically had the week off and came in to come and do his one scene that he does at pretty much the end of the episode. So they could sort of do without him all week because he wasn't feeling very well. And they had to go, okay, well, we've got to rewrite the scripts. Fortunately, he wasn't in it that much anyway. But it means that, they're making the show on the fly. And, of course, it's... I remember in Doctor Who: A Celebration, it was Jeremy Bentham, of course, wrote about, I think in his write-up of one of the stories, talks about, when the regulars have time off. And Caroline Ann Ford has a couple of episodes of The Aztecs off, but she's there because she's on film. Ditto William Russell in The Reign of Terror. He pre-films his contributions to a couple of the middle episodes. Jacqueline Hill actually isn't in a couple of the episodes of the Censorites. And William Hartnell, and it says in Doctor Who: Celebration, in a move that would be unthinkable today, is completely absent from Keys of Marinus 3 and 4. And that is kind of completely unthinkable today, except, of course, today we then got used to the Dr. Light episodes like Blink and Turn Left and things like that. So suddenly, a thing that seemed like a relic of the old days, that schedules meant that we had to lose our leading actor, meant you did suddenly get Dr. Light episodes, which suddenly started to remind you of things like Star Trek: The Next Generation, where Captain Picard, wasn't in the episode much because it was a Dr. Crusher episode. But you go, yeah, but you wouldn't do that with Doctor Who because it's Doctor Who. And then, of course, you learn about the 60s and you go, actually, there were loads of episodes that hardly had Doctor Who in, because although they never were quite as blatant as with Keys of Marinus 3 and 4, I mean, in things like the Time Meddler 2, he's in the beginning of the episode, or he's a voiceover. Ditto the Massacre episode, he's pre-filmed, so that they don't really, after Keys of Marinus, ever go, well, we can do without the Doctor for 2 episodes. They at least try and sort of cover it up artfully. But here, that's not what this is. Here, on the fly, they've suddenly lost their leading actor for most of the week's rehearsals, and they just adapt. And I don't think the story loses anything because of it, which is interesting, because it is, the show is called Doctor Who, and the Doctor is the main character, and yet he's the first regular to sort of disappear from an episode. But it's a testament to the strength of actually not only William Russell, Jacqueline Hill and Caroline Ford, but actually Mark Eden and Darren Nesbitt and Xenia Merton, who already, I think, this story feels like it has its sort of new set of regulars. They feel like an ensemble. They're all on this journey together. And this sort of bond of sort of respectful mistrust that Ian and Marco have between them is not like a guest character and a regular, facing off. It's more like sort of two heroes in their own series with their own slightly different agendas. And that's, I think, partially because Mark Eden is very good, but also because he's very dashing. He's a good-looking leading man. He's got exactly the right presence. And Susan and Ping Cho are having a little adventure, and I love that. It's odd. I love Carole Ann Ford when she's the alien, mysterious Susan, but here she gets to be the sort of slightly girly, teenagey Susan, and that kind of works as well. It's only when she has to be scared of shrubbery that there's a problem with Susan, I think, where she has to trip over. But having a mate in this, I think there's a really lovely ensemble feel that as I say, that stretches to the guest cast beyond the regulars. And again, I think here in this episode, there's only 3 credited guest actors, and it's Marco, Tigana, and Ping Cho, which for a story again that you think of as being an epic, a populated epic, is a nice little sort of sleight of hand. It makes you think it's a bigger story than, and because it gets big later on, than it actually is. Now, whether that would have had that effect on the audience, because of course they don't know the story as a whole. Whereas when I came to it, I came to it with the knowledge it was 7 parts long and it had quite a big cast. So that's obviously I'm very much looking back on that idea, but that's okay. I can only take as I find. This is beautiful nighttime stuff, and it will have been done on a very simple, small set. And as I say, with the sort of electronic overlay. But I love that. It's a very poetic idea again, isn't it, about the singing sands and all the dialogue about them and the, like sirens luring people to their deaths is really sort of poetic and interesting stuff. I like the sort of lyricism of John Le Carotti's scripts where, a chess match is more than actual chess match. Dangerous sandstorm is slightly more than that. It's the echoes of the gods. It's the sounds of the it has a presence and a role and a backstory, or there's discussion about it within the drama that takes it beyond what it just the one thing that it is on screen, a chess match or a sandstorm or whatever. And that's good writing. That's everything having a purpose beyond its primary purpose, unlike a drama where people basically say what they think and it does exactly what it says on the tin. That's level 1 writing, if you like. And yeah, I remember there being a Doctor Who archive of this in Doctor Who magazine. I remember that, and it was had a repeat illustration of sort of Tigana at the end of this episode with the water gourd, proffering it to the skies. Here's water, Marco Polo, come for it, and thinking that just seemed like I love that sort of piece of taunting that he does. And I was, amazed that they'd got that photo, and then I've been constantly amazed at how many photos they have of this production without having the thing itself. And yet, a lot of this is quite unfamiliar to me because I've seen the pictures, but I've not experienced the action so much. And of course, this is all quite difficult to discern because it's, because it's action. But the soundscape is very effective because it's been set up as this idea that you can't trust your ears because within the sandstorm the sounds refract in different ways, and so people are lured to their deaths or whatever. So, but of course we know that this is Ian calling out to Susan and Pinchot, and of course, and Tigana appears over the hill, and that was pre-shot on film. Over Tigana appearing over the sand dune. So he comes and rescues them. Interestingly, after my monologue last week, which I hope wasn't ill-advised, I hope not. There's been a report about an Italian opera. Which in 2022 has used blackface, and you go, that is absolutely ridiculous and appalling, and there's no excuse for that. And having spent last episode me scolding modern people, going, there's no point telling off an old television program or getting on your high horse about morals you can't possibly quantify or understand without the context, and context is important. And no, Waris Hussein probably isn't a racist. And the dispensation of that sort of criticism, which is all too quickly thrown out by, I'm not going to sound old now, young people today. I talked about all that last week. Then that report comes out, and you get loads of people, probably of my age, going, well, nothing wrong with that. Should just be the right person for the job. And you think, well, if you think the right person for the job of playing a black character in a play is somebody that isn't a black person, then what are you saying, that all of the black actors that could have done that wouldn't be good enough actors? What does that say? Or opera singers or whatever. And so my the opprobrium I doled out last week to one side of the argument is thrown into sharp contrast, and a healthy reminder that the reason that particularly young people are so all over this sort of stuff is because it casts a long shadow, and it comes from a place of genuine concern, and there are people for whom the idea of blacking up and yellow face now would be perfectly acceptable, which I find absolutely baffling. But isn't it interesting that I'm, and obviously I hate racism more than I hate anti-racism, and yet my back is still put up by the propensity of fellow liberals to scold. But that's partially maybe because I'm an older person and I've got two young sons who will occasionally scold me, and that makes me feel very defensive. So maybe when I see people doing a bit of scolding, I'm reacting to my own automatic reaction. So it's always worth being aware of where you yourself are coming from, and being prepared to go, well, there's a reason I react the way that I do. But yes, so. That was a timely reminder that whilst it might be annoying to me that, as I say, I think we should be able to talk about these stories made at this time without always having to raise the spectre of different standards of representation, and actually, what was practically available to people at the time, because it gets a bit boring. And also, I just don't know what people, but anyway. But beyond that, there's also a reason why we have to be alert to that sort of stuff, because actually regressive steps are not necessarily as far away as we might think. So there we go. I think it's boring that I have to talk about all that stuff, and I don't have to talk about all that stuff. I can talk about whatever I want, but it is something that makes me think and consider, and I think one should always be aware of one's own potential to be wrong. But also I'm slightly defensive because I'm aware that this is something that goes out and people listen to, and if somebody wanted to, with ill grace or assuming the worst, twist the nuance I'm trying to bring to these arguments, say Toby Haydock thinks that Yellowface is all right, he's another racist, So I suppose that's where that comes from. Anyway, interesting. I like Darren Nesbitt's performance. I think his again you wouldn't cast him today, but from what we had in, and actually Waris Hussein or whomever filling the background with genuinely with non-made up actors or supporting artists means at least the sort of crowd scenes would be less offensive they potentially could have been. I mean, Barry Newbury was a great designer, but we know that external scenes set within a BBC studio are always a little bit of a compromise. But this stuff inside the tents looks absolutely amazing. And there's Zora Segal at the back. She comes back in the Crusade. She's not credited in this, but as Ping Cho's sort of assistant lady, she lived to be 102 and was an experienced movie actress by the end of her time. But she also gave Xenia Merton a bit of coaching for a special moment that comes up in the next episode. But I think she lived to be about 102. A heroine of the big and small screen. So the Doctor hasn't been in it yet, but this is another of those examples of a lot of the drama is coming from the environment. Now, it's being slightly twisted by the machinations of Tigana, but that's what makes him rather a good villain, is that he's sort of beavering away behind the scenes to turn what is available to him to his advantage. So the fact that it's hot, he's like, well, if they don't have any water, that'll go. And prior to that, we've had the sands, the sandstorm, which there's nothing supernatural about it at all. But because it's set in the past, and because there is legend about the noise that it makes, that gives it a kind of supernatural feel. So the story has its cake and eats it in that way. Is it invokes the supernatural, but gives it a rational explanation. So you could be scary and believable, which is great. And also something that has a legend attached to it is always just a little bit spookier, because legends are evocative of the past. And this is the past itself already. But if people in the past are talking about legends and, that because we're detached from those people, because the people that spun legends by the time that we read them are all long dead themselves, that gives it a special kind of haunting quality, because anything that from folklore or whatever is by its nature got an extra spooky dimension, because folklore was established by people themselves now long dead. So we've had the sands, and now we've got the water, which again very possible in these early days for just to come to a place, and the place itself be the danger, and the distance from the TARDIS. In this, it's actually not distance of proximity, but of story, but of character. Marco has separated the characters from the TARDIS. Becomes as much of a danger as a city full of machine creatures or whatever. The dangers here are no different really to those in the jungle around the Daleks, except there's no tentacled monster to drag you underwater, but there is a dry desert to dehydrate you, and a terrifying sandstorm to cut you to pieces. And here we have Doctor Who finally in this episode. This episode, when I was younger, was actually rumoured to exist. Now, there's a couple. There's the rumour, of course, about parts 1 and 2 still being in Iran. Somebody's followed a paper trail and said, it may be that 1 and 2 ended up in Iran and never came back, but some 3 to 7 something else happened to them. But there was also a rumor when I was younger. DWB and various publications ran missing episode rumors quite regularly. I remember the Highlanders 2 and 4 was one that was a pair of episodes that were rumored to be flying about. But for some reason, the Singing Sands, somebody had said the Singing Sands was about, and it seemed quite sort of plausible to go, what, just one episode of Marco Polo has turned up? Well, yeah, why wouldn't it? so for ages it was one of those ones I sort of assumed was out there somewhere, and it's only when you think about it 30 years later you go, that's no more or less likely than any other episode, and that rumour could have sprung from anything or anyone. I mean, in my time, I've probably heard of rumours of almost every single episode of Doctor Who existing somewhere, except bizarrely probably Galaxy 4 episode 3 and the Underwater Menace episode 2, which was the ones that did turn up pretty much the most recently. No, they turned up before Web and Enemy, didn't they? But I've still got some great hat action going on. I mean, they do look like lampshades, don't they? It's a nice looking set, this, with the exterior of the caravan, and they seem to be suggesting the heat quite nicely with the sort of, Ian's open shirt. But I don't think enough has been talked about the hats of Marco Polo, because I'm seeing some pretty good hat action. And a lot of these hats aren't in the pictures, thanks to the telesnaps. I think I'm much more aware of the lampshade hats. He's got a wonderful voice, hasn't he, Mark Eden? And he was a beast in Coronation Street. But I know that, Warris Hussain cast him because he was so handsome. Oh, yeah, without water, the Doctor's not going to last for 24 hours. Yeah, and I love the way these two sort of take each other to one side to sort of weigh up the different aspects of the drama. And here we have the famous scene of... and this is brilliant because I love it because we all know what it's like to be parched. And this is, parched turned up to 11 because he's been, in the desert. And we know that our heroes are there licking their dried, cracked, arid lips as this guy, drinks deep. And then that's such a cruel thing to do. And, it's not a traditional episode ending by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a really effective one, because it's a more subtle and sort of characterful way of sort of saying they're doomed. More traditional would be to have everybody lying in the sun going, if we don't get water soon we shall die. I think it's much to then see the villain sort of taunting our heroes even though they can't hear him. I think is a nice piece of writing. He's a very good writer, John Lucarotti. It's I think he I think there's an intelligence and a lyricism and a gift for character, but also all that stuff I talked about things meaning more than just what they do dramatically. So there we are. I'm sorry I went into another segue about you can it's just like you can date 70s Doctor Who from its propensity to have dodgy CSO. You can probably date Doctor Who discourse to the 2020s by having a stuttering middle-aged guy trying to address the culture wars either in as apologetic and liberal a way as he can, hello, that's me, or doubling down and being awful as we see all too often on social media. So I just think everybody should be nice to each other, but I also think as I say, scolding I don't think looks good, especially from the young. I mean, sorry, the young, but you don't know how to do things. But scolding, and I think again, wasting your time, sort of wagging your finger at something morality from 50 years ago is a bit like telling them off for not being able to use a microwave. I think I've used that. I think I may have used that analogy last week anyway. Let's not go any further with that. But as I say, the reason I addressed it again this week is because there's been a reminder for all my reticence about the scolding. things do still happen in this day and age that show that we haven't perhaps made the progress that people like me might think we've made, because I see the progress that we have made, and I maybe, because I'm a middle-aged white guy, I'm blind to things that are still happening that and I'm aware that there are still changes that need to be made and progress that needs to be made. So I am aware of that, but perhaps there are some areas where that happens where I don't notice, and I've got to be cognizant of that, because you should never rest on your laurels, and you should never think you know it all. I tend to go into most situations thinking I'm probably wrong. That's the other thing. I think there's a lot of certainty about my kids. Certainly, they're very sure of their morality, whereas and I find that a lot in when I have discourse with younger people. I'm sounding like such an old fart, aren't I? But there's a real sort of certainty. Whereas I don't know if it's as you get older or no, because I think I've always been, I've always got one eye on the fact that I could be totally wrong. So hedge your bets a little bit. But that might be then me being a little bit mealy-mouthed and just wanting to please everybody. And actually, real progress is made by people who are sure of themselves and who do crusade. So, it's difficult and it's interesting, and it's got sod all to do with Doctor Who, and probably everybody who's listened to this is really disappointed, and I'm sorry. I will talk about Margaret. Let's make up for it by handing over to a very interesting guest, who is Jeremy Bentham, who's going to tell us what his I haven't well, it's good because I have to download his video, actually. I have to choose my favourite thing about episode 2. Well, I like the fact that the environment itself is the danger. I like the fact that the guest characters already feel like part of an ensemble sort of cast. And this whole world is the only world that we're in. I think that's really we're 2 weeks ago they were wielding scissors at each other and talking as though they were slightly drunk, as some stock music echoed around the TARDIS, and now we're in the Gobi Desert or wherever, with a new group of friends / enemies. I also like the chess match and all of that sort of stuff, and the fact that John Lucarotti's got his eye on subtext. But I think what I really like about this episode, I think what really speaks to me about this episode, is the fact that William Hartnell isn't in it, yet he sort of is. It's almost, I think it is unique in the show's history, really, in that he's not had a week off. And he is actually in the episode, except he wasn't there sort of when it was being made, and comes in for that final scene. And that wasn't the original plan, and it was a last-minute expedient, and as a result, the production has to jiggle about a little bit and sort itself out. And yet it's still a really good and entertaining episode of Doctor Who, and it's a sort of almost production sleight of hand. And obviously that informs a modern audience in a slightly different way, because we know that William Hartnell sometimes had a week off, and so you might be watching it and thinking, oh, is he having one of his... Oh, no, he's not. Except, of course, that wouldn't have been the impact at the time, because people weren't as savvy of such things, and actually the show was in its infancy. So, but am I going to choose Hartnell's absence and the fact that they... Well, I think Hartnell's absence touches on so many things. It touches on the fact that the show has such a strong core ensemble, and that William Russell is such a great sort of de facto leading man when he needs to be. But it also speaks to that stuff about the world that's been created, and the fact that, Marco Polo himself has as much dramatic weight as any of the regulars, and what we've known him a week. It also speaks to the production and what the team had to do, and how this show was made, and how everybody just had to adapt and get on with it and do something a bit different because suddenly the leading man is taken ill. So yeah, because of the little ripple effects it has to every sort of part of the production, and that are all positives, bred from a negative, our leading actor isn't available. I'm going to point to, yes, the absence of Hartnell and all the things that it creates. Not because, and this is not because William Hartnell is not good or brilliant or wonderful. He is all of those things. And yet, in spite of that, his absence also creates stuff that are good and brilliant and wonderful. And I like that scene between Barbara and Susan that wouldn't have happened had it not been for the fact that the guy that was originally supposed to be in it is in his cottage in Mayfield, Surrey, I think, was it? Don't write in. Right. Let's see what Jeremy Bentham says. I'm loving Jeremy Bentham's contributions, by the way.
For the singing sands, best aspect of the singing sands, I've chosen sound design, something which Doctor Who as a series was tremendously accomplished in achieving, particularly during the 1960s. Now, special sound isn't just the music that would have been supplied by the composer Tristram Cary. We're also talking here about the special sounds, the special effects, stop music, any recorded sounds that have to be all played in on the night, live, during the taping of the episode. And you think about the orchestration that's required to do that, it's quite a considerable challenge to rise to. And I guess no more illustrates this better than the sandstorm scene in The Singing Sands, which transitions from an incredible period of quiet, highlighted by the tinkling bells of Tristram Cary's soundtrack, to the stock sounds of a horse whinnying to convey the silence of the atmosphere, before gradually you start fading out the pre-recorded track of the sandstorm, which then segues into the storm itself, where William Russell goes somewhere off screen to do his Susan ghostly voices that are meant to sound like the sands themselves doing their named singing. And all of that takes place live. As far as I can see, there was not a recording pause, an error or anything like that. It was all done in one take, which is absolutely staggering. So this is really an example of Doctor Who really being all right on the night.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because when I wrote that article for Doctor Who magazine, I contacted Brian Hodgson because I thought, it was a great opportunity to highlight his contribution to this period of Doctor Who. He didn't actually remember much about how they did the Singing Sands, but but I had that at the back of my mind when that sequence was happening, and then didn't refer to any of it, which surprises me because I would always talk about Brian Hodgson as one of the great undersung heroes of Doctor Who. I think Jeremy is absolutely right in that the soundscape and the special sounds in Doctor Who have always been very, very good. I mean, I love the little plonky noises of the TARDIS console and the scanner screen going up in the 80s. You know, that's all stuff that's familiar to me that you take so for granted, and then you go, oh no, that all had to be put in by mighty Dick Mills and Dick and Brian Hodgson. Does the special sounds up until the middle of the Pertwee era, and then Dick Mills takes over, and they're the only two guys. Does Elizabeth Parker do one episode? I think she might do one story, but I think other than that, Dick and Brian share the special sounds credit, for the whole of the series history, and Brian did the sound of the TARDIS, and I also contend that much as I love Dick's Plinky Plonky TARDIS and the 80s, funky sounds and blah, 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 I think Doctor Who in the Hartnell era sounds weird. And I don't think the show ever sounds quite as weird again. And that's, again, partially because I think we take space and time travel in our stride slightly more as we get used to the series. But if you work through it in order, I think there's and it goes back to what I talked about the environment, those jungle sounds of the alien planets that Brian does, those funny little whoops and caws and burbles, and some of the space sounds that have a sort of strange whooping awe about them, and a slightly zany sort of caterwaul and whoop about them, in a way that as we get more used to space travel, we don't maybe we just don't notice it as much. I don't know, but to me, I think Doctor Who is a really weird show in the 60s, and particularly in the Hartnell era, and more weird than it ever is after that. And as I say, maybe that's just partially due to familiarity, and I mean weird as a compliment. And I don't mean sort of way out and zany. I mean strange and unsettling and sort of perturbing and alien in the proper sense of the word. An alien, the genius of having someone like Brian doing the sounds is that even the past on terra firma, on our Earth, is alien and strange, and that comes, and that can be conveyed with the brilliance of the sound. So I think that's a great choice. I don't know why I didn't invoke the sound myself. Well, I am finding this slightly difficult, as I say, because I can normally at least follow the dialogue with the subtitles on, and so that I can sort of talk a bit more about what people are chatting about, and indeed, the what Jeremy described there about the sounds blending from one to the other. Well, I'm afraid there's no way I could pick on that, as I chatted away and got bogged down in all the stuff that I got bogged down in. Well, look, it's me talking off the top of my head and trying to be positive and trying to be positive about everything, even our modern day battles that we have. I generally think, give people a chance, assume the best in people, and try to persuade people of your point of view by reaching out and giving them the benefit of the doubt, and accepting that there are nuance in their arguments, even if they're saying stuff that you don't like or disagree with. And certainly don't try and find fault with somebody who generally thinks the same as you, but might phrase it in a different way. But look, that's all. It's funny, isn't it? Anyway, it's not funny. It's awful. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just because I've been spending too much time on Twitter today, and my time would be better spent mulling over positive things and having nice chats and doing this sort of thing. So we are all influenced by our own environment. And mine isn't a dry desert or some singing sands. It's other voices that if I'm not careful will lure me to my doom. So with that cautionary tale out of the way, I love you all, even those of you that I disagree with, and I hope that we can continue to have civilized conversations about what we like, and of course about what we don't like. But it's always very easy to talk about what we don't like. So here at Happy Times and Places, I try my best, even though I get sidelined sometimes, to talk about what I do like. And I do like Doctor Who, and I do currently like Marco Polo. Two very good. That's that. So we've done as long now as Edge of Destruction is. That's a funny old thing that I've done recently for my Too Much Information podcast. And isn't it extraordinary that then the next 2 weeks of Doctor Who is an entirely different kettle of fish? Well, look, I hope this has been an oasis in the desert of your day, and I shall speak to you again on the next edition, if you'll have me, of Happy Times and Places. Well, hello everybody. It's episode 3 of Marco Polo, which last week was called The Cave of 500 Eyes, and this week isn't. They keep changing their minds at the episode endings, don't they? So listen, it's the 3rd episode of this 7-part epic. You just heard the mighty Jeremy Bentham, one of the... Godfathers is wrong. Godfather is is a sort of, sort of caretaker, looking after you type of thing. No, he's one of the grandfathers, the granddaddies, he probably would appreciate that, of Doctor Who fandom. There from the early days, he's seen it all, and he's here to give testimony about Marco Polo. Interestingly, though, a story he wasn't wild about first time round. And I know a few fans. I wonder if Alan, there's a fellow I knew years ago called Alan in Wolverhampton, Willenhall, Wolverhampton, who'd seen it all from the very beginning. And he said, he used to go out and kick the football around rather than watch Marco Polo because it was boring. And you go, well, I do have some sympathy with that. If you're a kid who's been grabbed by this kooky, amazing sci-fi show, and suddenly they're all being philosophical about gourds and purring about chess, you might go, hang on, where are the things with lasers that turn people negative? I want that, please. Where's the jungle with the tendrils? I want that, thanks. I want stock footage of a caterpillar that looks like an alien. That is more exciting than any amount of singing sand dunes. However, Marco Polo currently is doing the business for me. I love the philosophical nature of the script. Love the guest cast. Love the sort of epic feel of the whole thing. And probably, I have to be honest, because it's lost. If you're a Doctor Who story, they say it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. If you never had a chance to love something up close and personal, it's always there as a tantalizing, oh, but if only. And so you probably desire it just a little bit more. That metaphor may not have been entirely one I'm comfortable with. But anyway, let's now caress episode 3 of Marco Polo and cast, if not 500, a couple of eyes over in 3, 2, 1. And once again, I'm not watching this on DVD because it's not on a DVD. I'm watching it on so I don't have any subtitles, which means that I won't be able to probably talk about the dialogue as much as I would like, which is a shame because there are some absolutely terrific lines courtesy of John Lucarotti, who was a great lyrical writer, and he'd written a 7-part Canadian series. No, 15-part, wasn't it? Canadian series about Marco Polo. See, he kind of knew the story and the characters, and he just went, well, I'll sort of shoehorn Doctor Who into it. But actually, the Doctor and the companions are an absolutely essential part of this, and the way that he's fused the story of Marco Polo with the Travellers, I think is very effectively done. And I mean, just look at the costumes as well. I mean, presumably a lot of this stuff came from stock, but it shows the advantage of having a BBC with a costume department. And I was listening to something today talking about the future of the BBC. See, it's called 500 Eyes, whereas last week it said next week the Cave of 500 Eyes. So they changed the episode title between episodes. So is that, yeah? And I think that's the only time that happens. I mean, at the end of the gunfights, it says next week Doctor Who and the Savages, but that's more of an announcement, sort of going, and the stories are going to be called just one thing from now on. We do like Marco Polo narrating the action. This really does feel like his story, which I really like. Oddly, when, obviously I'm a follower of the Doctor and his companions, and they're, the figures that one as a viewer latches onto. I always sort of like it when the show gives a story. I love Love and Monsters for giving Elton his little moment in the sun, and I like the fact that this is kind of Marco's. It's called Marco Polo. He's the famous one. Let him out. He's the one doing the travelling, And I really like that. And that was Waris Hussein who decided to do that. I'm certain Luca Rotti did have narration, but from the Travellers, I think. What was I talking about? The BBC, and the public service broadcasting is in trouble, and I understand the arguments about commercialism being important because it brings in competition and things like that. But actually, I think you need a public service alternative as well, because actually, as a lot of the BBC's output at its prime showed, that there aren't many ITV shows from the 60s, 70s, 80s that have endured in the way that a lot of BBC stuff did. And this, of course, is extremely Reithian. And I love, and I didn't mention it during episode 1, I love the bit where, which I didn't know about, when they have the conversation about the temperature of the water, and Marco's misapprehension about how the science of that works up in the high altitude. And this is absolutely brilliant. Sidney Newman, Lord Reith, Doctor Who, courtesy of John Lucarotti, going, how do I solve this? And I don't know if he came up with a solution first and then worked out the peril backwards, but however he's done it, the peril is they have no water. That's a great piece of dramatic peril within a travelogue adventure. People getting stuck and dying of thirst in the desert was a thing that happened in stories and comics and literature, and and the sort of stuff that was around at the time. And it makes perfect sense that should be a peril. He's brought it in that the Doctor's poorly and needs to go in the TARDIS, which means that Hartnell being ill last week kind of helped with that, because he was going to go in the TARDIS. He was going to end up in the TARDIS anyway, but his enforced absence actually helps with that part of the story. And he's in the TARDIS, and I mean, it's never quite happened since, of course, and now I think the temperature outside the TARDIS does not affect what's going on inside because it's in a different dimension. So I don't think you could do that now. But here, at this point, it makes sense to go, okay, well, if they're inside this thing, our science knows about how condensation works, and what it is, and so although the Doctor did nothing to manipulate it or orchestrate it, he didn't make it happen. But him being in there because he's poorly, and he just got boom, 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 boom. And then they have to explain it to Marco because he doesn't quite understand. But then, he's probably seen it happen. He's seen dew and things like that. So he knows that does make a sort of sense to him once it's explained to him. So it works perfectly for all those characters. And then, and within the drama and the story, it's a great solution to their situation, even though, as I say, you couldn't do it now, I don't think, because of what we know about the TARDIS. Hatwatch, yay! And then what I like is that having gone, right, we've got the water, it's actually quite modern, isn't it? We're suddenly at a lick, we're with Tigana. There's no, right, let us drink the water and let us go to Tigana, and he is there and he sees it. It's like we're with Tigana. We've got that bit of the story done. So for a story that it does take place on quite a long old trek, that's quite a snappy jump. And I mean, how do we feel about the fact that Tigana's obviously a baddie? And I do like his double pointy beard, by the way. He's even got the devil's beard. And it is, and I do like the purred villainy of Darren Nesbitt, who I think is a really interesting actor. I love his number 2 in the Prisoner episode. It's a really idiosyncratic, but nicely idiosyncratic, not attention seeking. He's a slightly sort of lovable, eccentric number 2, slightly charming. and completely different in this. And I mean, he seems somehow bigger as well and burly, which he doesn't seem in some of his other parts. I think it's a really interesting part for him, and he's a very 60s actor as well. I remember the he's credited. Is he credited on one of the? Does he do the voiceover for the hanging on the day to day? It's not him, but they have these false credits where they show a live hanging from the 60s, and I think the voiceover there is Darren. And Darren Nesbitt was used by the comic strip who used people like Ronald Allen. They used actors from the past they had a sort of slight affection for. But I think he deserves to be more than that. He did a film quite recently, didn't he? Which he got some quite big acclaim for, and maybe if the film had a bigger release, he'd have got it might have really well. Would it really? I don't know, but I think he certainly deserves to be more than the guy we remember from the 60s. I think he's a really interesting actor. The closest I've got is I had an email from him once, but where he said he would be interested in doing an interview, but he was off to work somewhere, and then my follow up, I didn't hear back, and I don't like to bother people, so I've had a little bit of contact with him, but he's one that got away, but I think he deserves more to be more than an actor we remember from the 60s. I think he's a really good and interesting actor. But his career was slightly tainted by a couple of things that happened later. So it's not all just about the vagaries and uncertainties of the acting profession. But he's still working, and he's done a big finish too, hasn't he? At least one. Couple. But I think I got distracted talking about Darren Nesbitt. But why not? Why not talk about Darren Nesbitt? He's a good actor. And Jacqueline Hill is a good actress. That's right. How do we feel about Tigana's obvious villainy? Well, I mean, I think it's quite nice that Polo of course has much more reason to trust Tigana. He knows who he is, and he's supposed to be going with him as a sort of peace emissary, whereas these four travellers have come out of nowhere, and so actually that does work within the context of the story, that Polo is quite keen to give Tigana a few chances, despite the fact that the travellers are suspicious of him. But I like the fact that the travellers are going like, hang on, why didn't if you're saying you were attacked by bandits, why didn't they have a fire? Well, so the travellers are using their intelligence in the way that an intelligent young viewer would also be sort of thinking, but if that's his excuse, how come this? So I think they're doing a nice job in that regard. This I love. I love the fact that in a 7-part story, you can have a moment like this that is unlike any other moment in Doctor Who. It's a little performance piece that is nonetheless informs the story. I mean, we could just have had a line saying the Hashashins did this, but it is illustrated in a way that it would have been done in the time, so it gives us a sense of period. It gives a new young actress a moment to shine. It gives a guest character a lovely moment within the episode, and it will have been, because she did it very well and all in one take, and it's not just the monologue. She will have done it with movement, because she was schooled by Zora Seagal. That was one of the reasons Zora Seagal is an extra in this, is that she was on hand to also instruct Xenia Merton in some of the mime and the movements. And the backing of Tristram Carey's music is lovely as well. Lovely, it gives it a lovely sort of lyrical backing. Lyrical is the wrong word, but it gives it a lovely augmentation. And it's lovely. and it's charming, and the story could live without it, but it would be lesser for not having it. And that's what is afforded by the slightly long form. Although, I was talking to some friends tonight about, Netflix series and some of the longer form series we'll get today. Fans of this period of telly, as I'm sure you are, and I certainly am, always sort of go, but in those days, they could afford to have things like this because they had a longer running time. Some series on Netflix these days, and some of the longer, I've started watching some telly over the past 3 or 4 years and gone, this is pleasingly slow. It's a bit like, it's a bit like some 60s telly, is that it's prepared to take its time. And I have to say the novelty's worn off a bit. There is some 10-part series on Netflix that could easily chop off about 5 episodes, and if I have to watch another series where, say, episode 6 ends on a belting cliffhanger, then episode 7 starts with 3 years earlier, and you basically spend that whole episode building up to the cliffhanger you saw last week. That boils my piss. Or that will tell her that sort of non-linear thing where we'll go back to an incident from the past that informs the present, which is, yes, an interesting and clever way of telling the story, but it's become a cliche now that also takes ages to sort its to go about its business. And I would much rather see just a lovely sort of showcase performance like that. And I love that it exists within Doctor Who, this mad old show that didn't quite know what it could and couldn't do. So it went, well, why don't we have a bit where this character who's only ever going to be in 7 episodes of Doctor Who in one story, who we're never going to see, we've never seen before and we'll never see again. Why don't we give her this nice bit where, and plays are full of that, where a character might come on for one scene and have an amazing. So you need a good actor to do it, I love that. Philip Voss as Akomat. This is nice having telesnaps for this, because the first ever recon of this done by Loose Cannon, who do brilliant work, and they source photos of actors from close to the time, and even some of the extras and everything. They go into fastidious detail, but they had no idea what Philip Voss looked like in Marco Polo, because we had no photos of him from Marco Polo. So the pictures of him in the very first recon, he looked nothing like he does in the story, because there's no other production that exists where he's in makeup to make him look like he does in Marco Polo. He's a sort of small part in this. It's a decent part for a young actor. And he's got excellent diction, Philip Voss. He has excellent diction. And he returns in The Dominators and is in episode 1. He went on to be one of our finest classical actors, playing leading roles for the Royal Shakespeare Company much, much later in his career. And was still, I think, a reasonably respected actor, up to sort of middle age, and then suddenly had this late blossoming. And I talked to him about this, and he said he'd worked with the director Mike Alfreds, who is a director I've heard other actors talk about, who suddenly changed their thought process, their approach to how they work as actors, and how they must react to everything as though they've just heard it the first time, and to listen. And it was just interesting hearing him, who was a very able actor at this stage. He's excellent. He's the best thing about episode 1 of The Dominators. And he's good in this, especially as it's an early telly for him. But that he was halfway through his career, he suddenly said he became a different actor, and that's what enabled him to progress and play Shylock for the RSC and all of that sort of thing. So and how fascinating that he pops up in Doctor Who twice in fairly humble contributions to the 2 stories that he's in, but nonetheless he was always happy to be interviewed. I interviewed him by over the line. I was at the Frog and Bucket Comedy Club actually, and I used their office to talk to him when I was a bit homeless because I was going through a divorce. And I remember calling him, and he was so charming and lovely, and had this wonderful voice. And he said at the end, and because he was slightly campactory in a way, that I just adore. And he went, and good luck with the project. And I loved him for that. And I did actually meet him later, and we corresponded a couple of times, and he was very, very charming and lovely. And for somebody that had the career that he had to indulge us as Doctor Who fans, I think he speaks on the Loose Cannon recon as well. And I know Richard Bignell interviewed him for his making of Marco Polo that he did. And we got him on Out of the Unknown. My name is Philip Voss, and I played a policeman. Glorious. Now this is interesting. Beware when you say the word interesting, because the bad is there. This, I think, is where one can look at the depiction of other cultures and other nationalities and go, well, we wouldn't do that now. Where I think the dice throwing, the silent extras, are sort of almost alien, because we don't hear them have any dialogue, because that's a practical thing, because they're non-speaking extras. But that adds to the horror of what they're doing, and they're rolling dice to decide who kills Barbara, which is horrible, which is vile, and it reminds me a little bit of the sort of Russian roulette in The Deer Hunter, where those characters, they do have dialogue, but it's all dialogue that you don't understand, and both, I think, curiously, they sort of other, as it were, the bad guys. They are unknowable because we don't understand how they speak, and so they're somehow not human. They're somehow alien, or a worse implication, sort of savage or something like that. And I think that's a way of portraying this sort of stuff then, that I think more so than now dated makeup or Jimmy Gardner here with sticky tape on his eyes, putting on a sort of an attempt at an accent, which again is wise that Darren Nesbitt doesn't do, I think, but Jimmy Gardner does. That's interesting that they don't have any sort of uniformity. But the guys rolling the dice about Barbara are extras, so they're not going to say anything anyway. And yes, as I say, that makes them sort of, that others them. Whereas I think now, if you were doing that, you would probably want those characters to be speaking characters and to show from their point of view why they see Barbara as a reasonable victim, why in their eyes it's okay to kill Barbara, because that is more interesting to us now. That sort of in terms of drama, of going, well, the real drama comes from the fact that we kind of understand where they're coming from, but we still don't want them to kill Barbara. Whereas in the television of this time, you go, oh no, they're scary, they're other. And I say that with no judgment to either of those ways of doing things, but just as an observation of something that I could be talking absolute nonsense, but I think there's something in that. But on the subject of the people in the old days who did Yellowface, they were terrible racists and awful people. Jimmy Gardner, playing Chenchu here, won the Distinguished Flying Cross. He was a World War II hero fighting against fascism. The average life expectancy of a bomber pilot was 2 sorties, and most retired after 15. If you did 15, you were lucky to survive, my God, and you were then excused from doing any further. But and given lighter duties, to being a dispatch rider or something like that. But Jimmy Gardner did not like riding on motorbikes, and so actually requested to go up in the air again, and did another 15 sorties, and showed courage under fire, and so did double the amount of missions that he should have done, and defied the odds and survived them all. So that sort of, I think that sort of thing is worth taking into account when we sit in judgment of people from the past. And that's a lovely. This is a lovely thing of drama. It's just, the moving eyes in a wall. I don't know why I find that comforting, but I do. It's like a sort of like the parching in the desert. It's a sort of thing that we kind of know of from this. Charles Wade is only in this episode. I think he died in maybe the late 60s. Anyway, too late to talk about him. But yes, his character only appears in this one episode. He's the older ally of Tigana and of Philip Voss. But Jimmy Gardner is an interesting character, but he's in it next week, so we could talk about him, beyond his World War II exploits. But everyone has a story to tell, and everyone, I think, is has remarkable things about them, and that to me is more interesting than some of the things we often do when we look to the past. And as I said, I said I wouldn't talk about it, but especially I think when we are a bit arrogant in our attitudes to what has come before us, as if everything that we have now is a result of our own progress, when actually any progress that was made might well have been initiated by those people from the past that we're being rather disdainful of. That the momentum of others got us to here. So careful about taking too much credit for it. So I like the moving eyes. I think that's a great cliffhanger ending. That's a really nice sort of Perils of Pauline kind of daring do adventure series type of thing, which this story needs some of, because much as we love it for its poetry and its characterization, it does need jeopardy because it's an adventure serial. And that had plenty of that. I mean, I think the capture of Barbara, and that throwing of the dice to decide who's going to kill her is really horrible. And seeing Tigana with his mates, the plots are brewing sort of, outside of Marco's camp, whilst, Ian and Barbara are trying to suggest to Marco that Tigana's up to no good. So the tension is bubbling up, and there's danger sort of lurking in every corner, as well as the fact, of course, that Marco doesn't want the travellers to keep the thing that's going to get them home. So lots going on. There's lots of spooky atmosphere, I think, in those cave scenes, and that wonderful. I have to give it that. The monologue from Xenia Merton, just because of its unique contribution to Doctor Who. I don't think there's anything else quite like it, and I love the fact that there are, however many 600 odd episodes of classic Who, God knows how many now, that in all of those, in episode 3 of Marco Polo, there's a bit that is unlike any other bit in the whole of Doctor Who, and so I can't not cherish that. And I rather like the fact that it is the work of a writer that only wrote 3 stories, and then, I mean, whether how much of the massacre he actually wrote is open to argument. An actress who's only in 7 episodes of Doctor Who, and all right, Sarah Jane Adventures as well, playing a different part. But, it's not a showcase moment for a doctor. It's not a standout bit for a companion. It's not a companion's leaving scene or arriving scene or an episode that focuses on them. It's not a doctor hero moment. It's not even the main guest star's big speech or big self-sacrifice or big villainous declamatory moment. It's this really sweet character who's got her own story within it, which is a lovely sort of bittersweet story. She's going to, because I talk through them in dialogue. They've had the conversation, haven't they, where I'm going to go marry this guy I've never met, and that makes us all go, oh, hang on, this is interesting stuff about different cultures and what is different Moors from different times, and that makes us aware that our way of doing things isn't the only way that things are done, and the way that things happen with other people that bring up their own dramas. And I think all of that is really worth exploring in Doctor Who, if it is within a dramatic story with bad guys with swords and caves with eye holes that move. It's a great cliffhanger. I love that cliffhanger, even though, I mean, how does that work? Is it a really thin bit of stone? Because that's going to have to be a really thin cave wall for somebody behind it to have their eyes looking through. Do you get cave walls? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like the ones that the wall doors, the cave doors that swing open in Peladon, isn't it? Anyway, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna prosper with Jeremy, because I think he's maybe choosing, different examples of technical things or aspects of the making of the show that go up, that all combine together to make this great whole, as it were. But I can only go with my instincts, and I would feel it would be remiss of me, I think, to ignore that bit that the story could totally do without. And that probably, as a viewer, I prefer scenes when people are arguing, or where there's big drama, or there's big bits of action, or there's, repressed emotion. That's more my sort of dramatic cup of tea. But I love that but for what it is on its own terms. And the fact that so much that time was spent on this lovely piece of pure performance. And for me, at the end of the day, as a viewer, and as an actor, I suppose, I know people like Christopher Eccleston and Louise Jameson, excellent actors both, always say, the script is the thing and the writing's the thing. For me, I think it's always been a good actors can make terrible stuff sound great. I think I think it was Edward Peel said, I'm going to swear now, which I don't normally do in this, but I'm going to quote. So hide your ears if you're of any. He said, "Good actors can make shit smell sweet," and I think there is an element to that. And that's odd, because I'm a writer and I write as well. But I like good actors doing good stuff, and I think because the actor has to do it in the moment. Whereas a writer, you go back and you refine, and you go, what you're seeing when you're seeing an actor do a thing, they were doing it right then. And there's all and acting on television is hard, because you have to hit it's not like being on stage in quite the same way. On stage you do have to catch your light and all of that sort of thing. But with all the technical stuff going on and your cameras and especially in the 60s when it was done as live, I think there's something so pure about that I love. So it would be remiss of me not to choose Xenia Merton's lovely monologue about the tale of the Hashashins. And I love the educational aspects as well. That's, we've had the condensation there, and we've had a little bit of history lesson about the assassins. And I remember I learnt that through Hashashins means assassin. Oh, brilliant. I don't know if I did learn that through Doctor Who. I think I might have known that anyway. But I love the fact that I love it when Doctor Who tells you a thing that makes you put two and two together and go, oh yeah, yeah, love it. But anyway, yeah, Xenia Merton's monologue. What has Jeremy Bentham chosen?
No mention of Marco Polo would be complete without a very special mention for Waris Hussein, the story's director, because Waris was an absolute master of the close-up. Look at his work on 100,000 BC to see what he achieves with moving pictures. Look at any of the telesnaps and you'll see the vast majority of them show the actors in close-up, giving the very best performances that he's encouraged from them. No more so does this happen in this episode, when you've got Ping Cho, Xenia Merton, delivering nearly 2 pages of solo dialogue as a sort of music, movement and mime act, which again she does all in one take. The applause that she gets at the end, you really feel was merited both by the cast and by the characters they were playing. And there is a sparkling pace to Marco Polo's production. It doesn't sag in the way that what? If any of you have got the discs of Pathfinders, the previous series that was done by Sidney Newman, have a look at that, because it's a very, very good set of series. But when you watch the episodes on the playbacks, they're slightly stagey, slightly static in a way that Doctor Who never was. And Doctor Who, one of its biggest fortes, was actually producing cliffhangers. And this that all the directors, but also especially Waris Hussein, could do in spades. The 500 Eyes episode has to me, one of the best episode cliffhangers of all time that terrified me as a kid, because you start with that tracking shot along the side of the cave walls, and then suddenly one of the cave wall illustrations, the eyes are moving. Just for a second, they blaze like the hood in Thunderbirds. You cut away to Susan's scream, and then when you cut back at the end of the episode, but the blazing eyes have gone, and it's just a light of quartz. Is it an illusion? Is it a ghost? Well, you have to find out next week.
Ah, I mean, he alluded there, didn't he, to the speech, but he was choosing Waris Hussein. So I'm gonna lose. He who wins shall lose, and he who loses happy times and places is always bloody me. But Waris Hussein is excellent. Waris is, I mean, and this is what gives me hope about Marco. Well, no, if it turns up, I'll be happy anyway. But hope that that it is as good as we all think, is because, you know, the caveman stuff is in the first story, which I noticed, Jeremy, they're called 100,000 BC. That's very interesting. See, you're never too old to adopt the new ways of saying things. I mean, I am. I still don't call it that. And I'm aware of the flaws in any argument that I may have, but I move with the times. I watch BBC Three teen dramas, but I'm never saying the Massacre of St Bartholomew's Eve. But anyway, or Dalek Cutaway. I mean, I know I just said them, but you know what I mean. But Waris Hussein's direction of the caveman stuff, which, you know, script wise is pretty thin in places. It makes those episodes better than they've any right to be. And he you know, and I talked about this when I did the Happy Times and Places on the Cave People episodes, as chosen by the glorious and gorgeous Jim Sangster, is that his use of close-ups and trusting his actors. And this is obviously cast very well. All the actors in this are great. You know, the fact that you've got a young Philip Voss there, you know, as one of the smaller roles, means that you know. I remember Philip saying, "I was just so hungry," because of course people were. In fact, I've just been going through some paperwork on Reginald Tate, who played Quatermass, and there's a letter to him about a play that he did, you know, at the BBC, and they're saying, you know, thanks for staying at the end of the day to do a few pickups, especially as we were aware that you hadn't eaten all day, because of course, you know, it's the other thing you forget about the 60s, when, you know, when we all, you know, can grab a sandwich from Pret a Manger and eat pretty well and have quite the array of food that we have available to us would have astonished these you know, the people making this stuff, who are people we can have met and have encountered and have shared this earth at the same time as we have. But, you know, there were real, you know, lack of the sort of resources that we have, and Philip, you know, and availability of foodstuffs and convenience and all of that sort of stuff. And yeah, Philip described very evocatively how terribly, as a poor young actor, how really hungry he was. And in fact, Xenia Merton had a story, didn't she, about how because they had canteen food there, you know, when she went for the evening meal, you know, and it was spotted dick and custard for tea, for pudding, she filled up on that because she's like, wow, this is an absolutely massive treat, and then and was surprised that none of the regulars were, and then realised why when she came to do her performance, because she was full of spotted dick and custard, and so slightly sort of loafy as a result. You know, so yeah. The past is another country. They eat different things there. Why did I get onto food? Because what did I do? I batted from one subject to another, probably halfway through a sentence, and probably left some thoughts unfinished. I liked his description there of the camera pan along the wall to the eyes, because of course that's obviously something he actually remembers seeing. I'm very envious of anybody that has seen the moving pictures of Marco Polo. Please, somebody find them. I'm loving this story for all sorts of different reasons, and I love it sort of slightly elegiac feel that it has, and I do hope that's not just because it's slightly unreachable and I'm having to fill in bits with my imagination, and that it doesn't all look like the clunky fight scenes in the time. A lot of Doctor Who from the 60s. You have to do it a lot of favors when you're watching it. And so I can't suddenly start imagining that this looks like a feature film. This looks like Lawrence of Arabia or whatever, because it won't. It will look much closer to the Time Meddler than it does to Lawrence of Arabia. So, but I think, the strengths that it has, the lovely dialogue. We know it's a good director. The work that the cast are doing, I think bleeds out from the audio and from the pictures that we have. I think it's good. I think it's lovely. I think it's high end Doctor Who, and it's really nice to be rediscovering it with somebody who was there. And I think of this very much as a companion piece to the Daleks Master Plan podcast that I did of these, because that was another one that I'd been really daunted by doing, simply because it's lots of old black and white episodes that are largely missing, that I also don't know particularly well, but introduced by a veteran fan. And I think sometimes these guys get, like Ian and Jeremy, I don't know why we don't talk to them more. Why they aren't? I get away with murder. I'm on all sorts of official Doctor Who releases. I think people like Jeremy, who laid the foundations, and are obviously very erudite and articulate and insightful commentators and informed. Again, I'm sorry, young people, but I'm from a generation where you look at the people that went before you and you sort of venerate them, because they were there in those hallowed times, and they have experience and they have knowledge that one can benefit from. And I think in this, so it does maybe touch upon some of the obsessions I've been having as I've been going through this. I know that this is partially because of provocations I've had. I'm the father of two young men, and they speak to you as if you're an idiot and don't know anything. So maybe I'm slightly touchy about sort of the next generation writing off that went before. But I certainly do think that when I was their age, you looked back at the past, or I certainly did, as a place and people that you learnt from. And there are societies that treat their old people with veneration, and cultures that that treat their old people extremely well, because they have been there and they have seen it, and they should therefore be respected. Whereas it seems to me these days, we're dinosaurs who don't know anything. But maybe that's just getting older in the UK, and that has always happened, because it's like, Grandad, you're such a square. I mean, that's been the anthem of youth for decades. So that's the other thing to remember, is that what you think are the terrible mores of today is just history repeating itself, and the arguments between the generations have pretty much echoed to the same tune, even if the lyrics occasionally change. So there we go. But I, for one, am always more than happy to hear from and speak to those fans from, who watch the show from the beginning, because there are some great people amongst them, really interesting observers who bring with them their own experiences that can only benefit us. So, thanks to Jeremy Bentham. And what will his eyes be staring at next week? Well, I can tell you it'll be a wall of lies, but I'm sure Jeremy won't be telling any. In the meantime, thank you very much for listening, and happy times and places to you all. Ta-ta. Well, hello and welcome everybody. It's time for part 4 of the Doctor Who classic, the missing 7-part historical adventure, Marco Polo. This episode, Wall of Lies, but hopefully it will be a monologue of truths after that truncated their introduction from Jeremy Bentham, my guest. If you'd like to hear the whole thing, which is worth hearing, but early on with these podcasts, I realise you don't want the whole thing to introduce every single episode, so you get the whole one on episode 1. And then just a short reminder on the subsequent ones. But Jeremy's well worth listening to. And actually, because we have the advantage, I'm going to turn the fact that I'm flying by the seat of my pants to an advantage. As I record this, episode 3 has gone out to patrons. Patrons are 6 months in advance. If you're not a patron and you're listening to this, you could have been, doused in facts and speculation and non sequiturs and random unnecessary and probably slightly self-indulgent self-reflection. When you had a few more hairs on your head and a few fewer wrinkles around your brow. But for the patrons, I'm recording this as episode 3 has gone out, and this is episode 4. So it's it's very much a work of desperation. But what that does mean is that we've had a little bit of feedback that I can share, because we're sort of as live. So, and there's a lot of love, I'm very pleased to say, for my guest, Jeremy Bentham, who is a very self-effacing person who I don't think would acknowledge that he's one of the heroes of Doctor Who fandom, but he really is, and therefore Doctor Who as a whole, because fandom in those early days, I think, was very important to establish some of the stuff that we know now, and to teach us how to research, who to research, to speak to people that are now no longer available to us. All sorts. Now that any old divvy with an iPhone raise his hand can get access to people. Very, very different in those days. Very, very different. People were nothing like as accessible, nor as, I think, interested in talking in the same way that they are now. So I'm glad there's a lot of love for Jeremy. Frank Shale says, the Doctor and his many friends and allies may be seen as the hero of the show as it appears in fiction. But Jeremy Bentham is paramount as my hero of Doctor Who in real life. Without his efforts in the 1970s, I would never have found the portal to a deeper understanding of the series and everything it led to. My life would have been immeasurably poorer, and I would not have found the friends I have or the ability to appreciate every creative enterprise in a less superficial way than I know what I like. I appreciate the work of talented people we don't see on screen because of JJB, the original explorer, the Marco Polo of my Doctor Who fandom. I think that's brilliantly put, and therefore worth sharing in its entirety. Thank you, Frank. And Siobhan Galichard adds, he's still wrong about the gunfighters, though. Ha ha ha. Well, I've just been writing a podcast about Doctor Who, a celebration, and the Haining books that Jeremy Bentham wrote, the story assessments of, in which it was established that the gunfighters is the worst ever Doctor Who story, TM. So listen out for that. It will actually have come out before this for non-patrons, but for patrons, who knows? Depends where I am. I don't know what's happening at the moment. And Peter Crocker tells us that, because in the Singing Sands, I said there was a rumour in the 80s that it existed. Peter Crocker says, the rumour about the Singing Sands originates from Telecon in 1987. While introducing the surprise screening of The Faceless Ones 3, at the time officially missing, Mick Smallman mischievously said, unfortunately, we can't show the Singing Sands for copyright reasons, but we do have this instead. So, therefore, a Doctor Who fan done a joke, and its humorous nature completely bypassed the neural receptors of some of the Doctor Who fans in the audience. Who'd have thought that? And they took it on face value and repeated it as a fact, and it stuck. Oh, there's so many things going on there that are typical of Doctor Who fans, that it could almost be the entire experience bottled. That's my David Warner tribute. I'm recording this in the week of the death of David Warner, sadly. Wonderful man, wonderful actor. Michael Herbert tells us Xenia Merton appeared in Space 99, of course, as Sandra. Yes, indeed, sadly no longer with us. Yes, I wrote her obit for The Guardian. And David Gillespie gave me half a point for episode 3 because my choice and Jeremy Bentham sort of crossed over. Thank you, David. I still don't think I stand a chance. I think Jeremy is a lot more scrupulous and scholastic and methodical than I in the choices he's chosen. You know, the lighting and the director and something else. Doesn't matter. It's. I think that probably the. I don't know. Do you like the bits where we choose? Oh, it's just something to hang a conversation on, isn't it? Nothing to get too bogged down in. I doubt anyone's keeping score. If you are, well, you know, I'm not going to hobby shame anybody. So let's get to episode 4 of Marco Polo, Wall of Lies. In 3, I'm watching the Loose Cannon Recon in 3, 2, 1, and of course it has to load. Here we go. Well, I mean, you know, a word about the recons as well. The fact that we can experience this in anything like watchable form is delightful. Excuse me while I'm actually having carrot juice, so I expect to regenerate in an ignominious fashion very shortly. I'll fall off my exercise bike. So they're looking for Barbara in telesnap form. You can tell when it's a telesnap because they've got the sort of lines going down the screen. But there's so many photos and things here. I love that image. That's a really Doctor Who-y thing, isn't it? That cliffhanger of the eyes moving in the wall. It's very much the thing of sort of, you know, Sinbad and perilous adventures and the sort of thing that was drama of the time that adventure, you know, swashbuckling kind of adventure sort of stuff with caves and moving eyes and. Yes, Jimmy Gardner there with a skull cap. I didn't even know we'd got many photos of him, but yeah, I can tell it's him now. But he's best known as a sort of Sidney Bromley kind of figure, you know, bald head. He wouldn't have needed a bald cap for most of his career. Bald head, hair out the sides, and big bushy beard. He is one of those that, you know, who'd then play clowns for the Royal Shakespeare Company. It's a particular look. He's the sort of guy who looks like he could have been a peasant in a Terry Gilliam film had Sidney Bromley not been available. Sidney Bromley never in a Doctor Who. Oddly, because he was one of those ubiquitous sort of character players. You know him from lots of Dragon Slayer and Terry Gilliam films and has never been in Doctor Who, so why am I talking about him? He's in a couple of the Quatermasses as well. One of them without his big whiskery beard. But anyway, Sidney Bromley, wild-eyed. Like I said, he looked like Catweasel, basically. He wouldn't have needed makeup to play Catweasel. But never did a Doctor Who. And I got asked by the patrons on my AMA. Liam sent a question saying, you know, which actors should have been in Doctor Who. And, of course, my mind went completely blank, thinking of all sorts of actors that were working in British television over 26 years who didn't do a Who. I love that question, love that idea. And obviously you don't go, Jack Lemmon, you know, trying to pick somebody that was working on British television. And I remember on a Gallifrey Base forum somebody saying, who's the list of actors you think should appear in Doctor Who? And somebody went, Michael Shanks, Richard Dean Anderson. You go, okay, you like Stargate, but let's try and get it to people who are likely to be in the sphere of Doctor Who. And I know Ben Browder and Ryan Carnes and a couple of American-based actors have ended up doing TV Doctor Who, but I have more fun with the exercise when you try and so, as I say, I like the idea of thinking about actors that never appeared in TV Doctor Who during the classic era that could have done, that were in the vicinity. Like, why did Charles Kay or Anthony Valentine never turn up? And interesting, why did Darren Nesbitt never appear in the show again after Marco Polo? The chances are he was around. I suppose he was very much a 60s kind of figure. He had, I mean, it's on public record. He was, I think he did go to court for spanking his girlfriend. I think there was something went on there, and I think that probably made his career take a backward step. And he'd poured all his money into a film called The Amorous Milkman that, at a time when sort of odd jobs or manual work or jobs particularly associated, you're like a handyman, or there's the Confessions films, aren't there, where he's a window cleaner and a milkman, and it's like the sort of jobs done by men who call at your house. But what if they were men who you bored wives to kiss? There's a whole genre of British films like that, and I fear Darren Nesbitt was perhaps slightly late to the party with his Amorous Milkman. And that perhaps his thought that a British... I've never seen it. A British sex comedy was just what we needed. Was perhaps not as on the zeitgeist as he might have thought. Which is a shame, because I think he's a really interesting actor. I love his soft, purred intonation here, and he looks magnificent. I mean, that costume they've got him in. They must have been very hot under the studio lights in that stuff. But they're leather and they're studded and they're fur-lined and then you've got all these tapestries at the back. I mean, it looks great. I mean, I wonder how much we would have lost that it was in black and white, and actually, the real magnificence was in the studio. But I'll still, I'm happy for it to come back so I can discover how disappointed. I've just dropped my cup of tea, but miraculously, the cup has survived, and I've got a tiled floor, so I can keep. Don't sink yet. I can keep transmitting, because I don't like having to stop it, because then it might knock your viewing out of sync. If you are viewing, a lot of people don't even watch the episode, so I don't know what you're getting out of this, because I've spoken about it. So, yes, sadly, a cup of tea that was just at exactly the right temperature. I don't have the most robust of mouths, so when it's too hot, I have to let it cool down a bit, and then it gets too cold very quickly. So I have to. It's like a shower. I have to. There's an ideal point when I drink my tea. But if I was to do that now, I'd have to lick it off the floor. This TARDIS crew is fantastic, isn't it? Because I often think, I mean, I do think the Davison TARDIS is a little overcrowded, but it works really well here. I think something to do with the length of the stories and the speed of the storytelling. But Barbara's been imperiled here. Susan is befriending Ping Cho. Ian is befriending Marco. They can afford to take up the action if the Doctor vanishes, but everyone has a sort of role in the story. And I actually quite like. I know Tigana has, is if we want to be cruel about it, is a pretty obvious villain. I refer you back to Kieran Hodgson's brilliant "I'm very, very trustworthy," which makes me laugh just to think about it. But I actually quite like the way they have to conduct themselves within the drama. They're all really there on sufferance for Marco. Tigana is a peace envoy. And our heroes are, interlopers on the journey. So that means that there can be no outright hostility. There has to be sort of veiled threats and accusations, or as as Barbara's just done there, it's less veiled. She actually goes, "But hang on, I saw you," and he's going, "No, I didn't," and nobody can quite sort of there can't be a big confrontation yet because it all has to be sort of bridged by Marco. So you have this uneasiness where nobody quite trusts each other, and Tigana. I think I used the line in Running Through Corridor. In fact, this is where American translation sometimes it needs a rejig. I put about Tigana that he smiles and murders while he smiles, and my American editor changed this to he will smile and kill someone while he does so, and I went, no, smiles and murders while he smiles is a quote. Shakespeare's Richard III to be says it, though it's also the kind of thing that Iago would say. But anyway, it has to be phrased that way for it to ape the Shakespearean that I am referring back to. But never mind, Richard. Actually, Tigana is more like Iago, who is called Honest Iago, and his great trick is that everybody thinks he's the most trustworthy person, and then when everyone buggers off, he turns to the audience and says, "Ha ha! I'm plotting all of this, and I'm jealous and mean, and all of that." And it's the great thing about the face that people present in order to get where they want to get, and the dark, the dark subconscious thoughts that they have, or the dark underhand acts they are putting into practice. I think Xenia Merton is absolutely beautiful, and it's it's a lovely story that she has. That you have this this cheerful young girl who's so full of life, who's on a journey to get married to somebody who's 85 or something that she's never met. That's and as I get older, I've got 17-year-old and 22-year-old, and I think about the things that I did when I was younger and think, God, I wish I'd appreciated those times more, because that flush of youth, there's nothing like, life, work, everything gets in the way, but also, physical ability. And I think the ability to appreciate or to how we experience things is much more acute when we're younger. And I would like to have seen more stories for Susan where she actually has a mate, because they're quite proactive in this. Ping Cho, doesn't she? She goes and nicks the TARDIS key, and so it means that Susan and her mate are kind of active within the drama, because they have their little sort of teen gang. And I think that's when they give Susan something like that to do, I think that's much more interesting. Her story in the Aztecs is quite, which is sort of similar to Ping Cho's, isn't it? In the Aztecs, she is promised to be married to somebody who's soon going to be killed for ceremonial reasons, and she's like, "Hang on, I'm not marrying somebody who's going to die." So actually, it's a similar kind of setup, but I think there's something a bit sadder about the idea that Ping Cho, as she understands it now, is going to be committing her life, or a significant part of her life. The 75-year-old husband isn't gonna die as quickly as the perfect victim, but it is still about subordinating a young woman's vitality and potential to a bloke and to a societal role. And I think that's really interesting. I think that's really, and it's done in a way that is rather human, without being censorious or politicized. It's more about the sort of human angle of it, and it's rather sweet. Oh, and Ping Cho is really sort of active sort of character. And I like the fact that Marco is kind of the referee in the whole story. The story is called Marco Polo. Well, is it? I mean, is there anybody out there that calls it A Journey to Cathay? That was another joke that was cut out of Running Through Corridors, the 60s version, which I sort of went off on one about the titles that when the marvellous House Stammers and Walker released their Doctor Who the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and the Doctor Who handbooks, which are all marvelous things. But I've always taken a step back from the official story titles of these stories are this. And in fact, I don't think they call Marco Polo A Journey to Cathay, do they? Or do they? Because I think they should if they call the Daleks, aka the mutants, if they call Edge of Destruction Inside a Spaceship, and if they call the Massacre of Sublime News Eve, and most egregiously Mission to the Unknown Dalek Cutaway. But this, because this is called A Journey to Cathay on the paperwork as much as, indeed more than it is anything else. And so I sort of mused. I said, are the Z-Cars fans, talking about that episode that's just set inside with two of the coppers talking inside one of their vehicles as a budget saving exercise, and they've called it Inside the Car. And and the following week, one of them went to see his girlfriend, and it was called A Journey to Cathay. But I think that was probably slightly too arcane and a joke, in very inverted commas, too far for my American publisher, and probably fair enough. I rue some of the things that are cut from those volumes, but I also think some of them are probably fair enough. Philip Vosbag, I like the fact that Akamat doesn't really like Tigana, and I like the fact that Tigana's got an earring. And Philip Voss would have been really young here, but he's got the heavy makeup, hasn't he, and the big sort of droopy moustache and the long hair. And they're drinking out of those lovely china cups. I love all the little sort of properties, and I think it would have looked so. It seems to me to have looked so convincing. Now, that's interesting in and of itself, because to say, it will have looked wonderful and it will have looked authentic and it will have really exuded the atmosphere and spirit of the time. But is that what Doctor Who fans want? This is my battle with Marco Polo. I love the fact that I love Marco Polo because it's a languid, intelligent, character-driven story. But I was brought to Doctor Who by laser guns firing at Nymons and Mandrills, and exciting death scenes, and large villains, and sci-fi adventures. So do I enjoy this because I have the luxury to do so, because it exists as a counterpoint to what Doctor Who actually is? And this picture of Hartnell that I can see in front of me, which I hadn't realised is from Marco Polo, because I think the quote is from the Daleks' Master Plan, is in the middle of that book, Doctor Who: A Celebration, and it's Hartnell with a lamp outside the TARDIS. And it has the quote, a citizen of the universe and a gentleman to boot, which I didn't really know what it meant when it was in the middle of Doctor Who: A Celebration. But in fact, because the main picture illustrating the Hartnell era in the Radio Times 20th Anniversary Special, and they're the two big formative books if you're a Doctor Who fan of my age. Doctor Who: A Celebration, the Radio Times 20th Anniversary Special is not a book, it's just a large magazine. But they were the two things that gathered together for the first time. The list of all the companions, the list of all the stories, a description of all the stories. And for somebody that had sort of grown up with the odd snatched copy of Doctor Who magazine and the Target books, my sphere of reference in terms of Doctor Who stories was quite small. In fact, so I say from fans of my age, only for fans of my age that didn't have access to Doctor Who magazine, which I didn't. We lived in the countryside in the middle of nowhere. You'd occasionally pick one up from your newsagents on holiday. So in fact, probably most fans of my age probably had a better idea of the broader canvas of Doctor Who than I did, interestingly. I mean, the first time I'd heard of Dodo, Stephen, Katerina was in the Radio Times 25th Anniversary Special and its follow-up Doctor Who: A Celebration. Obviously, this TARDIS crew were familiar to me because of the Five Faces of Doctor Who repeat. So, and because of the Crusaders book, the Zabi book, those early books, Doctor Who in an Exciting Adventure with the Daleks, or Doctor Who and the Daleks, which was weird because it was told from Ian's point of view. Ian does have a sort of special place in Doctor Who history, doesn't he, really? I mean, Sue Perryman in The Wonderful Adventures with the Wife in Space, which if you've never read, you should. where a husband fan and a wife non-fan watch Doctor Who in order and slay some sacred cows in the process. But it's great watching it through Sue's very, game involvement as a non-fan. And, she says that the series at this point should be called Ian. And the Doctor is the sort of, the Doctor is the sort of slightly sideways character part, and Ian is the leading hero type of thing. Is there a bit of a bromance going on between it? No, there's not. They're just they are two decent men who want to see the best in each other and who want to trust each other. But there's some moments where Marco Polo really loses his temper and shouts and gets quite cross, and it's nice because it would be too boring if he was like a berobed Deep Space Nine alien. Do you know what I mean? The ones who were all just the ones who were very, very good and very sincere. And I don't know why I chose Deep Space Nine in any sort of American sci-fi, because I like Deep Space Nine because it actually has shades of darkness and grey more than any. I think I'm thinking of Philip Anglim's character. There's just those very sincere, boring sort of aliens who are good. I may be misremembering and mischaracterizing there, but what I'm saying is Marco could have been boring, but he's actually got, he's got an edge to him, and he gets cross with the travellers, which I rather like. And what I think is the brilliance of this is that our heroes have to be underhand in order to get what they want. And you've got Marco here saying, "I'm sorry, I doubted your word to Garner." Basically, in this setup, in this dynamic here, our heroes are the ones that have been dishonest, and Tigana is the one who's now more trustworthy in Marco's eyes. But because the Doctor and Ian have been dishonest, now they've got motive. They want to get the ship back, and we know how important that is. And Marco, he accepts that, they want their property back, but he doesn't understand the bigger picture. And because he is, a savage to the Doctor, which adds another dynamic. It's that, Marco is a decent man, and here he is getting cross, which like Marco is a decent, nice man, but to the Doctor, he's a primitive, and I love that. And the Doctor doesn't hide his contempt for that. But that kind of makes us feel a bit sorry for Marco, because we know that Marco's all right. But in order to get the ship back, which we know that they need and we need for the series to continue, they have to mislead Marco. So therefore, it's totally understandable in "You poor, ignorant, stupid savage." I love William Hartnell's Doctor in this story. He's slightly different in this story from how he's been before and how he is afterwards. There's a spikiness here, and I know he can be tetchy, but there's an alien impatience with the business of being the tedious things that we need as human beings, like reason and explanation, and the Doctor hasn't got time for that, and his contempt for Marco is really interesting, because within the dynamic of this, and actually, Marco is an especially reasonable and intelligent character who has decent motives, but because they clash with the Doctor's motives, the Doctor's like, well, this is a flea biting to me in the bigger picture. This episode is, of course, I think it's this one, directed by John Crockett. I was quite pleased to find a picture of John Crockett when I was going through some newspaper files. It was a picture of three men, and it said one of them was John Crockett. So, of course, I clicked the one and said, this is John Crockett. And then Richard Bignell comes forward and goes, I've got some pictures of John Crockett from his daughter. I was like, God, I didn't even know he had a daughter. Yes, careful where you put your hush puppies, Who detective, because Mr. Bignell, you'll probably find that you're walking in the footsteps of Richard Bignell. And he sent this picture of John Crockett to him, and it's like, oh no, John Crockett's not that guy. He's the guy on the left of that guy, and the picture's miscaptioned, which is interesting in and of itself. But we don't know much about. I mean, in fact, we know so little about him that within the making of the Aztecs, one of the you wouldn't normally do this, I don't think, and you certainly wouldn't do it now. They say to John Ringham, one of the actors, do you know what happened to John Crockett? He goes, oh yes, he's dead. So that is a revelation. within the course of the documentary, whereas you wouldn't do that now. You wouldn't have somebody reveal, in that way, I don't think, because that stuff is sort of known now. But that definitely wasn't known. It was definitely where I found out that John Crockett was dead, was when John Ringham said so. And it's a shame because he was never interviewed about that. There's more reasons why it's a shame that somebody's dead. But a shame that we missed him, because I'd like to know sort of a bit more about him, because he's only there for season 1, like so many season 1 directors. He's there at the beginning and that's it. And we've been lucky enough to interview John Gorrie, for example. But Henrik Hirsch, who did The Reign of Terror, is a complete mystery. And John Crockett is sort of in the middle of that. And I don't know why he's any less of a mystery, really, than Henrik Hirsch, because we don't have any words for it. I think because Henrik Hirsch's involvement with the show is in itself surrounded by a bit of mystery. But, Hirsch went on to do Emmerdale and stuff like that. Whereas, John Crockett does this episode and he does the Aztecs and then he disappears. I remember Derek Ware saying to me that he thought Crockett was a bit sort of superior about television, but Derek felt that about quite a few people who worked in television. It was a bit of a bugbear of Derek's. I certainly think the way that the Aztecs is really intelligently and elegantly directed. It would be interesting to see how Wall of Lies compares to the Hussein episodes around them. I think Hussein is an elegant director, but it's difficult to judge because obviously elegance is not what's required of the Cave People episode, and that's very much sort of dark and dirty and grimy and hazardous, whereas this has far more dialogue exchanges and character stuff, which we know from other work that Hussein is good at. So it would be interesting if we could, when shown a scene from each episode, if we could pick out the differences between Crockett and Hussein. Both excellent directors though, so I don't think there'd be any dip in quality. But it would be interesting to compare. I mean, it would just be great to have them. But that would be another, once the novelty had worn off, and we'd watch them for the first 25 times. I'll probably manage that in 3 weeks. I might then engage in that exercise. So I went off piste slightly there, and I spilt my cup of tea. See, the advantage of a tiled floor, the disadvantage is that usually when a cup hits it, it smashes. But where's Wally cup? I wonder if it's weakened it. Well, I'll keep you posted on that, but it's done okay. We lose cups a lot in this house, and I get quite emotionally attached to cups. Anyway, that's not what you've tuned in for. But there are certain Doctor Who cups here, which if they do meet their maker, I will be very sad about, and I will blame somebody else for, even if I'm the one that knocks it off, because I do that. Well, they shouldn't have asked me that question that made me turn around and knock the cup off that was next to me and nobody else was anywhere near. They shouldn't have initiated the series of events that led me to picking that cup out on this particular day when I was the one that knocked it off. And, anyway. My favourite thing about Wall of Lies is I think that intelligent character dynamic that John Luca Rotti sets up, whereby decency becomes a weapon, and to prove that you're worth trusting with Marco is you have to deal with him straight. But unfortunately, to get what they want, our characters can't be straight with him. They have to do underhand things. And Tigana sees that and manipulates that. So it's those character dynamics that, and then throw in the mix the Doctor's contempt for people from Earth, particularly from the olden days. And I think you've got some really interesting stuff there that is unique to this story. The way that the characters interact, and that the drama is dependent on so much of that. I hope I haven't chosen something like that before. Jeremy Bentham, however, the hero of many people's formative Doctor Who experiences. What's Jeremy going to choose? Let's click on him. And where is he? Jeremy is here. Going to press.
The Wall of Lies episode is as good a place as any to talk about the hole that's at the centre of our tale of Marco Polo. And it's the missing episodes, because, as we all know, despite the best efforts of people going back some 40 plus years, not a single episode has been recovered from this story. Not only that, but there isn't a single telesnap in existence. And as far as I can see, there were no production photographers from the BBC on set when this episode was recorded. And this is so curious, because if you have a copy of Richard Molesworth's excellent book White, he goes to great lengths to actually point out that an awful lot of prints were made of Marco Polo, probably more than most others of the Doctor Who serials recorded in the 60s. So where the heck have they all gone? We know, for example, now that, say, some copies went to the Royal Navy. They had their own archive based at Portsmouth. My own Uncle Pat, who served in the Mediterranean in the 1960s, does remember Doctor Who being one of the things that was shown as a 16mm telerecord, 16mm film aboard the ship he was serving aboard, although typically he couldn't tell me which Doctor Who episode or episodes were shown by the Navy. You had interest from Disney, you had so many other people interested in this story, and yet nothing has ever happened to yield one single episode's recovery. And that's a shame, and it probably does explain, well, the Navy connection probably explains a little bit why so many episodes in the early 80s did turn up in the south of England. That's probably when the time the Navy was moving out the prints of their library and replacing them with video recordings. But again, no Marco Polo, so sorry Toby, but for this episode we're basically just focusing on that which doesn't exist in the episode, the Wall of Lies.
Well, I love that, and actually I am working on. I've half written. I mean, a lot of my Indefinable Magic podcasts are half written. I sort of write them when I'm in the mood or feel I can, wax lyrical about a subject. So I occasionally just jot down bits and bobs and then go back to them and piece them together about missing episodes. And I do have a theory that the missing episodes actually enhance our love for Doctor Who. In a way, but I won't go into great detail there, although I love the fact that Jeremy has chosen that. And before you write in, I think he was saying there's no telesnaps for Wall of Lies. We know there are telesnaps for Marco Polo, but of course no, there are no telesnaps for Wall of Lies because it was John Crockett's episode, and we have the telesnaps because of what is Hussein. And again, there's the other beautiful thing is we find the telesnaps. We didn't, I was not responsible. The telesnaps are found, but actually no telesnaps for Marco Polo are found. Telesnaps for loads of other stories are found. Not for season 3. They weren't taken. A lot of the Troughton ones, though, Marcus Hearn found them, didn't he, in the BBC Written Archive. But there were some stories for which telesnaps were taken there are telesnaps taken for stories that exist, so we don't really need them. Nobody's that bothered. Although I think it probably would be interesting one day to look at the telesnaps compared to the episodes and go, so how much do these really give an indication of what the episodes were like? Not much really, but they're better than nothing, and they're interesting and fascinating. But even then, even with that, we didn't have the telesnaps for Marco Polo. For some reason, the telesnaps kept by the BBC did not include those for Marco Polo. So you go, oh, that's a shame. It's like Enemy of the World episode 4. For some reason, they were missing. Maybe John Cura was ill that week. And of course, that became a moot point when the episode comes back. And you go, oh, it's another reason why this is particularly interesting to see, because we don't actually have that episode. But then Marco Polo... the director finds the telesnaps in his attic. So, but many years later. So these, the jigsaw of Doctor Who's missing episodes keeps being added to, and amazing, isn't it? That of all the episodes, of all the stories where 6 episodes of telesnaps existed in private hands, just happened to be one where the BBC, our main source of our telesnaps, didn't have any at all. But then added to that means, well, you've got a 7-parter one episode isn't directed by that particular director, so we don't have the telesnaps for that. So then that adds to the murkiness. And, I wonder if, presumably as Richard Bignell has spoken to John Crockett's daughter, that is a stone that has been turned. But wouldn't it be interesting if it's a bit like the Terror of the Zygon stuff where, you had that opening scene that was lost and missing, and then the film turned up, and then the sound turned up from a completely different source, and they were melded together. And then because we can now colour stuff a lot easier because it only turned up in black and white film, somebody then has to colour it. So it's actually reassembled from 3 different sources. And I love all of that. So, I think it is a perfectly worthwhile thing for Jeremy to choose. The very fact that it is missing adds to its allure and adds to its luster and adds to our interest in it, and I think is all part of that crazy mosaic that is being a Doctor Who fan. I don't know why I didn't talk about that episode. Segued onto Sidney Bromley. I'm so sorry, but he's a legend, and I can now say this is the only Doctor Who podcast with a 2-minute monologue about Sidney Bromley, prompted by Jimmy Gardner, who is cut from the same cloth. We've got Tigana's Perd Villainy. I talked about that, didn't I? Susan and Pinchot and the dynamic. I love the dynamic. I think it's really thoughtful drama because you put yourself in the positions of everybody and you can sort of empathise with them and almost sort of root for them. And the fact that you're rooting for different characters who have different desires makes for really interesting drama because you can pull in 2 different directions and you can be pulled equally strongly, but those 2 things aren't compatible. And that's, I think, when life gets interesting and why I sometimes rue these times we live in where there are lots of absolutes in the arguments you see people having. I'm coming fresh off last night just scrolling through Twitter where people are at each other's throats about various things, and you think, and people sort of almost refuse to admit the flaws in their own argument. All of my arguments, points of view, I think, have flaws in them. Otherwise, we'd all think the same. Do you know what I mean? But it's now a sign of weakness. So you see people sort of really digging in or doing really bad false equivalents or bad faith arguments rather than just going, yeah, I know that's a compromise to my morals, but my morals are nonetheless this because of this, that and the other. But nobody's allowed to be wrong, I think, on Twitter. And even if you are, you can then delete it and pretend it never happened, or on forums or whatever. And I think this sort of drama shows that you can be right and wrong at the same time. You can be good and bad at the same time. And it can both be good, but both need different things. And then the audience has to decide. I don't think anyone watching this wants Marco to fail. Of course, because he's nice. He's perfectly reasonable. But if his success is at the expense of the Travellers, well, it's called Doctor Who. It's our programme, so Marco has to. So that's and so you have to go, well, so how are we gonna reach a compromise with this as a viewing experience? And I think that's really interesting drama. It's not blown up military bases or monsters in the shadows or all of that, but we can afford it, and we can afford it even more because we can't see it, because then we can speculate and imagine and conjure maybe more brilliance than it had in our thoughts. But a lot of people I respect really like it, and I've very much been won over by the experience of watching it, because of the the sort of elegant and empathic way that the story is told. So, not a lie to be had out of my mouth, but let's see what happens, because we've got a new arrival next week. We have a rider from Shangtu who is going to gallop through the doors of Haydock Towers. So I better get my mop out and clean up the tea and gently place my Where's Wally mug in the sink and hope that it still holds water. But in the meantime, I hope you're having fun wherever you are and that the sun is shining on you and your loved ones. Well, welcome back to Happy Times and Places with me, Toby Haydock, and my guest, Jeremy Bentham, who you heard there being erudite but truncated. His full introduction is in episode 1 of this particular stream of Happy Times and Places, the Marco Polo one. We're going to welcome in a rider from Shang 2. A quick note, I've noticed that, not deliberately, but almost subconsciously, I think there are greater segues and a tendency to sort of machine gun out anything, whether it's related or not. And it's because this is a missing story. I'm watching it without subtitles, so it's very hard for me to pick up the dialogue. I have watched the story in advance in order to gen up on it, because it's a story I'm hugely unfamiliar with, really. And prior to this, I think the last time I experienced it was when I first got the apart from the truncated reconstruction that's on the beginning box set, it was when I got the loose cannon reconstruction, which I got before I got married, which was in 2009. So, and I still have. So I held on to the loose cannon reconstruction more than I held on to my wife. I mean, in terms of a length of time, I think I probably held on to her. I would think, yeah, I did. There weren't many occasions where I got jiggy. I snuggled up to the recon of Marco Polo in a physical sense. But anyway, I've turned an observation about managing to keep a VHS tape longer than a woman into something altogether less palatable. So let's leave that there. But so it's been a while, is all I'm saying. It's been a while. So I've refreshed my memory of the story before watching it, but it's still there's something about watching a recon where the sound is separate to the pictures, separate from the pictures in a way that it isn't on an existing episode. That means that perhaps we're not getting as much detail about the story in the episodes as I would like, but I'm trying, and I can't promise it's the last 2-minute monologue about a character actor that not even isn't in the story, has never been in Doctor Who, which is what you got last week. But I'll try not to spill my tea this time. So we are going to watch Rider from Shang 2 in 3, 2, 1. And I've pressed play, and here we are. I love this story. I love the feel of it. I love the atmosphere. I love the characters. I love the fact that it feels to me, and again, I don't know if this is because it's missing, it feels to me like perhaps the classiest adventure of the first season. I think the historicals automatically feel slightly classier than the sci-fi ones, because much as I love sci-fi, there's probably part of me that feels dirty and guilty about liking sci-fi. But it does feel very elegant. There's bamboo there. The guard is in front of bamboo, and I can see some bamboo directly outside my French windows, because like this bamboo that I can see here. I hope it wasn't. It won't have been. It would have been, in pots or whatever, or cut down, But I hope it didn't take root in Riverside Studios, because it's a pernicious beast, and getting it up from the roots is very, very hard. Rider from Shang 2. And this is Philip Voss as Akamat, and you have a Mongol bandit here played by Michael Guest, who, looking at him, seems to have some sort of war paint on as well. It's a shame he doesn't get a name. I think as an actor you want to be called something. You want to be called Akamat rather than Mongol bandit. And of course that's he's Michael Guest is one of those actors that you don't really think of, or I don't really think of, and then you go, but hang on, he's in, because he's also the Saxon that Vicky and Stephen bump into in episode 1 of The Time Meddler. So I think, is he just Saxon villager in that? And he's in Quatermass and the Pit as well, where he's a policeman extra. He's not credited. So I had course to sort of try and track him down because I tried to interview everybody from Quatermass in the Pit, and it took some doing, and I got the name of his house, which began with a Z. I can't remember what it was now, but it was quite an exciting name. And that's as far as I got. And then Ben Jolly, who is very good at tracking down actors, says he's died. So we never got hold of Michael Guest. He's also the interviewer in episode 1 of the Dalek Master Plan. He interviews Marvick Chen. Yeah, so on the screen. So he's got 3 one-episode appearances in Doctor Who, and I don't think he says anything as much as the Saxon villager. This episode is missing, and I think he's largely off camera and missing in episode 1 of the Daleks Master Plan. So he's not been terribly lucky in terms of his appearances. He is, however, luckier than Tutty Lemko, who we will be coming to later. But yeah, Michael Guest, the reason he's the policeman in Quatermass in the Pit, I think, is because the policeman's uniform fitted him. There was a load of extras, and they went, "Oh, you're the best fit for this." So he gets a slightly better featured part than some of the others. But he's still a non-speaking supporting artiste. But yeah, Quatermass and Doctor Who. But sadly, he's gone before we could find him. Can't remember what the house was called, but it was something beginning with Z. Anyway. He's got and I like the setup of this episode where the guard is dead, the bandits are waiting outside, so these guys know there's going to be an attack. We know that Tigana's there, and not on their side, and aren't there? I think the bandits are waiting for a signal from him, but there's been an interruption because the dead guard wasn't supposed to be found. And then you have this wonderful thing because it's been, the fire has been set up. So these baddies are waiting for the Mongol, Michael Guest and Akamat, wonderful Philip Voss, waiting for a signal from Tigana, but it's already been set up that Akamat doesn't really like Tigana. So I think he's going to attack anyway. Which is a nice bit of antagonism. I sometimes find it boring when baddies cross each other. Oh, and I like the fact that on the telesnap we have Philip Voss has done a little bit of action with his sword, that he's licking his sword to what? Test. It's presumably if your sword is sharp, though, you'd cut your tongue off. But presumably people who lick their swords have a way of doing it where they don't cut it, but they can still test the sharpness. It looks plausible to me. It's a nice piece of business. It makes him seem like a genuine Mongol bandit. I don't know what they're like. It's a good piece of actor's business. It's a bit specialist. It's visually interesting. It's scary. I love the fact that Ian and Marco here have this conversation when they're setting up to defend the camp. Marco goes, you were actually trying to escape though, weren't you? And he goes, yeah. And the honesty between the two men, I think is lovely. But the fact that Ian's done the right thing and gone, well, I'm not going to lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. And of course, if he had lied, Marco would have gone, but you're a liar. So instead he tells him the truth, and Marco goes, well, I'm just going to have to be more vigilant then. And it's like, our heroes are totally scuppered by the fact that they're dealing with a reasonable man, because almost whatever they want to do, is he has a reason to be against them. If they're dishonest, it's like, well, you're liars. If they're honest, it's like, well, you're contrary to what I need to get out of this situation. So I'm going to have to keep my eye on you. I love, again, it's a sort of continuation of what I chose last week about the dynamics. I love the fact Marco's in his sort of leggings as well. Is that because does he normally have trousers? Are they his bed leggings? I don't know. But they do look like they've just sort of got up and it's bedtime. And yes, education. You travel back in time to educate people about historical events. But also, I didn't know that if you threw bamboo on the fire, it would crackle, and that had something to do with fireworks as well. And boom, 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 boom. And they used that knowledge of science and of history, of the fact that, their attackers might not know that it's just bamboo on a fire or whatever, in order to defend themselves. So it's ingenuity, it's knowledge, it's the application of knowledge. It's our 20th century non-violent, non-soldiery types using what they have at their disposal instead of violence and sword skills or whatever in order to protect themselves in this alien environment. Now then, here is a fight which I believe is not on film. I could be wrong. Which makes me slightly worry about it. We've all seen that, and we've all seen we've all seen the Time Meddler, directed by that excellent action director Douglas Camfield, and possibly the worst sword fight in the history of time. That's partially because it was arranged by David Anderson, who wasn't really a stuntman, but we'll get into that for at a later date, I'm sure, on another podcast. Don't get me started on David Anderson and all the incorrect things written about him, even in very recent issues of Doctor Who magazine and currently on IMDb. David Anderson is not Dave Anderson. The clue's in the name. Anyway, he's not in this story. I think he might be an extra in one of the sequences. But anyway, and so yes, so I was interrupted myself when I spotted Michael Guest. I don't normally like it when villains are at odds with each other. I used to get very annoyed in 24 when you get a really, really good villain, and here's a good villain on the floor. Philip Voss has been killed, and the production would sort of get bored of them, so another villain would come in. I remember Julian Sands coming in and killing Mark Sheppard, who'd been a perfectly good villain up to that point. But this is slightly different. The antagonism between Akamat and Tigana it works within the plot, because they were waiting off stage for a signal from Tigana, which never came, so they attacked anyway. So then Tigana has to prove that he's on the side of the good is by killing this other guy. So that's actually quite useful to him. But he also gets the satisfaction of killing a guy he thinks is a bit of a dick, and he thinks is a bit of a dick. So that's the dramatic payoff of that has some sense of closure to it as well. So to me, that's slightly more interesting than I am bigger bad guy from other place. Your incompetence has run out of petrol. I would love that to be a line in a drama from a villain. Your incompetence engine has run out of petrol. Anyway, but yeah, I usually get bored when baddies come in and kill other baddies. But I think that works. This particular dynamic works slightly better. And it means that Tigana's bought himself a bit of time. Now, I have to invoke now the Doctor Who crossword book, which I bought, and I quite liked crosswords. I've since gone on to try occasionally to do cryptic ones, which are really hard, and my mother is excellent at. And when I have a run in a play or something, or go on holiday, I get better at them. But I like to think of myself as being good at them. But if you presented me one now, I'd probably get about 3 clues. And there are specific rules within cryptic crosswords that you have to understand. However, the Doctor Who crossword book, I could do simpler crosswords. Even when I was younger, I could do straightforward ones where it's just a different word for a thing or whatever. So there was a Doctor Who crossword book, and I was like, well, I'm going to be brilliant at this, because there's the Doctor Who. It's Doctor Who and it's crosswords, and I am an expert on Doctor Who, thought I, because I'd read some of the Target books and got the odd issue of Doctor Who magazine and watched it a lot. And I remember one of the clues being the answer was Tigana, and me going, well, that's a mistake. Do they mean Tegan? And I can't remember what the clue was, but the answer was Tigana. I'm pretty sure. And it was too close to Tegan for me to think anything other than, well, that's just Tegan, and they've got it wrong. Because when you're young, and my kids do this and it makes me really angry, where they go, oh, this computer game I was playing, this thing happened, and it's a wrong and it's a mistake, and it seems to me that they assume that there's a manufacturer's mistake rather than that they've misunderstood something or they haven't worked out something correctly. Which I'm sure I'm just saying I did do that with the Doctor Who crossword book, but it annoys me when my kids do it. And I think it's partially because their mum is somebody who would say, potato if you said potato. In fact, she'd probably go, well, actually, I think it's potato in a really annoying way. Sorry, I'm aware that that's just my particular dynamic between me and that person, because people with whom you have a history have a way of expressing themselves that annoys you, and I'm sure it's mutually reciprocated. But what I'm saying is, I do that sort of mistrust in that assumption that something you've got is faulty or wrong. Seems to me quite a thing. Maybe it's just a thing that my kids do, and maybe that's because they think I'm usually faulty and wrong, and it's all my own. I'm expunging my own irritation at such things. Anyway, one of the other clues was here he is now, Paul Carson, looking very handsome, but again, I suspect if we could see him moving, we would be finding the makeup, particularly on his eyes, I think, slightly awkward and unpalatable these days. Although I have seen him in other stuff, and he certainly has an olive-skinned complexion. I don't know quite where he was from. We didn't know anything about him for ages, and I tried to find out from Warris Hussain, and Warris had said he was a model, and I think he was a cigarette model, but he didn't know much more than that. Since discovered, I think, that he's dead. He's definitely dead, Paul Carson, and I think he'd gone to the States. I've got it somewhere. I've got some notes and I've forgotten, but he's another one that I think IMDb mixes up with a racing commentator or somebody that isn't the same. And Paul and Carson are not uncommon names, so the Paul Carson combination isn't helpful. But that's going to give me something to talk about in episode 6, because I can't remember off the top of my head. It's the sort of stuff I used to remember, but now I have it written down and filed away so I can refer to it if I need to. But anyway, I will come back to the Doctor Who crossword book and Paul Carson and Ling Tao, the rider from Shang-Tu, from whom this episode gets its name. Oh, yeah. So Ling Tao, Paul Carson, the rider from Shang-Tu, is in that subset of people after whom an episode is named, sort of. But there we have Wang Lo, the hospitality manager at this particular way station, played by Gabor Boraka, who was he Hungarian? But he's very, he's like old King Kong. He's a bit like Rassilon, but he's round and he's cheerful and he's very, very camp. I know Warris said that Gabor was a big mover and shaker in the gay scene in the 60s, which obviously was of a very different quality and visibility and all sorts to what we might imagine when we use the phrase gay scene compared between now and back then, where attitudes had some improving to do. But I like this the picture. What is it? A potting shed or something? There's a picture here that has captured Ian and Barbara grinning away at the offence the Doctor has taken at Wang Lo, as description of the TARDIS. All those fish are dead. Yes, I met one of them once. Had lunch with him. Although actually, Koi can't live quite a long time. No, I'm sure they're all dead. I'm not interviewing them. Yeah. So I did have a thought about Monica the elephant from the Ark, and whether she's still alive. But she still wouldn't be able to tell me much, because elephants live a long time. Anyway, let's not get into that. I'm not doing the Ark yet. I have a computer who has recorded their thoughts on it, and I love the Ark. I love 60s Who. There's just I hadn't really thought about those fish, but they will have had to have got those fish from somewhere, assuming we see the fish, because those. But I think we do. I'm sure not all the pictures in the recon are of the fish from the episode, because I'm sorry, but a lot of fish look the same, and I'm sure they've got a picture of fish from somewhere else. Could even be their fish. But anyway, it wasn't until we got episode 2 of The Underwater Menace that what we thought when we thought Zaroff was referring to his octopus, it's not. It's just a fish in a tank, and he hasn't. And his octopus, is tentacles off, as it were. But yes, Wang Lo is very fruity and very camp and very jolly, and much needed bit of sort of comedy in this, rather elegant and very serious and very, very thoughtful story. I think Wang Lo's a hoot, and so is Kuitju and his monkey, who appears here. Tutty Lemko, much unluckier than Michael Guest, in that Tutty Lemko is in 3 episodes of, or maybe 2 episodes, no, 3 episodes of Marco Polo, 3 episodes of The Mythmakers, an episode of The Crusade, and he's even credited on an episode he's not in. He choreographs some of the movement, doesn't he, on The Celestial Toymaker? And none of those episodes exist. So Tutty Lemko, who I believe gave great value, he was one of those actors who didn't believe that less is more. I think more is more. And Tutty Lemko in an eye patch with a monkey. And bear in mind, these monkey scenes are not done on film. They are done in studio as continuous recording. And I know that famously the monkey went up the gantry and shat everywhere and caused quite a stink and was a bit of a handful in the studio. But it's all that attempt to, create verisimilitude. And I think at this stage in the story to create a bit of colour, because it has been quite serious and it has been quite thoughtful, and character machinations and all that sort of thing. And it's a 7-parter. And suddenly Lucarotti's gone, hang on, I need a campway station greeter, basically, and a piratical money-grabbing merchant with a monkey with diarrhea. I don't think the diarrhea was I know the diarrhea wasn't intended. But suddenly, so we get a couple of characters who are a bit larger than life. And that also helps with the fact that our villain is purred and underplayed as well. That suddenly, 5 episodes in, we're suddenly throwing in some different textures and some different qualities and some different sounds, if you like, because 7 episodes is a big ask. 7-episode travelogue, but we've had a battle scene at the beginning of this. I do worry about the battle scene. I don't know why, but I suspect. Well, I would be very happy for everybody if it turned out to be brilliant. I'll tell you what, someone will go and find it, and then we can find out, and I'm perfectly happy to be disappointed. But in terms of, the structure of the story and the story being told, we've had a battle. We've now moved on. We've got these simmering character dynamics and the fact that we know that he's a baddie, and the fact that, we're worrying about how the TARDIS is going to get back to the Travellers and the ways that they're trying to do that. I like the fact, it's a bit like the time ring in Genesis of the Daleks. It's just a little extra dramatic drive playing alongside the story itself. And anyway, this is Ryder from Shang 2, and the main new character is Paul Carson's Ryder. And I like the fact that he gives us that thing, that, again, like the bamboo, he gives us the, I run for 300 leagues and then I change horses, and that's how I ride so quickly and I ride all straight. And one, it's an insight into the brilliant techniques and things that people from the past do. They might not have had our technology or our understanding, but they're not simple people, they're not primitives. They work out ways of being advanced with what they have to hand, and in theirs it's a series of fresh horses put at strategic places. So that takes planning and strategy and a science, if not science in the way that we understand it, but an understanding of the natural world and the way it works and how they can manipulate their resources to make them work the most efficiently, which is what science is. So I like that depiction of the past. I like the fact that it has an educational element, because I didn't know that sort of stuff. Ian here is doing that get an extra drunk thing that is always less funny than you want it to be when it happens, unless you kind of just go with it, especially as the extra is just laughs, I think, doesn't he? Because he's not allowed to say anything, but he is allowed to laugh. I think he might get an extra tenner for laughing, and then Ian knocks him out, but they can't have a proper conversation with character. But also Ryder from Shang 2 was another answer and it was a long answer in the Doctor Who crossword book, and I remember thinking, well, this is going to be a story title, so I'll be able to get it because it's long. Usually if a clue is quite long, you've got more of a chance of getting it because 4-letter word could be sort of anything in a way, but a long thing you've got more clues along the way. And I remember finding, and I cheated in the end, and I looked it up in the back, and I went, and I guess it was the clue Ling Tao, I don't know, I don't know what but the answer was rider from Shang Tu, and so of course it's got a dash in it as well, so there's only a certain amount of words it could be, so. But I'm going right to not many letters that are words that are 2 letters that come after a dash, and in the end I cheated and I looked it up in the back and was still none the wiser. And it was a real education to me there, going, you don't know as much as you think you do. There's a thing here called Rider from Shang Tu in this book about Doctor Who that you think you know so much about, and I hadn't got a clue what it meant, what it referred to. It seemed to be a story title, but that didn't seem quite like a story. And it's an object lesson and I've never called myself an expert on Doctor Who because I'm just somebody that's interested, and I'm interested in the details. And I think because when I maybe did think I knew loads when I was 8 or whatever, suddenly being confronted with that Doctor Who crossword book that had all sorts of things in it that I had, not only I was absolutely baffled by, I think was a good lesson in humility, and I hope I've carried that with me ever since. Because you're on a sticky wicket if you're not careful. There's loads in that episode, and I love and it's that so near and yet so far. And of course, it had to be Tigana grabbing Susan, and that picture, I remember that picture being in Doctor Who magazine, and it's just black behind him and you can see him sort of looming over, and he grabs her, and he seems about 6 foot 10 foot tall, and it's a brilliant, he seems so powerful. That's what I love about Darren Nesbitt in this, where he's quite Joe 90ish. He's like a sort of overgrown schoolboy in that prisoner episode that he's in, and when he's the Nazis, he's thin and pointed and slightly effete or whatever, but in this he's butch and scary. And just so near and yet so far, they're just in the time. I think in the 60s, it reminds me of that first story, when they're running towards the TARDIS and they get there by the skin of their teeth and the spears are thrown and they're all dirty and their clothes are torn. It's almost like every Doctor Who adventure is them sort of just racing to get back to the TARDIS. That's their, they're not there to save the universe. They're not there to fight the good fight of good versus evil. And what would the Doctor do? Young people, the young people who say, this is what Doctor Who's about. Doctor Who's about escaping from danger at the skin of your teeth. And shutting the doors of your indestructible spaceship just in time at this stage. Do you know what I mean? That's what's, I suppose, brilliant about Edge of Destruction is it very brilliantly turns that sanctuary into danger. I never thought about that, actually, is that for a series in which the ship is the sanctuary, to actually have that inveigled by what they think is a malevolent force, turns out to be a stuck button, but let's not get into that. That's why that story is perhaps even more effective than we might think, because it's a reversal of the general dynamic, which is that, whenever things go wrong in the adventures, which they invariably do because they're Doctor Who adventures, you've got to get back inside that ship because that's your lifeline. That's your ticket to safety. And quite often in these early adventures, safety is anywhere but here. And I love that thread, that undercurrent to the whole adventuring, is that sometimes it's just we've got to stay alive for now to give us a chance to get back into the ship, and that's our sole motivation, not any grand plan to teach the universe to be better, and to tell people. It's just to survival. Which means the title of the very last Doctor Who story is even more appropriate, and I don't think that's necessarily ever quite recaptured as the story goes on, which is why I find these pioneering first few episodes really interesting, because you can see the stories, the series as we know it taking shape, and some things that they abandoned not because they were bad ideas, but because the novelty of them or sustain it so much. You'd be bored now if the whole story was, well, we've got to get back to the TARDIS because we know the TARDIS. I said this in earlier episodes. But no, I like that idea. But I think what I like about thinking about this episode and this story, is that we, inside the TARDIS is anywhere but here, and the fact that our characters are always on the run and always on the edge of, being marooned in a hostile environment where they don't have the wherewithal to survive for a long period of time. I think that's really interesting. But what I am going to choose for this episode, because it's got the bamboos and because it's got Lingtao's explanation of his horse riding, and because I think of Barry Newbury's, I love Barry Newbury's set thing where he reasoned, I think, quite sensibly that way stations would all be based on a similar pattern so he could redress and change. And I think, don't they get smaller as they get closer to their destination because they wouldn't need as many things? And, all that thought that goes into the design that they may not explain on screen. I don't know if they do, but you learn when you read an interview with a designer, and that is the educational element of Doctor Who. And it's not an educational intent, as the word education is sometimes used today, which is, we know better than you, read our blog and you'll find enlightenment. But educational in terms of broadening the palette of knowledge of your viewer, especially your young viewer who has been lured here by the adventuring, but gets an extra bonus of going away, having seen a sword fight, having booed a purring villain, having laughed at a funny character, and having, being cheering on our heroes and hoping they escape. Within all of that, because of the characters they're encountering and the setting of the adventure, they learn things. And I think some of the stuff that I learned about through watching or reading or whatever Doctor Who when I was younger, because my God, you remember things so much better when you're that age than you do when I'm my age, hence me having to look up what I've learned about Paul Carson, whereas I haven't had to look up, as I say, I'm writing a podcast about Doctor Who, A Celebration, and I haven't had to look up any of the sentences I remember verbatim from that, because you're mouldable as a youngster. And I think that's the other thing one regrets about, I was talking about age last time, about how, stuff sank in and it stuck, but particularly if it was stuff that was told to you in a fascinating way. And I think that's the beauty of Doctor Who, is that you enjoy learning the facts because this stuff is so magical to you that you want to know more and you want to suck up all that knowledge. And I think Doctor Who gave me a thirst for sucking up knowledge. Okay, I've got a very one-track mind, so it's largely about Doctor Who. But in hoovering up that that knowledge dust, I'd get the occasional Lego foot of historical fact as well, and maybe a discarded Rizzler paper of really tortured metaphors too. So for me, the thing about Rider from Shang 2, the story that told me by its very title, the episode that by its title told me I didn't know as much as I think I did, is appropriately an episode that has lots of educational content that taught me stuff that if I hadn't experienced this particular Doctor Who episode, I wouldn't know, and the kids watching wouldn't have learned. And, that's very true to what the concept of Doctor Who was at the very beginning, and more to its power to its elbow for so being. Well, he was a schoolboy when it was on, so what did Jeremy Bentham learn from Rider from Shang 2, and what did he decide was its best thing? Let's have a little bit of pressing play on Jeremy's contribution.
No discussion of Marco Polo would be complete without a mention of its set design. And of course, for this, all credit goes to Barry Newbury for his quite spectacular sets that he designed and that were put up in Studio D at Lime Grove, that made the story just look so absolutely sumptuous in a way that explains why so many other people at the BBC thought Doctor Who was getting preferential treatment and had been awarded budgets far higher than a children's family viewing drama should be allowed to have. And you can imagine why companies like Disney were interested in doing this story on a big screen. Can you imagine if it had been done like Hammer's version of She, what this story would have looked like up there on the big screen? and yet it was all executed in Lime Grove, and that's the remarkable bit for me. Here's a true story. Back in 1987, I was asked to do some Vox Pop material for the BBC Two review show, Did You See? And that took me down to Shepherd's Bush Green to record the little segments that were going in there. The researcher girl who did the interviews, a lovely lady named Krishna, I asked her where she worked, and she said she actually worked at Lime Grove. That was her base as part of the BBC's Current Affairs team. And I asked if it would be possible to actually go in there and have a look at Studio D. Rather surprised by my request, she indulged me and took me to the place that she said people used to refer to as Slime Grove because it was such an old elderly building. And we went up all these stairwells that looked a little bit like the hospital locations in the Invasion of Time, to a little viewing gallery that looked down into this really quite small tennis court of a studio. And I was very quiet, and she thought, oh, well, it was probably a little bit disappointing, but no, it wasn't disappointing at all, because you absolutely knew at that moment you were seeing the place where true magic was crafted and created by designers like Barry Newbury, that this was the point at which the magic that is Doctor Who actually began. So for me it wasn't Slime Grove at all, it was Sublime Grove, and I must admit that was one of the happiest experiences of visiting a Doctor Who studios that I'd ever known in my time. So I commend set design to my special moments for the rider from Shang 2.
Now, that was foolish of me, wasn't I? Because set design was obviously going to be one of the choices. Did I make it earlier? It was a week or so ago I did episodes 1, 2 and 3. I can't necessarily remember what I've chosen, but I can't choose set design now, which is a shame, because it definitely would have been one of my choices. So Jeremy's slightly bested me there. I mean, again, it doesn't really matter, but it means I've got 2 episodes, 3. I've still got 3 things to choose. The design is obviously brilliant. And did I say Riverside earlier? I might have done in my verbal splurge. For some reason said Riverside when I was talking about the fight, and of course it's Lime Grove. Studio D, don't write in. Tiny studio. And of course we forget that, because we often talk about, Doctor Who's done unlimited resources. Doctor Who looks cheap. If you look at Doctor Who productions compared to other stuff at the time, they look really good. They look really good, and they marshalled those resources well. And it wasn't necessarily some of the stuff I've discovered in Go Fairy paperwork is that they're talking about it being a year-long commitment. In some of the early trade papers about it. This isn't something that snuck under the radar. I know later on it was truncated to 13 weeks and there was back and forths between various departments, but they had big plans for this. It was a high concept, regarded ambitious project from its from the people who birthed it, as it were, from Sidney Newman particularly. So I think sometimes we sort of go, yes, it was just this humble thing that was only supposed to last for 13 weeks and then it lasted. But actually, as Jeremy puts it there, within the BBC, there was a feeling that, it was rather a precocious style. It had more resources at its disposal than it should have done. Now, whether that's partially because the people making it rose to the challenge, and did extra special work, yes, there's that too. But I think sometimes we can maybe play upon its humble origins a little bit too much, and it looks to me to be a high-end production, Marco Polo, and actually, I mean, the set design of that whole early period of Doctor Who is generally rather super duper. But I think the historicals, I think partially because they've got loads of costumes that are the real deal as well. I mean, it looks amazing, and I'm sure it's shot, with great attention to that by Waris Hussain, because you can get good directors, you can get directors who have good sets and good costumes, who don't know how to shoot them properly and squander those resources. So just because we know we've got stuff that looks beautiful in pictures, it doesn't mean it was rendered well. But I think I remember my uncle worked on The Life of Brian, and he was talking about how they were pulling their hair out because they'd got all these hundreds of millions of extras on this mountainside, and this amazing vistas, and Terry Jones, I think, was directing was directing a group of about 5 people, and they were going, we've got all this stuff here, put the cameras on this. I think Gilliam was pulling his hair out, and I'm sure that's what my uncle said, because he was a junior editor on it, but he was hanging around doing extra work as well. They all sort of pitched in. Anyway, that's Life of Brian. That's nothing to do with Doctor Who, and I'm not from a showbiz family, but my uncle was a young film editor. And so, therefore, very cool. But he was the only person anywhere near show business, and there was no. He never had the opportunity to sprinkle any of that stardust on me, because you don't from an editing booth. Although he did once share a lift with Tom Baker, which was as cool as it got. So look. So does that mean I'm now the coolest member of my family? Only cool in the way that my young self would see cool, and I don't think my young self had a very accurate perspective on what counted as cool. I don't think I'll ever be cool, if that's cool with you. What I will be, though, is somebody that now knows what the rider from Shang 2 is, even though I didn't when I thought I knew about Doctor Who. So we're always learning. And that is why I chose the educational element of episode 5 of Marco Polo as my favourite bit. And even though I absolutely applaud and agree with Jeremy's choice of the design, I still stand by my choice as well. So, knowledge is a good thing. And Doctor Who's quest to provide alongside the adventuring is one of its strongest points. And I think that's brilliantly illustrated by this particular episode of Doctor Who, if not this episode of Times and Places, which perhaps only educates you not to be a motormouth wiseacre, lest you end up like this, for which I can only apologise. Thanks for listening. Ta-ta.
I think you'll find. I think you'll find.
I think you'll find.
I think you'll find.
All right, I checked. There were fish. But actually, I thought I'll check this. It's really quick, simple, just before I record the credits. And of course, I've disappeared down a rabbit hole, which is a very bad place to look for fish. So it's not actually that straightforward. But there are fish in the episode. And I think one of the telesnaps, one of the pictures in the recon is a telesnap of fish. But I think the other picture of fish, because there's a couple, is just someone's fish. Or internet fish to net. A net is a good place to catch a fish. But anyway, yes. But I don't know if the fish were filmed at Ealing, as had been planned to film them at Kew. Then it was planned to film them at Ealing, but I don't know if they were. I haven't got access to all of the paperwork, and also I'm not. I am doing a brief sort of. I am looking over the Marco Polo stuff because I'm researching too much information. But for these, I try to make them, as much from memory as possible, because otherwise I wouldn't sleep or eat, and that's not what these are. These aren't facts. But I just know what Doctor Who fans are like, so I'm covering my back. There are fish in the episode, but whether they were recorded on film or from the studio, there's definitely a fish tank in the studio. We're not. I can't tell straight. My feeling is that they probably pre-filmed them for a close-up, like they do the bamboos and all of that sort of thing. But I'm not 100% sure. But you definitely see the fish. They're not like Zaroff's octopus. And the other thing where I was definitely wrong is the way stations. I got it slightly wrong. It's not that they get smaller as they get closer to their destination. It's that they get more ornate because you're getting closer to, where the emperor and all the, the centre of power and all of that is. And of course, the ones further out have to be sparser and more practical because fewer things can get to them, and the priority is to make them, as I say, sort of functional and practical rather than sexy. So the closer you get to, the city or the centre of power, the sexier and more ornate and more decorous the way stations get. So that's that. I got it the wrong way around. Well, welcome back, everybody, to this commentary for Marco Polo, in which I am ably assisted and prompted and inspired by Doctor Who fan of yore, Jeremy Bentham, who wrote the marvellous Doctor Who, the early years book, a repository of some of the most spellbinding and awe-inspiring pictures from early Who, that was a Christmas treasure trove from me when I was a time tot. So Jeremy has been very methodically assessing the various qualities provided by Marco Polo, where I've been a bit more scatterbrained, but that is the nature of these things. So I hope you've been enjoying, if like me, sort of rather discovering a story. As I say, I'd experienced a couple of times only, but certainly don't know as well as, somewhere it's just much easier to, pop a DVD or in the old days a VHS into the machine and watch over and over again. And we've got to episode 6. So let's see what that has to offer. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. So a couple of things to note. Something I didn't talk about with episode 4, the one that we don't have telesnaps for, is that we have a Doctor Who mystery there, of course. And thanks to various of my patrons, I think it was David Gillespie, who's a great correspondent on my Patreon page, for pointing out that there was something I could have talked about instead of my Where's Wally Cup, which Cup fans Michael Dennis is one of the leading Cup aficionados in Haydocksville Patron. The Where's Wally mug is chipped on the bottom, but otherwise seems structurally sound. Mighty Kubla Khan is this episode of Marco Polo, and the episode title looks to have been superimposed on a shot of the top of the TARDIS, which is rather lovely. I love the fact that this scene takes place at night. It's really atmospheric, and as I say, we know that shot of Tigana with his arm around Susan's neck, and Ian comes out to confront him, and of course, you really believe this bloodthirsty time, and that Tigana would quite happily dispatch Susan. And it's nice that the Doctor, Ian does the initial moment of confrontation, but the Doctor comes out sort of as the figure of authority right at the end, and he's quite stern. I find Hartnell's performance in this very interesting. It's not quite like his performance in some other stories, I would say. But look, episode 4 I started talking about, and David Gillespie, who pointed out on my Twitter that it is the source of one mystery that we cannot currently, with the resources we have available, solve. And that is, this is one that I'm sure it will appeal to all fans of Doctor Who, is when, because if you look at the closing titles of this episode, Mighty Kubla Khan and indeed the episode before, the cast list, font and credits are centre aligned, however you describe it, whereas for episodes 1 to 3 they are left justified. So the writing errs to the left, and the last left justified that we can see with photographic evidence is the closing titles of episode 3, and the first centre justified is in the closing titles to episode 5. So did the justification change? Did John Crockett come in and change it, and then that just continued to be the way? Or was that just a coincidence, and that John Crockett's episode was the last with the left justified? Until we get off-screen stills from Wall of Lies or the episodes themselves, we will never know. And I like the fact that we have that little mystery. And it's one of those nice mysteries that actually nobody, there are always some mysteries where people have a theory and then people argue and go, meh, meh. Whereas this is one where we just simply don't know. There is not one thing that is more likely than the other, because often there were plans with these sorts of things and habits formed, and did anybody really sort of sit down and go, do you know what, Doctor Who, we're nearly there with Doctor Who, but the alignment of the closing credits is it's simply that the show dies for me if it stays left justified. I love this scene between Ian and Marco, two decent men having a face-off. And Ian, come episode 6, I think I alluded to this before and was talking over a sort of similar scene where they have to establish trust in an earlier episode. But here, you know, they've been through so much. They've been travelling companions who've endured much but enjoyed friendship and all of that. And Ian comes out, he trusts Marco. And I like the fact that Marco is not, you know, the primitive the Doctor describes him as, because the Doctor is wrong. But that Ian can trust Marco and say, look, it's a time machine. Please give it back. But Ian is caught out in his own wall of lies because he has been dishonest with Marco before. And actually at this juncture, because of course they've lied to protect Ping Cho, which I like as well. I love these layers of you know white lying, as we would call it, which you know, it looked heroic when Ian covered for Ping Cho there, but of course Marco's not daft, and I like the fact that Marco is never allowed to be stupid. And Marco goes, well, I know that you were lying to cover Ping Cho, but so I know you're capable of lying. Now, of course, I mean, this is how we conduct ourselves in Twitter now, you know, because the idea that somebody is capable of lying about something trivial means they'll lie about something. We've always done it in politics. You know, somebody lies to their wife by having an affair with their secretary. That means they'd lie to the population. I think that's an extremely daft parallel to draw. I mean, if you're out there, if anyone listening to this has never lied under any circumstances, well, I take my hat off to you. I've lied in all sorts of circumstances, but I like to think that were it to be something of real import and principle, I like to think I wouldn't lie. But of course, sometimes we lie to ourselves as well. Interesting. Anyway, I like the way that it is used in this drama, and Marco makes a perfectly reasonable point. You lied about Ping Cho, so I'm not going to believe your claim you're from another time. Well, as I say, I think that is reasonable, and that is the reason, not that Marco goes, oh, I'm from the olden days and thick and can't conceive of such a thing. I also love the last line where he goes, and if I did believe you, you'd have the key. I find that actually very moving and very, you know, decent, empathic character writing. Also, though, what's interesting is that we are expected to believe that, you know, that Marco saw, cups full of wine move from Tibetan monks' tables to mouths, or whatever it is he said. That there is some magic that he talks about, and we're never asked to question that. Now, in the world of Doctor Who as we understand it now, you know, we don't really have, you know, magic Tibetan monks. I mean, there is occasionally telekinesis in Doctor Who, I suppose, but I don't know. I find that stretches my credulity because it's magic within the real world, if you like, more than I do other things. I would prefer to forget the idea that in the Doctor Who universe, magic monks are considered a real thing, even if by somebody from 700 years ago or whatever, because he's saying that he saw it. So are we supposed to believe there are magic monks? But then again, we've had people levitate stuff with their mind in other Doctor Who. So, in fact, I have double standards there. That's interesting. And until I started going, but we don't believe in magic monks. I'd actually chosen to forgotten all the areas where we do have telekinesis in Doctor Who, and they only came into my head as I was talking about them. So we make a universe of our own rules, and those rules have inconsistencies. Now, Gabor Baraka, Wang Lo, here he is, and Kuitju Tatilenko. Now, I mentioned that Tatilenko is unfortunate in that none of his episodes of Doctor Who exist. But Gabor Baraka is the same, because he returns in The Crusade, but only in episode 2, which no longer exists. And Zora Segal, who is also in this, but as a non-speaking artist, but has a speaking part in The Crusade, but only in episode 2. So actually all three of them are unfortunate in that none of their episodes of Doctor Who exist. So, in fact, I'm sure if you would like to be one of those people, you could go on Twitter and say that missing episodes are actually inherently problematic because of their racism, because Gabor Baraka was Hungarian, Tati Lemko was, I think, he was born in Norway, but some things I've read say he was Swedish. So he's a Scandinavian Jew and an Indian actress have all been who've appeared in more than one Doctor Who story, because obviously we have Zelia Merton in this as well, and Basil Tang and those various actors. But multi-story appearing Doctor Who actors from other countries and other cultures and backgrounds have all been wiped by the missing episode purge. So you heard it here first. Pamela Nash and the BBC purging people were all systematically, structurally racist or something, whatever you want to do there. Yes, but I like Gabor Baraka. He has a great time of being sort of very sort of Kempley remonstrating. I think his would be an enjoyable performance. Could we see it? Silly child. Oh, bless. And we've got loads of photos of this as well, but they're all largely from the side of poor old Gabor Baraka. But there's a telesnap full on. Oh, aren't we so lucky to have this glorious... You can't refer to the telesnaps online, of course, because they were in Waris Hussein's private collection, so I'm not even as familiar with those as I am with some of the ones that in the early days of the internet and the Doctor Who website I would patiently flick through, because Basil Tang, who plays Office Foreman, who gives one of the most muted performances in the whole of Doctor Who. He was also the sort of check-in point. I wouldn't be so bold as to say agent, because I don't know and I don't think so. But he was certainly the contact for a lot of the extras that they use in later episodes that were... So some are from the so-called Peggy Sears Oriental casting agency, but other supporting artists of that kind were Basil Tang was the person that you contacted to give the call times or to, as the point of contact for some of the ones in the later episodes. So he was more than just a not very good actor. He was also a sort of way station, if you like, between the production office and those performers. Basil Tang returns uncredited in later Doctor Who stories, including he's the Chinese delegate in Day of the Daleks. Yes, Basil Tang. There we are. And I like the drama between all of the people. A lot of this is people talking in rooms, and some of it quite long scenes. I mean, that scene between Marco and Ian was very long, but I thought it was absolutely lovely. And what seemed like window dressing. It's interesting. I've been going through a lot of the newspaper stuff, because I'm doing a sister podcast to this, Too Much Information. And a lot of the early newspaper sort of synopsis say, Doctor Who meets Marco Polo, and there's also a Chinese girl who's going to get married to an old man. And I never really considered Ping Cho's subplot as being particularly important. It was a reason for her being there and having a friend to Susan. But actually, of course, when the story needs a couple of extra episodes, actually that being seeded in as early as it is very helpful, because the reason Ian is now away and finds the TARDIS is because he's gone looking for Ping Cho, who's run away because she doesn't want to marry the guy. Also, that's the key issue as well. But it means that story impacts on the regular story. It's not just sort of side dressing, to have a little bit of a subplot for a character, a one-off character. It does actually impact on the movements of the main plot as we get towards our destination and need our main characters sort of split off, and indeed going about the important business of finding the TARDIS. I like the way that Barbara fronts off to Tigana, and actually I've sort of taken the mickey, thanks to Kieran Hodgson's brilliant, I am not suspicious at all. He's actually comes across as very reasonable in these scenes. He is a plausible force. You can actually see why Marco will take him at his word. And that Marco is a good man, but he defers to the hierarchy of the time, which is if Kubla Khan says something, you damn well do it. And and if you didn't, you were probably in an awful lot of trouble. So although Marco is a good guy, he's also he's not going to do anything that's going to get him into trouble. I love the look of these costumes. I love to see these performances, and I think these scenes have enough dramatic meat, and are well enough written. The dialogue is very good. Sometimes lots of people in a room arguing in Doctor Who isn't necessarily that compelling, but I think the dialogue of John Lucarotti is superior, and we know that Waris Hussein, if the way that he shoots the cave people is any example, is that he knows how to favour the actors and give us an insight into their thoughts as well as what they're saying. So there's a lot more going on than the dialogue and the vocal performances. So I would be. I sometimes think with Marco Polo, is it so over familiar visually because we've got so many pictures that should we not be asking for other episodes? I know it doesn't matter which episodes we ask for to come back, but I would usually say my 3 I want back would be Mythmakers, Massacre and Marco, the 3 M's, even though Troughton is my favourite Doctor. But is that me going, it's because we've got no moving pictures from any of them, really? And is it, or is it because Marco Polo is 7 episodes, so you get more? Now, Clive Doig, the vision mixer, always says that there was a camera movement in the palace of Kubla Khan where the camera sort of sweeps in for this entrance and somebody knocks a pillar or a column over and it wobbles and falls over, and Clive was amazed that it stayed in. Now, we will never know unless we get the episode. I suspect, history and yarn telling have probably exaggerated that, but there may have been a noticeable set wobble, say, or a camera crashing into something slightly. We have cameras crashing into stuff, don't we, on some existing episodes? I think if the whole set had collapsed, as Clive sometimes tells it, they would have done it again. I like the Vizier who just keeps telling them to kowtow. It's quite funny, and of course this is where the story. I mean, Wang Lo is quite funny, and there's certain amounts of wit in the dialogue and in the exchanges, and particularly the characterization of the Doctor. But I think it is in Mighty Kubla Khan that John Lucarotti goes, right, we can really have fun now. And he said it was because in the Canadian radio series that he'd written Kubla Khan as this mighty warlord character, as he is so often depicted. The actor had decided to play him as a sort of doddery, eccentric, knackered old thing. And so when he came to do his Doctor Who, he remembered that, sadly nameless now, actor, and wrote that performance into the characterization of his Doctor Who, Kubla Khan. So you have this mighty wheeze, this wonderful gag, and there's a brilliant picture here of everybody's arses as they all do their kowtowing, except for Hartnell, who sort of has to stay straight up because he's got the gout. I do sort of like it when the Doctor is this sort of this person slightly removed from the reality of the situation because he's worried about his back. That's right. And it's really interesting, isn't it, that how different writers respond to the brief and how they think the Doctor's role should be in it. and here the Doctor is sort of almost unaware of the wider threat, even though an intelligent time traveler would know that Kubla Khan is very powerful, because he's so worried about his back. But in so doing, being so ignorant of that sort of protocol and consumed in his own sciatica and gout or whatever, that he then endears himself to a similarly afflicted old man, but not doing a Pertwee and going, "My life at your command," and knowing how to do the right salute, and some would say sucking up to authority. I actually quite like the fact that Pertwee knows how to do things the proper way, but I also understand that that's sort of at odds with those who like their Doctor to be an anarchist. I'm one of those terrible mixtures of both. Is that I believe in the revolution, but I think it should be achieved by a correctly phrased letter to the editor of the Times. There was, but yes, this idea that the Doctor's so worried about his back that he endears himself to the Khan, and the comedy idea that the Khan is this, and Martin Miller's tiny, isn't he, and wizened, and it's a convincing makeup. Again, you wouldn't do it now, but he's got long fingernails and everything. And of course, Martin Miller was a Czechoslovakian Jew who'd escaped the Holocaust, and like many people of his kind from all over the world, was welcomed into the British theatrical profession, a very welcoming place. And I've read interviews and indeed conducted interviews with many actors from that time, and is it Stephen Bourne who went to the trouble of interviewing a lot of black performers from that time who found themselves very welcomed into the theatrical profession, and even though they, a lot of the times the parts that would rightly now, no question, only go to actors of the correct the correct nationality, or the genuine article, as it were given to actors like Martin Miller, because acting under heavy makeup was part of what character actors did. But yes, things have changed and improved. But let's not write off Czechoslovakian Jew escaping from Hitler, Martin Miller, as one of the one of the perpetrators of some awful racist slight against East Asian performers, because he was taking part in the theatrical tradition of heavily made up character actors doing that kind of thing, which was the norm at the time. As I say, it's not a call to return to those times, but I think it's just a reminder that pointing at them and just going, "Well, that's just racist," is devoid of context, and a keenness to scold that I find a bit tiresome. Whilst celebrating the fact that we have improved the way we do such things, although there is also still improvement of representation that needs to continue. And I've probably overemphasised that now, but one sometimes needs to. The paint, even on these pictures, the paintings outside the window of Kubla Khan's palace are obvious paintings. But again, that was, it was a suggestion of what is outside, and the audience at home who are used to watching, theatres with painted backdrops know that it is a suggestion. There's no attempt at photorealism, and they could have gone for that if they'd had the budget or wanted to or thought it was a priority, but it was enough to go, well, we'll just have a painted psych outside the window and the audience will go with it. And those that don't, well, that's you, isn't it? If you watch an exciting piece of drama with good acting and good writing, and you come away going, yeah, but I think you'll find that curtain outside the window is painted, then I'm very happy for you, but I'm not mightily interested in having a conversation with you. it's like going, it's a beautiful sunny day, isn't it? Yeah, but I mean, all that is this great big orange orb in a sky that's been giving heat and light to the planet for as long as it lives. I mean, that's all it is, mate. I mean, well, anyone could do that. Tutti Lemko. I do wish we could see some of his. He was a famous dancer, and of course was in Fiddler on the Roof. And here we have another Tigana flavoured cliffhanger. And of course, this is another one where our standards and our mores and the ways that we do things are put to the test. Ian goes, all right, I'll kill him. Now, we know that's a bluff because Ian would never kill him. And Tigana beautifully would and doesn't give a monkeys and goes, all right, then kill him. And you go, okay, that's not going to work. And then he just has to quietly say, come. And it's brilliant. It's a real contrast to some often, kill them now, or big explosive, cliffhangers. It's a much more leisurely and becalmed kind of, I've got time. I am not worried about you in the slightest. He's a great villain. And again, all those great character dynamics that make this story such a beautiful, beautiful thing that I do miss. I miss more from having experienced it in this way, where I'm having to give it a little bit more scrutiny and sort of understand it a little bit more. I definitely feel, well, we'll talk about it in part 7, where it stands in the whole of the pantheon of season 1 and Hartnell as a whole and the 60s as a whole. I think it's an important story. I think it's a high-end literate script. It's a high-end worthy production, and obviously the design of costume and sets looks incredible. Pretty faultless cast, apart from maybe Basil Tang mumbling his way in. But not a white character actor under heavy makeup, so you go that there's so that's a price worth paying in a way. That they went, well, let's try and get some of the real deal in, even though there are a limited number at our disposal. But then the idea that you would say, well, Basil Tang should play Tigana or Kubla Khan is I think wishful thinking. Right. I bang that drum quite a lot. Sorry. Not because I've said it all. You can I'm sure somebody could mischaracterize this if they wanted to, but please don't, because I'm not saying the bad thing you could say that I'm saying. Right. I'm going to choose. I think I'm going to choose the comedy. I'm going to choose the fact that and it's an important element of Doctor Who, and I think we often talk of the arrival of Dennis Spooner as the time when Doctor Who realised that comedy was an essential part of its DNA. He certainly was very good at synthesising the comedic aspects of the programme with the more dramatic and all of the other stuff that was already in place, and people talk of the Romans as being an out and out comedy and perhaps a mistake, and it that needed reining in a little bit. I love the Romans, but I know so the production team at the time thought maybe we've gone a little bit too far of going for pure comedy here. There's plenty of the Romans that isn't funny and deliberately not funny, but where it's funny it really goes for the funny, doesn't it? But actually I would say there's and unlike the Aztecs, which Lucarotti does later, that he really ladles in the comedy here, specifically with that characterization of Kubla Khan. Although Wang Lo is quite funny too, but I think some of that is Gabor Baraka being to use Clive Merrison's description of his own acting, and I think it's a nice way of describing a particular kind of acting as vivid, very vivid. I like that. I think Gabor Baraka and Tati Lemko are both vivid performers, but Martin Miller's characterization and the way that Kubla Khan is scripted is a deliberate bit of bathos. It's a deliberate bit of sort of, you know, building up this great all-powerful figure, and then the gag is he's a guy with gout shuffling in and being all grumpy about it. And then that helps the story because that's how he bonds with the Doctor, and we have the ingenious setup for next week, which we'll talk about next week, where the Doctor trying to win the TARDIS back, which is delightful and, again, beautifully done. So I think, the introduction of comedy at this point, comedy becomes, I think Doctor Who, an essential ingredient of Doctor Who is its wit. And sometimes it goes too far with the comedy, and sometimes it tries to be too serious. But I think at its best, it is when it goes about its business very seriously, but with the wit of its performers and its writers intact. And I think that is what happens here in Marco Polo episode 6. It is still a serious drama. There is still serious intent in the storytelling, but there is wit in the performances and in the characterization and in this particular element of the story. And it's been deliberately sort of sprinkled in now, maybe because Luca Rotti felt they needed a different dynamic 6 episodes in of a 7-parter, maybe just because he liked the joke, but it certainly it helps, and it's a contrast to much that has gone before. It's pretty much a new element and a new tone this late in the story, which I think it needs. So I'm going for the sort of comedy / the wit / the deliberately contrasting depiction of Kubla Khan in terms of what we were led to expect and what history tells us. Jeremy Bentham will probably choose something like he's going to choose something. Well, no, let's see. I was going to say he's probably going to choose something very correct and proper, like the BBC production schedule or something, because he's methodical and he's smart and he's clever, and he didn't say or interesting like I do, to the extent that I do. Anyway, Jeremy Bentham on Mighty Kubla Khan.
I mentioned at the beginning how mesmerised I was at first reading the scripts for Marco Polo. And I don't just mean mesmerised purely by the physical quality of the scripts, which was remarkable in itself, in that they are one of the few Doctor Who scripts that's actually composed and printed on foolscap paper, which, for the benefit of youngsters among us, it was a style of paper that preceded A4. It was narrower than A4, but also longer, which made it incredibly tortuous when I got permission to be allowed a copy of the script for personal research purposes, because they had to write little notes in at the bottom of certain pages to make sure the information that was missing from the photocopier could appear on my copies of it. No, the remarkable thing about the scripts for Polo is there's so much in it these days that you couldn't do nowadays in a children's or even a family viewing programme. There's big sections on drug abuse in the 500 Eyes episode. The whole concept of Ping Cho being trafficked to be married to a 75-year-old man who then expires when he takes a Chinese version of Viagra to make sure he could do the deed when required. It's all pretty subversive stuff for a 5:15 programme on BBC television. The lovely thing about Luca Rotti's script, though, is that it also includes comedy. Not obvious comedy, but certainly when you get to this episode, Mighty Kublai Khan, where you finally know you're going to meet the object of the episode's title, Mighty Kublai Khan. You're expecting some Arnold Schwarzenegger or General Xerxes figure to come striding into this enormous, great, tall palace. Instead, the doors open and out toddles, bent over double, little Martin Miller, absolutely weighed down by his arthritis and looking very much the antithesis of a mighty ruler of the world. And of course the comedy there is that he's flanked by the quite voluminous Claire Davenport as the Empress, and it's just visually amusing in the way that it's constructed, and you can see why. William Hartnell, when he was talking about Marco Polo, said he enjoyed the comedy moments in this story, and probably Mighty Kublai Khan is the most amusing of all of the episodes of this epic serial. So I'm commending the scripts as my special reason for pointing out a high point of this episode.
Now, listen up, everybody. I was slightly worried then. He said he was going to choose the production. What was it? I said the production schedule. I was slightly worried he was then going to say, I'm going to choose the fact that the scripts are on foolscap paper. And then I'd have gone, there's no chance I'd have gone. But then he mentioned the comedy, but he's rounded that up as the scripts, as the whole thing. Do I get half a point? Go on. Let me at least bask. Can you bask in a shadow? No, you're shaded in a shadow, aren't you? You don't bask in a shadow unless it's a shadow that has nourishing and regenerative properties. Maybe Jeremy's shadow is sunlight and scholasticism, so I'm going to bask in his shadow. You do bask in a shadow, but that seems counterintuitive when shadows are mostly dark and hide you from the sun. Yeah, what's the sun anyway? I'm basking in his shadow. And I to get half a point because he pointed out that specifically this episode it was the comedy and the Kublai Khan and all of that. And I think probably the only time in any of my podcasts where General Xerxes will be invoked. So I'm delighted by that. And I also like the fact that Jeremy likes all things you wouldn't be allowed to do today with and it's very true, the drugs and yes, that we'll come to Ping Cho's partner to be in episode 7. We haven't got to that yet. But yes, and indeed, I mentioned that too in early episodes with the stabbings, which were much more de rigueur in 1964 than they would be now. And those things are of interest to note, if from an historical point of view, where we go, things that they do differently than for reasons that were perfectly understandable to them, that we now look at and go, oh yeah, well, but we wouldn't do that now. And some, yes, we are very pleased about, but then some, like trusting the audience to be intelligent and taking your time with certain things, and certainly, I think, being a little bit more rigorous about sort of intellectual ideas and stuff, are things that we've lost that one rather laments. And I think what I love about Doctor Who is I don't think it's a children's program. Well, we know, we have this. It's what we tell people, isn't it? When it's never made by the children's department; it was made by the drama department. But it is a kids show. You're first drawn to it when you're a kid, because I think Doctor Who is a program that is suitable for children, if not being, when it's written down to children. Any children's program that's written down to children commits a sin. But Doctor Who in particular, I think it has to be aware of the children. You don't have anything overtly sexual in it, and I think it's a bit embarrassing when it does. Although then, when in Androids of Tara, Peter Jeffrey goes, I showed Madame Lamia a certain courtesy. As a grown-up, you go, oh, that's a sexual reference in Doctor Who. I rather like that. So actually, you can have that if you do it sparingly and with wit and restraint. Oh, that's a word we don't hear enough these days. God, I'm turning into a right old Puritan. But I think Doctor Who is at its best when it's mindful of the child audience. So the writers then have to restrict themselves, much in the same way that the visualizers of Doctor Who have to restrict themselves because of its comparatively low budget, so that it has to use its imagination rather than special effects sometimes. Doctor Who's writers have to use their imagination beyond what you just show to an adult, because you have to sometimes be a little bit squeamish about some things because that there is a child audience there. And like the lack of special effects or the low budget being a breeder of invention, which I think is to Doctor Who's advantage, because necessity is the mother of invention, and invention makes for a more interesting experience. Exactly the same with Doctor Who, because the writers have to write something that is suitable for children, is acceptable children's viewing, but is also something that entertains adults without adults having to make too many compromises, which is why so many adults watch Doctor Who and fewer watch Button Moon or Teabag or whatever. I'd say Doctor Who is a children's program that adults adore. As Gerard Garrett of the Daily Sketch said, and that there are certain kids shows I watch, but in the back of my mind, it's that these are kids shows. Whereas with Doctor Who, I don't feel I'm watching a kids show, but maybe my psychology is wrapped up in that. So, it's interesting to view what was acceptable in a kids show then and what wouldn't be acceptable now, and some of the things that we do now that actually wouldn't be acceptable then. And some show progress, some do not. Some just show that things are different sometimes, and that is just interesting. I find it all interesting, which is why looking back on the history of Doctor Who can be instructive and thought-provoking and just plain enjoyable, and that's why we do it. Marco Polo shows many of these aspects just as much, if not more, than many others, and having such an insightful companion along for the ride as Jeremy Bentham has made me think about those things even more. And you too, I hope. And I hope they've helped you to enjoy a story that doesn't have spaceships or monsters or a lot of the traditional trappings of Who as we understand it today, but is still definitely and in many of its key elements, very much a Doctor Who story, and actually a really good one at that. So thank you for viewing and listening, and let's see what happens when somebody admits an assassin to Peking. Not going to be very good news for somebody. And so we've done it. We've reached the end of our journey to Cathay, which is what this story is called in a lot of the paperwork, but I'm still going to call it Marco Polo. I'm actually less bothered about that than I am, having trawled through the paperwork, than I am about calling The Edge of Destruction, which, having just done that for Too Much Information, which is one of the related podcasts to this, I found myself calling Inside the Spaceship, but I don't like that as a title, and it's relatively new to me. I say relatively new, about 20 years. And I also refuse to change my mind. Even though when it was first mooted, we call Inside the Spaceship, I was like, definitely not. That's just silly. And now I kind of think, well, actually, and especially as The Edge of Destruction is just the title of episode 1, and we ignore the Radio Times 10th anniversary special when it calls lots of other stories by the first episode title, so The Romans is the Slave Traders or whatever, and we go, well, that's just really poor. We don't do that, except for The Edge of Destruction when we do. And the Daleks, well, obviously it's easy to call that the Daleks than the Mutants, because there's a story called The Mutants. There were no other stories with the Daleks in. No. But yeah, Journey to Cathay, but it's Marco Polo. It's Marco Polo. But anyway, it's episode titling, whatever theory you have, it's a theory with a hole. So Marco Polo, let's. Well, we can certainly agree that as a story, it's mint. Let's press play on the final episode of this epic tale that we are taking alongside one of the founders of Doctor Who fandom and one of its greatest historians, Jeremy Bentham. We're going to see what happens when there's an assassin at Peking. In 3, 2, 1. So I put this off. I've been supposed to do this a couple of times. Jeremy very kindly was very quick to record his contribution, although with unnecessary apologies about or the filming of it, and I had a couple of goes, and bless him, he's actually filmed it in lots of different locations around his house, apposite to what he is choosing as his favourite thing. Now, I don't know if they're in this, because no word of a lie, I've unlike a lot of Happy Times and Places, I have done these episodes as a viewer in recent weeks, in order that I'm not coming in totally blind, and because there's no subtitles on recons to aid me with following as I talk at the same time. And I mention that because there's a couple of other off-screen stills of these later episodes that were taken by a viewer in Australia, which were all we had before we got the telesnaps in terms of the broadcast program. But I'm not sure they've made their way into this recon. They may have done. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they were available to the reconographers, the reconstructors. It's lovely seeing the TARDIS in a forest clearing. And here is Ling Tao, Paul Carson, who I've looked up what I know in my little database. But they've killed poor old Kuitju because he's no longer useful to plot. And you can see there's a knife in his back there, but that would have been cut by the Australian censors. So Kuitju gets killed. I've got a feeling Tigana kills him in the book, but I might be wrong. But anyway, he dies because, I was going to say, he's no longer useful to the plot. He would be useful to sort of dob in Tigana, which he would. I'm sure he would have, the craven soul that he was, I'm sure he would have caved in during interrogation. But he's been killed by an overzealous extra guard. It always leaves a slightly nasty taste in the mouth there, where some, unknown, non-speaking character with very little agency, all he does is just rather thoughtlessly and callously butchers someone. Beautiful shot there in that telesnap of various supporting artists through one of the decorative sort of walls with bits missing. I don't know what they're called. I'm sure there's a name. But you know what I mean. It's a wall with holes in it because it's pretty. A partition, some form of decorative partition. But anyway, I've noticed a few bits of shooting through various glorious bits of the set. This is maybe where Clive Doig's and the camera crashes into a pillar comes into play. And the Doctor with his glasses. I always like it when the Doctor wears glasses. I don't know why. I'm not a glasses wearer myself. I found myself having to look at stock cube boxes. I've sort of take them slightly further away in order to read what it says on the box. I do that thing where you slightly adjust, which I never had to do. But I went for an eye test and they said my vision was fine. It's just that comes with age. So it's not that I identify. It's not that I need. For me to be able to identify with the central character, for the Doctor to be a glasses wearer. I just like it. And as an actor, a pair of spectacles always gives you. I'm never one to resist a prop. And I noticed there's a small person as Kubla Khan's sort of factotum, which is again very progressive. To have that sort of representation on screen, especially as the character doesn't actually, is just there to be sort of present. Because again, there's not enough representation. It's getting better these days, but I know from my partner's work with the Disabled Artists Networking community that small actors, do struggle for work and representation and all sorts of other stigma. And anyway, we don't need to get into another, but I know a couple of comics who would absolutely berate anybody rightly for anything sexist or racist or homophobic or transphobic, that aren't afraid to do jokes about and using a word beginning with M that I would not use to describe a small person, and seem to think that's okay somehow. It's interesting where people draw different lines. But I love a couple of elements of this. I love the fact that the Doctor beats the Khan, because the Doctor can sometimes be doddery, and a bit of a klutz. He's klutzed his way into the Khan's affections by having a bad back. He's sort of a bit klutzy in the gunfighters, and sometimes in historical situations, the First Doctor sort of almost accidentally prospers. Whereas here, he's very wily. He's good at the backgammon, but that then pays off later. But I like the fact that he's trouncing the car, and I sometimes don't like it when the Doctor's over good at things. I did take, I was never quite sure about Matt Smith's Doctor, who's so brilliantly alien in The Lodger, suddenly being good at football, because I, as the kid that wasn't good at football at school, liked the Doctor to be not good at the things that people were traditionally good at. But, the alpha males at school weren't exactly busting out the backgammon. So I think it's fine for the Doctor to be good at backgammon and to be winning so comprehensively, which makes you think, oh, well, we're going to tidy up this part of the plot. He's going to win the TARDIS back. And, of course, then the wonderful twist to that is that he doesn't. Then he has another really weird laughing fit like he does at the end of episode 1, which is, again, a sort of an element of the Doctor's characterization that we never really visit again. The Doctor laughing like a loon in the face of utter disaster. Maybe there's something in his Chinese tea. I don't know. And I like Marco's role in this. Marco really properly is the hero of episode 7. Actually, he learns and he does the right thing in the end, and is not punished for it. And he actually gets. The implication is that he kind of gets what he deserves, having learnt, and he never really did. He never knowingly did the wrong thing, apart from nicking the TARDIS. No, that's pretty bad. But in his eyes, his need is greater, and he doesn't think he's consigning the others to disaster, and as he said to Ian, a couple of last episode, if I believed you about the time machine thing, of course I'd give you the key. This is an effective set. This, again, I wonder how it would look in the studio, but the perspective seems to be very nice. It seems open and airy compared to some of the interior stuff, and a lot of that's down to the lighting, of course. But we really feel like they're an ensemble, don't we? We feel like we've the TARDIS crew are part of Marco Polo's caravan, essentially. These people, I've never seen that photo before. Look at those costumes. They are amazing. And yeah, we didn't have, I didn't think we had any photos of Ling Tao until we got the telesnaps. So I'm wrong there. There's so many more photos of Marco Polo than I thought we had, and I thought we had a fair few. So seeing some of these, I'm seeing some beautiful shots that are new to me. But yes, Paul Carson. I emailed not his widow, because they were divorced. I've emailed the lady that he was married to when he did Marco Polo, and I've looked up what I know about Paul Carson, who plays Ling Tao, who, as I mentioned a couple of episodes ago, is one of the actors whose history is unclear, and who the internet certainly get wrong, because he's not also a Canadian sports anchor. Here's that lovely twist. We think that really nagging, slightly annoying part of the story, in a good way, that our heroes... look at that shot of Marco and Ian with Ping Cho in the background as they argue about her. That's a great piece of composition. And that's from a telesnap, so it would have been embarrassing had that been some reconstructor's wizardry, some loose cannon, beautiful tapestry. But it's not. It's definitely from off-screen. And we know that Maurice Hussein knows where to put a camera. He knows how to move a camera as well. That's what we lose, his wonderful sort of creeping camera that he employs sometimes to suggest menace and atmosphere. Although this story requires different things, but yeah, he knows how to move a camera. But yes, I love that part of the story, the TARDIS, where you think it's got wrapped up because the Doctor's got himself into a situation where he's won beautifully, the entire produce of Burma for 1 year. What a line. What a wonderful thing to win. And then we have the resolution, but that we think that story is going to get wrapped up. No, in the crucial game, he loses. So the TARDIS, he has lost the TARDIS still, even though the atmosphere in terms of the danger to the regulars is not what it has been earlier. That's good. That's developed. They're welcome at court. The Doctor is getting on with Kubla Khan. They've really made some progress in their interactions with Marco. But the Khan doesn't want to give the Doctor his TARDIS back, and that's completely understandable. And again, gorgeously, he's not doing it because he's being mean or despotic. Is that he's been given a brilliant present, and he's won it legitimately in a game of backgammon. He does a lot of. He's like a Cheshire cat. Is Tigana wily, and then we have we have there's a couple of things I haven't mentioned. The wonderful fact that the Empress to Kubla Khan is Claire Davenport, who you would probably know best for the Fawlty Towers episode, where he does the fire alarm, and Sybil is and she's a pleasantly complaining customer. Voluminous is how Jeremy Bentham described her. She's a larger lady, which again is a wonderful contrast to the slight diminutive figure of Martin Miller. And that's a lovely piece of casting, and it's a lovely dynamic that the Khan has this rather bossy wife. I think that's rather fun. But then we have the resolution, don't we, of the Ping Cho story, where she's been dragged to marry this guy, which we look at and go, well, that's not very nice for a young woman to be forced into a union that she doesn't want with a senior gentleman that she's never met. Although another side of that is to go, who are we to impose our cultural expectations on another culture who do things that way? If you want to be like that. But I think I certainly fall on, it just shows that sometimes these things are very difficult, because the thing that is more empowering for women in our Western view is that they, I think it's pretty much, is it though? It's difficult, isn't it? Because that's us imposing our values, isn't it? But I think it's a value of some merit that people should be able to choose who they marry. But in even saying that, I could be very, very much favouring what I grew up with and patronising another culture because of my. So it could all be a bit of a minefield, which is why I think people should be allowed to muse on stuff without being accused of some sort of beastliness. Anyway, maybe I just imagine all that because I spend too much time on Twitter. But anyway, there's a shot through a chair, or is it through no, that might be through a holy as in full of holes, a Swiss cheese partition. So Marco's had his own moment. Oh yes, and here we are, that Ping Cho's husband to be. So it's very nice and budget saving that we don't see the big dinner, but they come out of the dinner in order to hear the glorious news for Ping Cho, who we're sort of happy for. I mean, it's a bit hard if you're the guy that she was going to marry, but he has drunk a potion. What is it? He's drunk a potion of quicksilver and something else to basically mean that on his wedding day he has enough vigor coursing through him in order to rise to the occasion, which is all pretty grim if you think about it. He overdoses on that and dies. So it's a comedy death off screen. Lack of noise is off for the husband to be. So he becomes a sort of rather amusing victim of the lack of knowledge about, because Quicksilver's. Yeah. Anyway, about for whatever. It's a comedy moment. He drinks a potion to invigorate him, and it sends him, and it topples him off his perch, and so that gets Ping Cho out of the situation. And there's a shot of her here with Ling Tao, and I don't know if that's a composite. And she says, "I would like to stay here." Now, does she give Ling Tao a look? There is the suggestion that she's gonna hook up with Ling Tao, or I think that happens in the book maybe, but he's the one that kills Tigana in the book. The young officer. Yes, he escorts her to the quarters, but do we get a bit of a suggestion that they might have an eye for each other, or have I imposed that upon them? It would be interesting to see if they do a bit of, I quite like the look of you acting. And yes, the young officer, Ling Tao, who I started talking about several moons ago, Paul Carson, who I'm sure Waris's Tane told me had done some model work for some cigarettes. I have contacted the lady to whom he was married at the time, and what I know about him was that he was an American born in Texas. So yes, he's doing RP in this. Of course he is, as actors tended to have to do. Although Martin Miller's not. Martin Miller, again, it's a really bizarre thing, isn't it? But a bit like you see certain actors popping in often with anglicised names, because again, that was kind of how things were done, which you would hope that people didn't have to do now. But people, anglicised their names. But I mean, God, a lot of Jewish actors did that in Hollywood, didn't they? All sorts of people whose names become more sort of, well, anglicised is wrong because I'm talking about America, but you know what I mean, westernised, whatever. So why was I talking about that? Yes, because Martin Miller is speaking in a, he never lost his Czechoslovakian accent, and the same with people like George Pravda, so you have a Castellan who's Czechoslovakian, which is interesting. We sort of go, well, but why aren't the different countries on Gallifrey? There are different accents and countries on Earth, so why aren't there on any other planet? But it seems slightly odd to us, in the same way that it seems odd if somebody has a northern accent, people still comment on it, which shows that in many ways, a lot of our embedded little prejudices still need a lot of work. I think there are more regional accents on telly in the past 20 years, but it used to be that all actors, wherever you were from, when you went to drama school, certainly at this time, your natural accent would become RP, and a lot of actors I know from that generation who were born talking with a particular dialect now speak in RP because that's what they learnt to do at drama school. Oh, and talking of changing names, I mean, it wasn't just actors of foreign extraction, and in fact some kept their names in order to sort of advertise, I'm available for those sorts of parts. So, there were decisions to be made. But Mark Eden's real name was Douglas Malin. But Mark Eden was seen as as two single syllable things is easier off the tongue, So there's all sorts of things that actors considered in those days, and probably less so now. I don't know any actors who changed their names for reasons of that name sounds cool, in a way that actors did then. Fewer actors, I think, change their names now. Some have to do because of equity rules, but it's more fashionable, I think, to add your middle name. So if there was another Toby Haydock now, they would call themselves, Toby Orinoco Haydock to differentiate themselves from the other Toby Haydock. Fortunately, I'm in a position where nobody's been bestowed a name as stupid as mine, so I've not had that issue. But Paul Carson was born in America. So he was an American actor who'd obviously learned his RP over here, who worked over here. And I believe he died in 1989 back in the States, having done various bits of telly in the 60s. He's in a once lost Dennis Potter play called Emergency Ward 9 in the late 60s. But what he did between the 60s and his death in 89, I do not know. But maybe his former wife will be able to tell me. Maybe she won't reply. But I've bunged it out there to see what happens. I've got a feeling that my CD of this, I remember getting it. Oh God, I used to go up to Forbidden Planet in Manchester on the off chance that the audiobook of this had come out, because in those days you never got sort of exact dates or knew where everything exactly was. It was the early days of getting stuff at the touch of a button. In fact, I don't think you can. I think it was before Amazon. Yeah, because I remember when I first tried to buy stuff off Amazon, I wasn't in the house that I was in when I listened to this. So yeah, I had to make journeys, especially into town, on the off chance that Marco Polo was there. And it wasn't. And when I finally got it, I think that bit where Marco and Ian meet in the corridor, it started to slightly jump. So even when I had it, I never quite listened to the whole thing. Oh, and the Vizier, who was a sort of comic character telling everyone to kowtow, jumps in front of Kubla Khan to save him. And the Vizier is Peter Lawrence, one of those actors that I sort of thought had long stopped acting by the time I was looking around for actors, because you didn't see a lot of those people on telly anymore. But actually he was still around. He died in 1998, but he spent the last 20 years of his career pretty much touring, playing Jacob and Pitafar in the touring production of Joseph in His Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and was still a working actor when he died in 1998 on holiday in Tunisia. I know this stuff. In his 70s. And yeah, was a busy. It's a very much a character part. Pitafar it was the sort of part Ian McNeice has played in that production. So a sort of Gabor Baraka kind of part, really. There's a telesnap of a female supporting artist hiding from this rather exciting scimitar battle choreographed by Derek Ware, who I knew a little bit. And it's the big moment, and it's the major bit of filming that Darren Nesbitt and Mark Eden did before they went into the studio for episode 1. So they've done this ages ago. This is already committed to film before they start doing episode 1. So that will have been a good looking production. I noticed low cameras there, and between a whole standing Marco at one end of the studio, shot between the legs of Tigana. So there's some great shooting there, and Derek Ware knew how to do a fight scene, and being done on film, that will have looked pretty impressive. But Tigana, he's shot with an arrow in the book. In the TV version, he impales himself on a spear, so it's a kind of suicide. Not many suicides in Doctor Who. Bellboy kind of kills himself, doesn't he? Max Stale in Image of the Fendal. So that's pretty grim, isn't it? And it somehow feels a bit more appropriate than Marco killing him. I that would have seemed sort of against the sort of humanitarian element of Marco, even though he's from hundreds of years ago and standards were different. I think it just feels slightly better and slightly grimmer and oddly kind of noble in a way, in a sort of the perverse way we look at nobility, but often such things are sort of through an oddly perverse prism, that it's somehow noble to kill himself instead of being taken prisoner, and yet it kind of does. And I love this shot of the TARDIS was done on film, but the high shot, and I think it says in the script, doesn't it, that at the end we see the quartet against a space backdrop. But Marco comes good, and he says, I gave him the key, and Kubla Khan, instead of telling him off, says, no, I'd have given them the key too. And actually, it kind of feels like you could have ended Doctor Who here, which it's not out of the question. There's no cliffhanger into the next story. I'm watching episode 1 of the Keys of Marinus. Which has a few mistakes in it. It does seem like a different kind of program, but that's partially because all the pictures here are not therefore warts and all. We've got none of the warts, so there could have been all sorts of clunkiness and banging cameras and Clive Doig's tumbling columns, but it has a bit of majesty because we can imagine it, and we've got the lyricism of the script, we've got the beauty of the performance, we've got the gorgeousness of the sets, and we don't have any of the drawbacks of 60s TV production. So I'm certain that my spectacles with which I view this, even though the pictures are black and white, there's a rose tintedness. Sword fight arranged by Derek Ware. I like those sorts of long-winded credits. Makeup supervised by Anne Farighi. I thought that was gorgeous, didn't you? I think it's a humane and thoughtful story. I think it's really intelligent. I think it elegantly seeds the educational remit into it. You get to know all of the characters. I think you feel like you've been on a journey with those people, and that they are part of your, that you adventured along with them, and that our TARDIS crew and those guest artists were, part of a gang who had proper relationships that had formed over time. It's got a nice mixture of, violence and horror and wit. The fact that the past is such a sort of deadly, scary place, and the environment itself brings with it its own inherent risks. I think there's so much in that. I cut myself off last week, but I think, and I am so strongly aware, that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and you always fantasize about the thing that you cannot have. But I feel that Marco is the strongest story of season 1. But maybe I'd feel that if we had all of this and we couldn't see the other 7-episode epic, the Daleks, and could just hear that. But I don't know. Or maybe it's because, part of what Marco has, that's stronger than the Daleks has, is that its dialogue is so much better, and I think its characterization is so much better. But then, it doesn't have exciting exterminating robot things, which we appreciate much more because we can see them in a way that perhaps what we can't see about Marco Polo is the least of it. Although that said, we know those sets and costumes are beautiful. But maybe the fact it's a story without space stuff means that it would perhaps seem a trifle slower. I don't know, because actually the Daleks doesn't seem any less slow because it's an older production to a modern eye. So I think you already have that compromise. It doesn't matter. I could be wrong. I'm quite happy to be wrong. I'm quite happy to be wrong, by the way, about my... I don't know, I've banged on about it a lot. By the way, to set my stall out, I am a very weirded liberal, and the comedy club I run was, I think, the first to actively seek to have diverse lineups and not all white lineups and not all white male lineups, and is very much at the forefront of trying to encourage acts from different backgrounds of different ethnic backgrounds and different sexualities and genders and all sorts of other things way before it was being done on television and panel shows and things like that. And a tiny little place in a corner of Manchester that isn't terribly important, but it's just to show that I'm not one of those people going, blooming wokery and modern stuff. I just don't see I don't see the keenness with which many people want to wag a finger at the past as being particularly helpful or actually particularly smart, and the sense of righteousness that comes with it perhaps winds me up a little. But I'm aware that but in the same way that calling the edge of destruction inside the spaceship winds me up a little bit, it's because it's new and it's not something I'm used to, and perhaps it says I'm reacting and don't like a challenge to my orthodoxy. So I'm prepared to be wrong, but hopefully I hope I'm not bad. But I don't think I am, because I try very hard not to be, and everybody I encounter I hope that their day is better for their having done so rather than worse. That's all I hope. So allow me to be wrong if I'm wrong. Right. So, and I just wanted to give a little bit of informed perspective on it as well, which I sometimes think is more important than performative righteousness. Now then, not that everybody that finds stuff problematic is doing performative righteousness either. I have to point that out. People with very good intents and absolutely just morals are uneasy about such things and want to point it out, and that is quite right too. Both of us can be right. But anyway, I'm just hearing some noise at the front door, so I'm going to pause now, and when I get a moment, I'm going to choose my thing and see what Jeremy Bentham chooses. It'll be seconds for you. It might be a few minutes for me. Well, you see, I told you it was split seconds for you. The other members of Haydock Towers had just returned from a Sunday afternoon walk. Basking in the vitamin E-rich glow of nature's benefactor, the sun, taking in that fresh air, getting some healthy exercise, interacting with other people, whilst I have been immersing myself in a nearly 60-year-old piece of television that doesn't actually exist in its original form anymore, and getting time myself in liberal knots, trying to bring a little bit of finesse and nuance to the culture wars in the way that only a middle-aged white man can. So anyway, we've got to hear from Jeremy Bentham. But I've actually, the return of my other half, we had a little bit of a chat about the credit, I think, in the production guide is, in the production paperwork, is Kubla Khan's spittoon bearer, who is the small actor I was talking about, the diminutive gentleman, whose name I couldn't remember. He was called Harry Dillon. And he's not one of the Chumbleys, who are the other sort of legion of small actors that are later in the Hartnell era, also all sadly no longer with us. And like the extras from Penny Sir's Oriental casting agency, all of the small actors came from, I think she was called Peggy Lister's, and if the name is something awful, it's Peggy Lister's Midgets or Peggy Lister's Performing Toys. It's something horrible. And they all, we were talking about this, interesting, they all, I think Maureen O'Brien said that somebody in the production of 1984, no, that's it was Leo McKern, because he'd worked with Angelo Musca, who was one of the Chumbleys, who then went on to be in The Prisoner with Patrick McGoohan, and Leo McKern was in it, found out how much the person who ran this agency for small actors was creaming off the top of their wages. He actually, I think, reported her to Equity and had something done about it, or tried to, because they were exploited, because there's no reason it should cost any more to run an agency for somebody because they're a performer, small people is the phrase we use now. I nearly said of restricted height, but I don't think that is the parlance now. Either. So, it pays to try and be sympathetic to the correct phraseology. Anyway, that opens up all sorts of interesting things as well. So I felt it right to invoke Harry Dillon by name as Kubla Khan's spittoon bearer, who is the first of his kind to appear in Doctor Who. But I can't find any record of him after 1967. And, that's an area where I would say we've improved upon perhaps less in a number of ways in terms of representation and the way that such people have viewed and spoken about and used within the entertainment industry than we have in other areas, which I may have touched upon in an awkward and stuttery way during the course of the passage of these 7 episodes. Anyway, listen up, everybody. Before we exit Cathay, let us find what Jeremy Bentham has to say about episode 7, Assassin at Peking. But first, I have to choose my 2 favourite things. My favourite thing about episode 7 and my bonus thing. So, I think my favourite thing about episode 7 is the game of backgammon, not only because it's hilarious and the line about the Doctor winning the entire produce of Burma for a year is glorious, and the fact that it shows that a lot of Doctors, slight distance and what can be seen as not quite being up with the programme is perhaps actually a ruse to mask his true cunning and intelligence. And it's a lovely bit for Hartnell. And I always like to see Hartnell sort of getting chummy with somebody and having a bit of fun with a fellow character or actor. And I like the bounce between the Khan and the Doctor, and the fact that it looks like he's going to win the TARDIS back and then he fouls it up. Because you think you see where the plot's going, and then it doesn't. And then, of course, Marco and the travellers have to get the TARDIS back in other ways. But mostly because it's funny, but also because of how it serves the plot. And I think it surprises you then, I think, when the Doctor has to come out, and you don't even see it happen. He just comes out and goes, actually, I lost it. I think it has to be the game of backgammon. And because Marco and Tigana and Ian had that chat about chess early on, and the way that sort of that all of the character interaction is a bit like a game of strategy and logic, and that then translates to another kind of board game later. It's got metaphor, it's got symmetry, it's got an elegance about its placing. I don't think Jeremy will choose. Am I choosing that? Yes, I've got to choose that. I haven't mentioned the design, have I? But I think Jeremy also already has, so I can't do that. He's also mentioned the script. But I feel, I would feel wrong, wouldn't I, if I didn't, invoke the designer Barry Newbury, the director Waris Hussein, the writer John Lucarotti, and the whole cast at some point. But I know that Jeremy has picked an awful lot of those because he's been quite methodical about picking the key areas. But so if not, so what can my whole thing about Marco Polo be? I mean, it looks like a glorious, epic production. I think Jeremy will probably choose something to do with some of the regulars because they are an important part of the makeup and obviously often overlooked in this podcast because they're not the new bit that is particular to this story. I think I have to choose as the whole overarching thing, my bonus thing, because it touches on any elements. I have to choose character, because the character of Marco Polo, the character of Tigana, the character of Pinchot, the way those characters influence our regulars, who are all characterised in really interesting ways, and I think John Lucarotti writes all the regulars very well, but he uses them within the drama well as well, and all of the characters, and then the character, comes with that, and how they talk as well, and the dialogue that they get, but the way that he uses character to tell story, I think is particularly helpful in a 7-part epic where you can't have great sweeping shots of deserts because you're in, Lime Grove Studio D or whatever. And partially because it's one of the things that hasn't really, that Jeremy hasn't in his methodical and brilliant and scrupulous way of sort of assessing the merits of this. That's one thing he hasn't honed on, although he's touched upon it in other ways. And I think character also then gives us a little bit of scope to celebrate the cast, because I haven't picked out any individual cast members, and yet I think in another story any of Mark Eden, Darren Nesbitt, Xenia Merton and Martin Miller, I think in particular, but then even Tutty Lemko and Claire Davenport with her hilarious cameo as the Empress, are all actors that in other stories would get singled out if I was struggling for an episode, and they're uniformly good. And Mark Eden is brilliant, and Marco is a great character, and very even-handedly done. Tigana is a great villain, and yes, Darren Nesbitt does that softly spoken, purring, calculating, manipulative stuff. But he's not just horrible. You kind of go, well, I sort of get where you're coming from. He's a villain with a purpose, and with his own justification. And Pinchot is lovely. And yeah, then you've got the funny cameos as well. So character, and I think that's part that, and that comes out in the I nearly chose the dialogue. I mean, Jeremy chose the script last week, which touches on that, but it's not just the script, but it's so rich in dialogue, and sometimes it's got all those dialogue scenes which are quite long by today's standards, but because they're told through character, because they're told with the little bits of brinkmanship that happen because of the different characters having their own different agendas and perspectives. So I'm not particularly happy with my choice, partially because I just want to go the cast, or I want to go the script. But Jeremy's chosen a lot of those big bullet points. And I think it's obvious if I say the cast. So I hope Jeremy doesn't now go the cast, or I, like Tigana, will throw myself on some non-speaking supporting artist spear. What's Jeremy going to choose? No. I recant. I love the dialogue. I love character. Do you know what I'm going to choose, everybody? And I am going to throw myself on the spear, because what I choose, I know for sure Jeremy isn't going to choose. Because you know what I'm going to choose, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else? I am going to choose Jeremy Bentham. I'm going to choose my guest as the bonus thing about Marco Polo, because Jeremy Bentham wrote that book, The Early Years, so he is synonymous to me with the early years of Doctor Who, even though Marco Polo doesn't get its own chapter, because he had chapters only on the Raymond Cusick stories, because those are the ones he had photos for. But nonetheless, that book sort of has that whole of the atmosphere of the genesis and early years of Doctor Who within it. And he was our gateway to those black and white years and the people who made them. And he brought with him a sort of scholastic element to his fandom. You know, he wasn't a fan who was sort of all about trying to trace the fictional Earth history, which I love. If you do that, I love it. It's not my sort of thing. I'm much more interested in the sort of, you know, the culture of television making and the people who made it, and a sort of thoughtful approach to script and analysis and all of those sorts of things. That's very much up my street. But also, I think Jeremy Bentham. There were others too, and I'm not discounting them, and you'll hear for some of them during the course and lifetime of this podcast. But Jeremy was very much the kingpin, and also because I've met him subsequently and liked him, and he still has carries a certain awe. There's a certain awe about Jeremy, because he is such a sort of old-fashioned sort of gentleman type, and obviously radiates intelligence and softly spoken sort of decency and enjoyment of the show, and led to a lot of the stuff that is done today by, you know, people like Richard Bignell, who today has taught me 2 or 3 things I didn't know about something else that we were just batting back and forth on a WhatsApp about something else, who just quietly gets on with it and is a brilliant researcher. And all of that sort of historical stuff that we know about Doctor Who has very much been led by, you know, the keenness of fans, and when the quality of those fans is of the quality of Jeremy Bentham, we all benefit. And, you know, they leave behind a legacy of stuff that you know, cannot be discovered now, because a lot of the people they spoke to can't be spoken to anymore, and a lot of the stuff they uncovered, if they hadn't uncovered it when they did, might not exist now. And as I say, they set the ball rolling for the work that continues today. So he's not going to choose himself, because he's a humble man. But I am going to choose Jeremy Bentham and those fans who were got by the likes of Marco Polo. And that, you know, those early stories lit the torch for them. And the torch, I'd say, they handed to others, but they don't. It keeps burning in their own house. And we've come and lit our flames from their still burning torches. So, yeah. For the first time ever, my bonus thing, sorry John Le Carotti's characterisation and dialogue, my bonus thing for Marco Polo is my guest, Jeremy Bentham. Who says I can't be a bit of a maverick sometimes? So what's Jeremy going to choose? Really brilliant if he goes, me actually, I'm amazing. He won't.
The high point of episode 7, Assassin at Peking. Probably not going to be too surprised, Toby, to know that I'm choosing the action scene that takes place, the big sword fight, shot on film between Tigana and Marco Polo as they duel it out in the grand finale of the story. And it's sort of a turning point for Doctor Who, this scene, because a few weeks earlier, when episode 4 was recorded, was when this issue of the Radio Times came out, the one that infamously has the Doctor, Tigana and Polo on the cover, but not the characters of Ian and Barbara and Susan, who are very much relegated inside. It's known that William Russell complained to his agent, and the agent in turn complained to the BBC, and the dictate came down from above that we should make better use of someone like William Russell in the series, actually making use of the heroic qualities that presumably he was hired for. So really, this is the last time that the ancillary characters get to play the main part in resolving the denouement of the serial, the climax, the high point, what it's all about. From then on, if we look to something like the Aztecs, Ian is far more involved in the climactic fight there, even though he doesn't actually directly kill Ixtar, any more than, funny enough, Polo kills Tigana, because Tigana runs on his sword. So it's for this reason that not only did we get a superb fight scene choreographed by Derek Ware and Douglas Camfield, which doubtlessly earned him his director's spurs, but also you got a point at which Doctor Who ever slightly changed direction and became more like the Doctor Who we were going to know in the future.
Now that is interesting. He's recorded his bonus as a separate file, so we will hear that shortly. So I chose the backgammon, he chose the fight. I suppose I didn't choose the fight. It's hard to choose a fight if you can't see it, I guess, was my reason for that. But I am very sympathetic to his choice, and I do like the observation about how it's the last time an ancillary character becomes the sort of hero, and that's interesting. that, because Marco is very much the hero of Marco Polo, and that's quite right, but that's not sustainable in a story that's about Doctor Who and his companions. Although I think Ian does still get plenty of heroic stuff too. I think Barbara is probably the least well served of the regulars in Marco Polo, for which John Lucarotti atones in the Aztecs by giving her glorious amounts to do. But yeah, that's a fair choice, and it's not always nice to give Derek Ware a nod, because he was I think the very first person from Doctor Who I met, and I knew him up until he passed away. I do have an interview with him that I did somewhere over the phone about the sword fight in Marco Polo, which I'll dig out for one of these related podcasts, I'm sure. But it might be for patrons only, he said, plugging Patreon on the mainstream release, because I've been told to do that more because I don't do it enough, and it's the way of things these days. Jeremy Bentham is not going to choose himself as his bonus. What will he choose? Let's find out. Please bear in mind that my other half is sitting very patiently on a sofa, not saying a word or moving, as this that I promised would be only a couple of minutes continues. And I've just seen that Jeremy's video is 5 minutes long, but it's right, because I feed it separately into the final recording, so she might be able to move. And I'm telling her that indirectly, because we only communicate secondhand through podcasts, because we've been together for a very long time.
And so we come then to what Toby has asked me to describe as the bonus aspect of this story. What makes it cumulatively such a masterpiece? Well, we've touched on the fact that it is an absolutely magnificent game of chess between all of the characters who appear in the story, from Tigana to Marco Polo to the Khan to Ling Tao, the knights, the pawns, all those that move around ever so magnificently during the course of this story. But it's not Doctor Who as we know it. This is the odd thing about Marco Polo, is that our characters are very much in the formative stages of what we would eventually come to know as Doctor Who and its relationship with its companions. And in a weird way, it's much closer to Sidney Newman's original concept for Doctor Who, where our four travellers are observers on the path of history, not the main contributors to it. All those roles belong to people such as Polo, to Tigana, to Pincho. They have the key roles to play, as does Ling Tao, as does the Khan. Our four characters are just not being used in the way that people will become accustomed to them in later years. The Doctor, for example, man of great learning, great intellect, but throughout this whole story, he hardly gets a chance to demonstrate that intellect. In the beginning, he suffers from altitude sickness, heat exhaustion, fatigued, he's banged up and down on the back of a horse, and displays terrible arthritis when he's meeting with the Khan. All he does, really, throughout the story, is to rage at Marco Polo and almost describe him as a mindless savage, with very little opportunity to show any of that brilliance that we would later come to identify with the Doctor. For the greater part of the first 4 episodes, he does little more than just tinker with a soldering iron in the TARDIS itself. Susan, a character who has, I suppose, the greatest role to play in the story from the point of view of separating Pincho from her loyalty to Marco Polo. And in a way, you can see there is such a warm and genuine chemistry between Carol Ann Ford and Xenia Merton. A chemistry that really gets reflected in the story. She's playing much more of a leading role and less of the screamer and person, in a way, you could echoing the frustrations that Carol Ann Ford later put forward as her reasons for leaving Doctor Who. This is probably Susan's finest hour in the series. Barbara, a character who really has done more to advance Doctor Who forward in the course of the preceding couple of serials by the fact that she's used her own intuition, her own emotional intelligence to remind the Doctor that he can't just exist as an island on his own. He's got to trust other people. She's the first one that first susses out Tigana for what he is. She's the person who tells Marco Polo occasional truths that he may not necessarily want to hear. So in a way, she's playing a role that later on will be transferred far more into the role of the Doctor himself. Finally, Ian, the most underused character in the entire serial, most of the things that we would later come to identify Ian Chesterton with, all the bravery, the valiant nature, his ability to handle himself both physically and mentally in situations of stress, are curiously absent here. It's Polo who slaughters the guard holding Barbara a prisoner in the cave of Cave of 500 Eyes. It's Ling Tao's men who dispatch the Kiju when he's intercepted by Ling Tao's men in part 6. And guess who has the major sword fight at the end of the story? It's Marco Polo, who finally squares off against Tigana. You can possibly understand why William Russell's agent was a little bit perturbed about the fact that they got Sir Lancelot in the series but weren't using him so much. And that's as may be, because you get the feeling that maybe after this story, Ian Chesterton spent a lot more time discovering the TARDIS's gymnasium and working up his six-pack ready for his next major confrontation, which would be Ixtar in John Lucarotti's second serial for Doctor Who, which is the Aztecs, of course. So again, my bonus aspect of this story is to say, make the most of the fact that you have got such a magnificent set of ancillary characters in this story, because it doesn't happen that often. You've got Pincho, you've got Tigana, and of course all the way through, the nagging question that takes 7 episodes to answer. Marco Polo, can you save your king?
Oh, he's so good. For those of you listening to the podcast version of this, he did that in front of a chess set. And the final thing he did was topple over the king as he made his final flourish of a point. I told you Jeremy Bentham was great. And he proved it by filming a thing that, we currently don't have the pictures because it takes me a lot longer to do the video versions of these than the podcast. So I've prioritised my audio releases. Maybe when I'm in my dotage, I've kept all the video files, I'm just prioritising time anyway. We don't need to worry about that. We're listening to the podcast. But Jeremy did film all of those contributions on different backdrops in his home, apposite backdrops, to reflect what he was illustrating in the way that Marco Polo uses symbolism and metaphor to make its points. So he'd really thought about, which is why he's so cherishable. His point there, very interesting about, he's sort of went to re-emphasise his point for part 7 about the ancillary characters, but he started off by talking about how this was the show in development, and I do find that fascinating. Watching those early years is that we can look at the threads that connect them to the show now, but there's also blind alleys that they go up. There are things that they decided to do that they don't do. There are things we say they decided to do that they just thought were a good idea at the time that were never done again. Some out of policy, some out of evolution, some just because so many different people contribute to how the show is done, and some things occur and continue and some things don't, and it's really interesting watching 14 weeks into something that's now 60 years in, and the similarities and differences that combine and divide those different iterations of the show. And there are definite through lines, but there are also things that you go, oh, that's interesting, that might have been, in a sliding doors time, that might have been something they did more of or less of. I don't think I agree with Jeremy that Ian does the least, because he goes to look for Pincho, and he has those, he's the great sort of conscience in the ear of Marco in a way, so he gets a fair bit to do. He perhaps doesn't get as much action, but I don't think he'd have killed the guard or Kuiju anyway, because he doesn't even, as I say, he doesn't kill Ixta in the Aztecs, because we don't really want our heroes dispatching people. I think it would have been nice if Kuiju hadn't died at all, but that's just showing life is cheap in those times, and that adds to that. The past is like an alien planet because it is deadlier than our day-to-day life. You can be a slightly grubby merchant and not risk arbitrary death at the end of a blade of one of the good guys in a story set more recently. But so that's, I think that's I think that's part of the joy of Doctor Who. And in choosing Jeremy, I was kind of alluding to that that we have those links with those times when there was no reason Doctor Who should be what it is now then, and yet so many things that were done then make it what it is now. And I think it's lovely and fascinating seeing those things develop. So yeah, I love all of that, and those are very good points. So, yes, interesting that Jeremy says, and William Russell worked on his six-pack, which I know is metaphorical, but actors in those days didn't have six-packs, and it's a very, I think, it's very instructing for us to look at a friend of mine is watching something on BBC4 at the moment with Michael Bryant in it. It's Colin Baker's first major role on TV, and said, it's lovely to see Michael Bryant, has a normal body shape. He's a leading man, but isn't, toned and honed and hasn't been to the gym or whatever, because actors were allowed to be like that in those days. And again, this is what interests me about what our priorities are, is that I know, casting has become much more egalitarian in its outlook in terms of race and gender and colour and representation, but in terms of body shape, it's miles behind. And actually the pressure put on actors from probably members of the profession who think they're really progressive in many ways, and rightly so, because they're upping representation, still very unconsciously make sure that, that even a sort of dad character is played by an actor in a slim fit shirt that fits very nicely. So it's it's instructive about what our priorities are and how they shift, and how what we think of as being liberal in some areas is not in others. And that, I think, is what I've rather cat-candidly tried to illustrate as I've disappeared down various alleyways in terms of, and I've not necessarily particularly heard anybody scold Marco Polo massively, but obviously John Bennett in Talons and Weng Chiang comes in for a lot of opprobrium, and I think my reaction and my fixating on that is in the same way that Marco Polo is a product of its time. This podcast is a product of me perhaps probably overreacting to the most vicious voices of that kind, because my brain is a certain way. To be honest, I'm the spectrum that the end of the spectrum that I am on means that if I see something that I think is wrong, I feel the need to address it and point out that it's wrong, and blah 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 blah. And so that's me, and that's me at this time wrestling with my recent discovery of that sort of thing. So we're all bottled in a little period of time where certain things are very important and certain things are not. So the things we overlook, it's not necessarily because we're being bad to overlook them, it's because we're fixated in other areas. So I'm absolutely prepared to go, I've probably overreacted, and that because most people aren't yelling at Marco Polo anyway, but also anybody that does have an objection to that practice of, I suppose we call it yellow face now, that we absolutely wouldn't do now, and a lot of people coming for that aren't doing it because they're being performatively righteous. They're people who just go, well, I find that uneasy and I don't particularly like it, and I don't want to be reminded of a time when that was done. And that equally is fair enough, and I would be wrong to criticize anybody of that. And it probably does speak also to how that Western culture is very as often seen itself as the blank template for normality or whatever, and all of that. And we do have colonial pasts to atone for. So, but as I say, I think when I stiff a bit of self-righteousness and also inaccuracy, it makes my brain go into overdrive. So I've probably overcompensated, but that means I am just caught in a particular time where you can't flick through Twitter trying to look for fun jokes about the lack of advertisements for the centenary special without somebody accusing a writer or a creator or something of an ism, when occasionally they're just doing something out of necessity or within the context of when they were doing it. But I think we're better if we're conscious of the sometimes unconscious biases that we have, and so calling them out is also equally important. So as ever, things are complex, but mostly they're of their time, and Marco Polo is certainly that. But I hope, irrespective of that, that even now it's a shining example of much that is superb about Doctor Who. I mourn its loss. I would love to see it, and yeah, there would be production techniques and choices that would be perhaps uncomfortable to behold now. But I think, we come to a good place when we can see beyond that and enjoy it for what it mostly is, which is, people working more than at the top of their game on a program that has always been slightly more than a sum of its parts. And even when it's an example of a story that you wouldn't do now anyway, a pure historical, there is still so much that is recognisably Doctor Who. And yet at that stage in Doctor Who's production, there's also stuff that is slightly strange and alien to us. The characters are finding their feet. Everybody's finding their feet about what this show is. But there's enough in there that still makes it, 14 weeks in or whatever. It's more than 14 weeks, isn't it? Yeah. To be a much missed early example of the show, for which we do not need to. We can definitely feel the loss of, and I do. Yeah, I think it's a really strong example of the show, and I'm glad we have the bits that we do, and I'm glad we have those people who were lucky enough to witness it at the time, and maybe somewhere hidden in some palace vault somewhere is perhaps Marco Polo didn't give Kubla Khan the TARDIS, but he said, but what the Doctor did before he went was he ran off a load of things from his whatever that thing is he puts on his head at the end of Wheel in Space, and he's actually got a recording of the whole adventure, Kubla Khan. You can have that. So maybe somewhere in some storehouse somewhere next to some jewels and a painting here and some trinkets from the East, there are 7 film cans of the adventures of Marco Polo and Doctor Who. But I really enjoyed that. Apart from the bits where I tied myself in knots, but as I say, that's I think that is we will have to just accept that is the time we're currently in, and those are the things that are whether they need it or not, that are occupying my thoughts, and my thoughts battle themselves out in my head and come out of my mouth, and that's what broadcasting is. So I hope it's been okay for you. It's been a long old journey with a few segues here and there. Sidney Bromley, who was a friend of William Hartnell, did I mention that? I can't remember. And still some mysteries to be had. But it's been an exciting journey to Cathay. But it's over now. Thanks to Jeremy Bentham, who I've asked to plug. And that's what we will end with. Jeremy Bentham's plug.
Well, Toby, your final request to me was to consider something I'd very much like to plug by way of a wrap-up. And I'm not very good at plugging anything that I do. It's just not something that I'm very comfortable with. But what I would like to plug is the Doctor Who figurine collection, which has been published now for a good many years and is, in my eyes at least, fulfilling a similar role to Doctor Who magazine in firing the imaginations of the Doctor Who fan community of today. But the plug I'd like to put forward and to plug in and hopefully switch on will be a plea that they might consider doing the historical characters as well as the sci-fi monsters and characters, because there are so many good villains out there from the classic era. Characters like Captain Trask, Cherub, Johnny Ringo, and of course Platoxel. The principal and foremost amongst them, I think I would make Tegana. Okay, this isn't Tegana, and I appreciate that in the fullness of time it takes longer and probably is more expensive to clear actors than it is to clear the likenesses of faceless monsters. But it would be something that I really believe would bring a little bit more of Marco Polo back into reality, because there's so much of it that we could seriously do with recovering.
Well, and isn't that appropriate? Because I have a nasty feeling as I record this. Jeremy provided this, I think, over a year ago. I had a flurry of contributors, and I've had to balance, when I release Hartnell's missing stories and other stuff. The Doctor Who figurine collection, I think, is now, like Marco Polo, missing in action and incomplete because, sadly, Eagle Moss, who made them, have gone bust in very recent weeks, leaving some friends of mine without some regular work that they had, and a lot of collectors very unhappy. So that's almost a tragically appropriate note for Jeremy, who's done this so brilliantly, to to invoke the idea of humanoid figurines that now we know will. It was something that he could, in the a future he can envisage, but one that we know will now never happen, in much the same way that we're looking back at a story that we know did happen, but we cannot now envisage in full. So there's a strange and cursed symmetry about that, unless somebody else wants to pick up the mantle and make some humanoid Doctor Who figurines. And if that's the case, I expect to see a laser-printed Tigana. There's something you wouldn't have anticipated being a thing. Never mind when Marco Polo was made. Probably when Doctor Who's original run finished. But the things that people can do at home now. So there's a challenge for you out there, figurine makers. We want a Tigana and a Marco Polo, and would it kill you to do a Kubla Khan spittoon bearer while you're at it? But there we go. Thanks to Jeremy Bentham, who even unwittingly, because he wasn't to know this when he recorded that, provided a strange kind of tragic bookend to the very rich contents he has provided us over the course of the 7 episodes between Bookend 1 and Bookend 8 of his contributions to, well, no, 9, because he did the bonus thing, to his contributions to this podcast about Doctor Who and the many happy times and places, some of them sad and scary and dangerous, visited by Doctor Who and his crew, and of course that wonderful explorer, Marco Polo. Thank you ever so much for listening to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Haydoke, and my special guest was J. Jeremy Bentham, who's far too sensible to be on social media, but do avail yourself of a copy of his book, Doctor Who, The Early Years, and see how they were done in the old days. Beautiful photographs in there. I'm grateful to Jeremy and to the patrons who make these podcasts possible, and they include Ruben Herfindahl, Peter Burns, James Curray-Smith, Peter Harness, Ronald Hayden, Rob Leonard, Christopher Meredith, Gavin McLean, Richard Straw, Neil Tate, Nick Tedston, Tim Arding, Nigel Bromley, Paul Cook, Richard Chalk, Peter Chamberlain, Grant Davidson, John Deere, Chris Dunford, Kelk, Paul Dunn, El Pandras, Jason Gorman, Siobhan Galichon, Paul Harris, Chris Hyam, Ian Key and Joe Llewellyn. The music is by Dave Gates, the artwork by Dylan Patterson. If you would like to become a patron, well, one of the things that you get for that is to have your name read out on the credits, like what just happened just now. You also get advance releases, bonus releases, and you get glimpses behind the scenes of the various DVD and Blu-ray shenanigans that I get up to, pictures of my dog. I mean, I was going to say that's not the main draw, but a lot of people like them better than everything else that I do. But no, serious in terms of material, you get 3 releases a week generally, and you're far ahead of the punters on iTunes and the various other platforms where these are freely available. Tiers start from as little as £3 per month, but you can get a 10% discount if you sign up for a year. You can also go to ko-fi.com/Toby Haydoke if you would like to support them now and again by buying me a pretend coffee. But if you don't want go the financial route, which is perfectly understandable, times are tough, and I'm grateful to you just for listening, then you can go to any of those platforms where these are freely available and add a 5-star review and a few lines saying what you like about these, because that helps other people to be sent in the direction of them. And, you know, if you enjoy them, they might too. Spread the word, basically. I'm on Instagram at toby.haydoke. I'm on Facebook at Haydoke Podcasts and at Toby Haydoke. If you just want the stuff about these podcasts, go to Haydoke Podcasts. But if you want to see my other stuff about the comedy and the various other bits and bobs that I do, then follow me at Toby Haydoke. I have a Facebook page, Toby Haydoke, and I have a YouTube channel. And these podcasts now get automatically uploaded onto YouTube if you prefer to consume them that way. And that's Toby Haydoke. It's the advantage of having a stupid name that no one can pronounce or spell, is that I should be fairly easy to find should you want to. Obviously, one of the things about redoing the credits and the afterthoughts of when I do the omnibus is, I don't know why it would be easier just to chop them together, but I try and make it look like some effort's gone into it. I always show my working. I think it's a desperate need for approval. You know, I'll always add an ostentatious ingredient so that people know that I've really gone to the trouble of cooking them something nice. I think I've been in the danger of doing that in the past with my acting as well. I've got better, but I had some good advice from good people saying, yeah, you're just showing what you can do, and that's you don't have to show you're working all the time. And I'm a better actor as a result. But I think I have to be ostentatious about the effort put in, which is what this is as well. Oh dear, I'm condemned to always be seeking approval. Anyway. Well, and I couch that in the fact that I think I fell over myself during this one when tackling the subject of Caucasian actors playing characters from different backgrounds, and what we talk of now as blacking up and things like that, and yellowface. I was a bit mealy-mouthed about it because I would never want to cause offence to anybody. But since I recorded this, I've done a lot of research actually into the actors appearing in Marco Polo, and it's very interesting to note that the majority of the actors playing Chinese characters, which seems weird to us now because we're not in Great Britain in 1964, which was a very different place. And yes, being in the older days is an excuse because context is everything, and if you don't think it is, then I look forward to speaking to you in 30 years' time, when some things you think are perfectly normal and acceptable now will be deemed not to be the case, and that will have come through learning and through shifting attitudes and all sorts of other things, and you can't be blamed for not anticipating what those might be. In 1964, we couldn't travel to places as much as we could. We used to be able to. We didn't have moving pictures of people used to turn out to see foreign dignitaries arriving just to get a look at them. Things from different climes were seen in a different way. We didn't move around as much as we did, and people didn't emigrate as much as they did. And the acting profession was actually a pretty liberal place to be. The BBC was a pretty liberal working environment, and interestingly, I've spoken to the man who's, I think, written a very fascinating book on black actors in Britain in the 50s and 60s, and because I was trying to get his insight into some of those who are no longer with us, who I would have liked to have heard from, and he said that they all were made to feel very welcome because the entertainment industry is as as accepting of certainly in the 60s, 70s and 80s was as accepting as of anybody and everybody. That's the whole nature of the profession, really, is that it's a place which is welcoming to all sorts, and everyone's in it together, and one of the least prejudiced professions and environments, which is why what looks odd to us now, the yellowface casting, of Gabor Baraka, Tati Lemko, Martin Miller, all Jewish actors who escaped the Holocaust. In Baraka's case, partially on foot. Miller was rescued by Quakers, basically, and most of his theatre contemporaries were killed in the concentration camps, and he would have had that fate as well had he not managed to make it over here. He couldn't speak English when he moved over here. And what seems odd to us now, the casting of going, well, who should we get to play that Chinese emperor? A Czechoslovakian man or whatever, is because foreign sort of meant foreign when it came to casting in those days, and people weren't as exposed to accents or and things like that. And so if somebody sort of sounded foreign, that would kind of do, and that's not due to prejudice, that's due to lack of exposure and experience and the established way of doing things that had come about through various circumstances, a lot of them, practical, and a lot of them, happened gradually and by osmosis. And obviously things have improved, but actually, if you look back to what was going on there, those Jewish actors came here largely penniless, often unable to speak the language, and they got taken in by or within their own communities that established themselves in London, Miller. There was a Vienna theatre over here, wasn't there? An Austrian theatre over here. They found a place to play. They couldn't obviously often be cast as politicians and bank managers and things like that because they had accents, so they wouldn't pass for players of British characters. So they were cast as, and it was a phrase that was often used, general foreign, which meant that these people who were trying to establish themselves here and were escaping certain death and had been through terrible, terrible things just in order to stay alive were given some haven by the British entertainment industry, fulfilling roles that you wouldn't have them fulfill now. Of course not, but we have a broader palette of storytelling now as well, I think, on television, and obviously people can move about easier, and we are less accepting of what is now more obviously artificial, etc., etc., etc. But in the 1960s, when there wasn't a lot of money about, and it was really hard to earn a living as an actor, these often European Jewish actors who'd escaped death to establish themselves here, which was really, really difficult, found the open arms of the entertainment industry enabled them to earn a living and gave them safe haven. So what we might see, tempted to see now, if we didn't look back benevolently on the past, and I think there's a huge desire these days just to look back and judge from certain voices, and dare I say it, certain generations right now seem very willing to scold and wag the finger. Actually, if you look back at it with the proper historical context, what seems to us now beyond the pale, and we wouldn't do it now, and that's fine, and that's just absolutely right, was then an act of sanctuary and benevolence that enabled a lot of people who came here with nothing to establish themselves and earn a living in the entertainment industry, which was doing good. And that's the whole thing about nuance and context, is that if we try to be more understanding, we'll actually see that well, I just prefer to give a more generous interpretation of things that I think tend to be yelled at by more modern commentators who are keener, I think, to point the finger at others, and I think often when pointing the finger at others, one fails to be aware of one's own shortcomings and prejudices that one might not be aware of. So there we go. Lecture over. I doubt anyone's got this far, but it's probably about 3 hours in now. But I think I'd gone over a lot of that in some of the post-credits bit, particularly episode 2, where I think I tripped over myself. And I understand where people's disquiet about looking at that stuff and contemplating that stuff now, but I think we can actually just acknowledge it and go, we wouldn't do it now. They did do it then. They weren't bad people for doing it then, and it's great that times have changed. But they need it was a journey that needed to be embarked upon, and that was a leg in the journey. Okay, yeah, lecture over.